5, 4, 3. Welcome everybody to today's City Council meeting of Tuesday, March the 18th. It's just past 2 p.m. and we're ready to commence our open session meeting where we will be going in camera, but before we do that, we do have another order of business. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to go to our clerk, Mr. Matson. I believe you are going to preside over the ceremony of the appointment of Councillor Kerrio. So we'll call you to the horseshoe.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. As Council is aware, we do have Councillor Vince Kerrio back with us. And to make it official, we have a declaration of office that I'm going to pass to him, and we'll have him read that out loud, and then I'll get him to sign, and I will sign as well.
Thank you, sir.
Anytime. I, Vince Kerrio, having been appointed the office of City Councillor in the municipality of Niagara Falls, do solemnly promise and declare that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability. I have not received and I will not receive any payment, reward, promise thereof for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or improper manner. I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, and I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously believing it to be true and knowing that it is in force and in effect made under oath.
I want you to sign here. And I will sign that as well.
Check it out. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, Councillor Kerrio. Welcome back. Great to have you back. Thank you. Should we just call him Yeah, the CA wants to know if we're going to call you Horseshack.
He's a little taller than me.
Vinny Barbarino. He's got to be Vinny Barbarino. That's who he's got to be.
From my mother.
You have a Oh, yeah. That's right. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we are now looking for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, so we are now going in camera. Oh, and we have a second motion as well. Thank you. Just before, okay, so we got to back up. I guess these should have been in a different order. And a resolution to appoint Councillor Kerrio. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? That's unanimous. So welcome. We are now going in camera, and for those of you at home, when we're finished approximately 4 p.m., we're going to resume in open. Thank you. 3. Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's council meeting. We just concluded in camera, where we're in with the cameras off, and now we're out in open session, and we're going to start our regularly scheduled council meeting. So the first order of business is the singing of O Canada. And today we have a special guest singer. And I'd maybe like to call her up to the microphone so I could introduce her. So Yeva, if I can get you to come up to the microphone. Thank you very much. So Yeva Shust. Yeva is from Ukraine, and she speaks perfect Ukrainian. How do I know that? Because she told me, you know, and my 3 words, and I heard her. She was pretty fast, pretty good. So anyway, Yeva, since JK, she's enjoyed performing the national anthem at home, and she loves to sing songs from the Moana movie. In the last 2 years, she's performed and sang in front of audience through her work with the Young Actors Association of Niagara. As I mentioned earlier, she's proud of her Ukrainian origin, and I told her that we hosted President Vladimir Zelensky here 4 years ago along with his wife Olena. We were down at the falls, and of course, that was before the war started. It was a much different time, and I was telling her she never knew that. So she's proud of her Ukrainian origin, and she actively participates in Ukrainian events. I also told her that I've got a quarter Ukrainian in me as well, so we've got a little bit that connects us. When she's not singing, Yeva likes to try new things like dancing, acting, and art. So ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask everybody to please stand up, and we're going to have Yeva Shust sing O Canada for us today.
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, tant fortesse de fleurs glorieux, car ton bas s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la noix. Ton histoire est une épopée des bleus brillants espoirs. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Yeah, very good, very good. So Yeva, you're just adorable. She's in grade 3 at Prince Philip here in Niagara Falls, and we're so proud of you. You did such a great job. And now I realize you speak 2 more languages than I do. That French was bang on, perfect accent, and also you're Ukrainian. That's amazing. So on behalf of all of us here, I want to say thank you so much. Welcome to Canada. We know you're going to make it a better place. Thank you. She's here with her mom and her brother and her dad. But they're outside, aren't they? Yeah. Good move. Next up is the Land Acknowledgement and Traditional Indigenous Meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even to utilize a space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs a drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people at our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening within our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the City of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, that it's continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Yeah.
We are grateful for the land that we share together. Next on the agenda, I'm looking for a motion to approve the council meeting minutes from February the 25th. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Next up, disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do you have any, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Disclosure of pecuniary interest on 9.2 Northwest Secondary Plan. I'm a member of Club Italia, and they're a stakeholder in this plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other disclosures from, yes, Councillor Newestave?
Yes, 13.2, the Main Ferry BIA 2025 proposed budget. I am now chair of the Main Ferry BIA, so I just back on there, so that would be a conflict.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 9.1, Garner West Secondary Plan. My real estate company has 2 listings in this location.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. PBD 2025-16, and it's coinciding report number AM 2025-01. It's owner-occupied short-term rentals, and then there's bylaws associated with the report. I believe it's 2025-31 to 2025-36, and I own property that can be affected.
Okay, thank you. And everybody will hand in their sheets showing their disclosure. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I have conflict with 9.2 PBD 2025-18 Northwest Secondary Plan update. I'm a member of Club Italia, and that property will be affected by the secondary plan.
Thank you for that. It's interesting because I think a lot of us are members of Club Italia.
I'm not in there. I'm not.
Nope.
No.
Not really sure.
Mom and Dad were.
Yeah.
They kicked me out a few years ago.
They kicked you out? I believe you.
Okay.
I'm not telling you. One thing, I'm not telling you.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
All right, so no other disclosures. Then we'll move on to Mayor, everyone's favorite part of the meeting, the mayor's reports and announcements. And normally this is when Councillor Kerrio goes to the bathroom, but we'll ask him to stick around this time around. First off, obituaries. We'd like to offer our sympathy to Luciano Checa, our chief building official, on the passing of his father-in-law. Mario Rizzo Sr. Also to Helga Campbell, Lee Campbell, in the family of our fellow council member and dear friend Wayne Campbell on his recent passing. It was just at our last meeting in February when we recognized Wayne's long service and accomplishments as a government representative and elected official as he chose to step down from his seat. We're heartbroken that those turned out to be his final days. From his friends on City Council and on behalf of the entire community, we thank Wayne for his tireless dedication and 28 years of public service. Wayne, we will miss you. Next up, on a lighter note, we do acknowledge birthdays here in the chamber. Councillor Patel's birthday is going to be this Friday, March the 21st. And Councillor Dabrowski, who's away right now, on March the 31st, will be celebrating a birthday as well. Now, events and schedule. So the one that I'd like to draw attention to right now is Councillor Kerrio, who is filling this, the spot vacated by Councillor Campbell. Earlier today, Councillor Vince Kerrio was sworn in prior to our in-camera meeting. It's not a welcome, but it's a welcome back. He's going to hit the ground running. We know that with all of his business acumen, and he joins fellow council members, many of whom he sat around this table previously. So, Councillor Kerrio, Vince, as we call you, we look forward to your wisdom and your experience.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, we can go.
Welcome back. Your dreams come true. Check it out.
Your Worship, it's very appropriate that you chose a song from his time frame. Just want to say.
Yeah.
The younger generation might not know that.
And of course, anyone who remembers Welcome Back, Kotter, front left is John Travolta, who is better known as what?
Vinny Barbarino.
Vinny Barbarino.
He can dance like that.
Well, let's see. So anyway, we welcome you back, Councillor Kerr. It's great to have you back. Next up, business that we've had in the past and announcements. The Niagara Health Gala, Fashion and Philanthropy. I believe we've got some photos, and there you can see some of your council all decked out, where we raised more than $700,000 at the gala, and that's going to be for our Niagara Health Foundation for a hospital. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Baldinelli, Peter Angelo, and Uestag, and we're grateful for everybody's attendance. It was a great night, a lot of fun, and record amount of money raised. When else can you wear a hat and scarves and long gloves and things like that, right? Also, we recently had brunch, bid, and bowl. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Patel, and Uestag as we were at that event at Club Italia. Ramadan, there's another picture from brunch, bid, and bowl. Ramadan Iftar had a dinner recently, and I was joined by Councillor Strange as we were celebrating Ramadan. And of course, after the sunset is when they can indulge in eating. So they like it when you have short speeches. They don't like you talking too long because they haven't eaten all day since sunup. Groundbreaking, we had the JRM Memorial Bus. That's for Jose Rizal. Jose Rizal is a national hero in the Philippines. He was here in Niagara Falls in 1888. We broke ground where we'll be putting a bust in front of the American Falls. I was joined by Councillors Strange, Peter Angelo, and Patel. That was this past Sunday morning. Also, when we do the actual unveiling of the bus, which will be this summer, we've extended invitation for anyone that's a boxing fan to Manny Pacquiao. So we'll see where it goes, and hey, you never know. You never know. Council representation, I want to thank Councillor Uestag for representing the city at the King Charles III Coronation Medal Awards. And also, I understand that Councillor Patel was in attendance as well. Is that right? Yes. Grand openings and business happenings. So we've got some photos here. One, we had Cannabis Culture, which opened up on Thorold Stone Road. Ironically, Thorold Stone Road. I was joined by Councillor Patel that day. Batatalicious. We were joined that day, and of course we have Tatiana who works for us, so she was liking that name because she's Tata, and it's Batatalicious. We were joined by Councillors Uestag and Patel, where everything they make is put on a potato. Pardon me? Councillor, and I'm sorry, wasn't it? I'm sorry. And Councillor Pietrangelo, of course, he had the biggest potato there that day. So it was a very interesting concept where they put all the toppings on a big potato. It was really interesting, new kind of place. So we welcome. They're on Main Street as well in your BIA, Councillor Newstag. We also had the opening of Steinbach's and Chappelle Professional Corporation, who relocated, who are still in the downtown area. I was joined by Councillors Newstag, Lococo, Pietrangelo, and Patel. No, not Lococo. Okay, well, very accurate here. I think I should proofread these ahead of time, I suppose. So we'll give you credit anyway. We had the special event of Gaber Consultants Medical Aesthetic Clinic. Now let's take a shot here. I believe I was joined by Councillors Pietrangelo, Newstag, Patel, and Lococo. Yes, where they make everybody look beautiful, look younger, take away blemishes, wrinkles, and everything else. So they brought me some stuff in a big bucket. They said that with a roller is what you're going to need. Ooh, he didn't take long to get right back in his seat, right? Also, we had three grand openings in a row at Canada One Factory Outlet on Lundy's Lane. We had Chocolate Laboratory, not Laboratory, where they've got all sorts of incredible chocolate eats, including a chocolate bar from Dubai with pistachio in it. So we were joined there by the proprietor, and the smell of chocolate that day was incredible. Also in the same plaza, we had the opening of Hawad Kebab, which is an incredible restaurant with Afghani food and kebabs. The food was incredible. It's their second location. They're also on St. Paul Street in St. Catharines. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Newstag, and Baldinelli. And then we ended with the third opening of Target Golf. I was again joined by Councillors Patel, Newstag, and Baldinelli, where Councillor Baldinelli lined up and showed everybody how you hit a golf ball. Straight as an arrow, 255 yards, and he's got beautiful mechanics as he unleashed his fury onto that ball. Beautiful job. So congratulations to all the three new businesses in Niagara Falls, and if you want to get some lessons, you want to practice, it's a good place to do it inside. Weather won't affect you. And our last celebration was 50th anniversary of Hair Lovers on Queen Street. The Bronca family were there, and what a great celebration it was. I was joined by Councillor Lococo as they celebrated seeing a lot of things since 1975 on Queen Street. And that place, if you look at it, so there's their original business license from 1975. Yeah, $5. And also the place is so eclectic with so many collectibles on the walls. Like you could spend hours in there just discovering all the cool things in there. So congratulations to the Broncos on 50 successful years. Flag raising, we did have Bulgaria's National Day where we did put up the flag. And last thing, city staff team recognition. We do need to acknowledge city staff team from our finance department. Jennifer, Chris, Jody, and Refi were the #1 fundraisers at this year's Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake, raising $3,275, leading the way for this important fundraiser for big brothers and big sisters. How about a big hand for our finance staff? And our next council meeting will be Tuesday, April the 8th, and that concludes everyone's favorite part of the meeting. So moving along, we're now going to civic recognition. So I am going to step out here, right, and I'm going to get a microphone from you. Ready? Thank you, sir. That's on. Thank you. So I'd like to call to the center of the horseshoe somebody who's being recognized today. Adele Carvers. Adele, come on up here. And if we can also bring your teacher, if you could join us as well. And we've got a very special announcement here for Adele. Congratulations. Nice to meet you. Kamsahamnida. So now I know everybody was wondering, what did you just say perfectly in Korean? And a long time ago, when I was in university, like hundreds of years ago, there were dinosaurs roaming the earth, and I took Taekwondo for a few years. Yeah, so I always laugh. I've got a Samsung phone. I was driving a Genesis car. I've got LG appliances, like I swear. And I've been to Korea, and yeah, so I've been there, and but no, I don't have any belts that I can brag of. But today, on behalf of City Council, I'd like to recognize Adele Carver, a high-performance Taekwondo athlete from Niagara Taekwondo. And I'm going to ask the teacher maybe in a moment, maybe he'll say a few words as well. Adele recently achieved a gold medal in the cadet division for Taekwondo sparring. And just to show how good she is, we're going to call Councillor Kerrio here to the middle because we want you to show what you did to your opponents there that day. This achievement has earned her a wild card spot on Team Canada for the upcoming Pan Am Championships in Mexico this April. And on behalf of the city of Niagara Falls, Adele, first we'd like to present to you this pennant, which represents you being a Niagara Falls champ. So I'll give that to you. And secondly is a little gift with some swag. And you can see on the front, Love NF. Anyone guess what that stands for? And of course, we're proud, and it's always our objective to catch people doing things right and to acknowledge great successes and to let you know we're proud of you and we're behind you. Maybe we put our hands together and acknowledge our great champion. Did you guys get one? Do you get one okay? Can you see? Yeah. Now I'm going to pass the microphone over to her instructor, and then we're going to lastly ask Adele if she has any comments to make as well, and maybe you can walk us through the significance of this victory.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for having me here. I'm Niagara Taekwondo. We have 4 locations, Niagara Falls and Fort Erie and St. Catherine. We recently opened our 4th location in the Fawn Hill. From all 4 locations, we have about 800 students training with our instructors. Here, others is she's among the students. She's one of the national champion, and also she went to Pan Am game last year. That's her first experience. So she got the round 16, but this year she go back to Pan Am game, so she's gonna be representing Canada again. I'm hoping she can be first place in the Pan Am game. She can do it. And the last Canada Open is about 60 countries, and she got the gold medal. That's why she got her wild card. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. All right, so she's opted to not say anything. She said, I said more than enough already. So on behalf of the city of Niagara Falls, I'd like to give this little gift to you, wish you well, and then hopefully we're going to have her back here celebrating your great victory at the Pan Am Games. And also we have another Olympic athlete here, Mike Strange, 3-time Olympic boxer, and I think you've been to the Pan Am Games? He's been to the Pan Am. He's been to all the. Did anything you wanted to share? Any words of encouragement, Councillor?
Enjoy the ride because it goes by so fast, and just amazing. And congratulations for everything. And hopefully we'll see you come back with the gold medal at the Pan Am Games and the upcoming Olympic Games. It'll be amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Were you guys impressed with my Korean? Not really? Okay. Councillor Strange thought they should put an apple on my head and have her kick it off with her eyes closed. That's great. Okay, now we are moving on to our planning matters. So anyone following along in the agenda, we're at planning, which is 8. And now we're going to call up. Okay, so okay. Did you want to maybe explain to everybody, Madam Clerk? We're a little bit early.
Yes, actually the planning public meeting is scheduled for 5 o'clock. We are ahead of schedule. I don't want to start just in case if people are planning to attend for the 5 o'clock hour. I just wonder if we can maybe look at something else on the agenda, perhaps a report or even the consent agenda, just to address one of those issues before we move on. And we can go back to the planning public meeting.
Okay, any in particular you'd like us to go to? Consent?
Yeah, do consent.
All right. So we're going to shoot down to consent, which is 10 on the agenda. So first I'll ask, Does anyone want anything lifted on consent before we do them as a block? Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we please pull 10.5, the housing report?
Okay. 10.5. Were there any other ones you wanted lifted, Councillor?
No, just
Okay,
that
so
one.
we'll deal with 10.5 first.
Thank you. In the report, it says in 2024, no exemptions for development charges were applicable for affordable units. Is that going to be normal? We're working towards affordable housing, attainable housing. We've put things in place through the province and through the city here, and we had no development charges, no affordable housing. So I just wanted a little bit more of an explanation on that, if we could, please.
Okay, so we'll go to our General Manager of Planning. Ms. Dolch, if you'd like to address that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Councillor. So in terms of the affordable, obviously affordable is based on the provincial bulletin that came out. If you've looked at the provincial bulletin, it is quite low. So the affordability factor for a single house is 330.
69.
Yeah, 69,000. So and rent is low as well at 700. We're not achieving those right now. Obviously, we haven't had tons of affordable housing projects being built by either the region or other things at this point in time. Obviously, we're looking at some ourselves, so that's good news. But generally, you know, we've been achieving more the attainable, which is based on our housing strategy. Again, we don't yet have DC exemptions for those. We're looking at through through our affordable housing CIP program that's coming this year.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else that we can be doing in addition to what you just said? We really need affordable units, and we're just not getting them.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Councillor. So obviously partnerships, and we've been trying to work on partnerships to try to do those. Cost of construction's up. It's a hard one. 330,000 or 360,000 for to construct a house, including land costs, is tough for a brand new construction. So obviously some of the units they're looking at smaller, more micro units. We did have a project that was looking at them. It hasn't gotten off the ground yet, so we might see that in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments of that? Okay, so maybe we can do the consent agenda in a block. There's a recommendation that we approve 10.1 through 10.5. Motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And I'll just quickly run through what we approved. It was a finance final tax notice, due dates, 2025 property tax rates, annual report delegated authority process, 2024 annual update from the culture section, and the 2024 development housing monitoring report year in review. So we still have a little bit of time.
I would move on to the communications.
Okay, so we'll go to 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. Does anyone want anything lifted? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could pull 11.5 carbon tax and 11.7 Kingston high-speed rail project, please.
7. Okay, Councillor, 11.5.
11.5 is on the approve and support, and it's talking about the carbon tax, which we now have been told that the carbon tax is being removed. So I'd like to pull that on just as receive and file instead of approve and support.
Okay. Okay, so it's a motion by Councillor Lococo. No? Oh, you want to speak to it? Okay. So 11.5, that's a resolution from Sarnia.
11.7.
Okay. Okay, so you made a motion that we just receive it
Receive
and not
and file
support
it.
it? Okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Okay, Councillor Kerrio. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I want to correct the comment what Councillor Lococo made. Carbon tax has not been removed. The rate has set to 0%. Parliament is not in session, so they have to vote to repeal the law. So it has not been removed. It's a 0%. They can put it up anytime.
Okay.
Carbon tax is, the rate is 0% as of now, but they can go ahead and put it to 5%, 4% anytime. The carbon tax law has not been removed yet, because Parliament has to be in a session for it to be removed.
Okay, I see.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, Councillor Patel is correct, but it is at 0 now, so that's 0. It's not there. I really don't want to approve it at this point, so I can vote against it if it goes through.
Okay, all right. So does everyone understand? Yeah, do you want it? Sure.
We did have a seconder, though, as well.
We have a second, yeah, but I'm gonna, our clerk's gonna weigh in.
So right now, as it stands, this particular piece of correspondence from the city of Sarnia regarding carbon tax is currently listed on the agenda as that council support the resolution. Councillor Lococo moving it, Councillor Kerrio seconding it to make it a receive and file report. That's what council is currently voting on.
Correct.
Right. Thank you for that. Okay, so if there's no discussion, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. And then you wanted 11.7, City of Kingston high-speed rail.
Yes, thank you. For this high-speed rail, I read it and I was wondering why we as Niagara Falls are making an approval of this. It doesn't even talk about Niagara Falls being part of it.
Staff would have put that on there. So, Mr. CAO?
I can speak to it in the clerk. The high-speed rail coming into would allow people from the Quebec market to get to the Toronto market, and then we could move them down here a little bit better. So improving transportation within Canada is something that is seen as a positive, and for the tourism industry in particular, it's also seen as a positive.
Thank you. Those make sense, but it talks about that they've already changed their plans and they wanted them to honor the original commitment. I'm not comfortable in supporting something that we haven't been given material on. Yes, high-speed rail to get people down here is a great idea, but we haven't been given any other information. I Googled, did a little bit of research, but I don't think we should be supporting it or denying it when we don't even have all of the information. Because they changed their plans and they want them to honor the original agreement. So I don't even know what the original agreement is. I can vote against it if we don't pull it for support and file.
So your motion is then, I'm sorry, Councillor?
To pull it from approve and support to receive and file.
Okay, and do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Newestag? Okay, do we have any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. Okay, thank you for that. And now we're looking at the balance of the communications. Oh, well, hold on, our clerk is jumping in, sir. Oh, yes, it was, yes.
Just want to make sure
Yep.
that that's included. Thank
Yep,
you.
thank you for that. So, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we approve the remaining of the communications and comments of the city clerk, aside from those two that we just dealt with. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment. I see our clerk added that there was 11.8. I don't
Yes.
know about the other councillors, but I haven't had an opportunity to read it. It wasn't added.
It's online, it's not on the print agenda.
Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, well, why don't we, before then, I'll retract that. Why don't we just look at 11.8? And that's a Town of Fort Erie, Great Lakes, St. Lawrence Cities Initiative resolution. And the bottom line is, did you want to just give us the bottom line, Madam Clerk, of what exactly? What's that? Yeah. Did you want to explain that to Councillor Pietrangelo? Well, give me a chance. I'm trying to call it up on my screen. Go ahead.
Your just talks about working.
Your mic's off.
Thanks, Your Worship. The resolution just talks about municipalities working together that are along the St. Lawrence in order to combat the tariffs that are being put in place. That's all it really is. It's a resolution from the Town of Fort Erie. I think it's very easily supportable.
Yeah, there
By
was
Canadian, by local.
There was a resolution that came from the Great Lakes Cities Initiative. That's all the cities, Canada and the U.S. And Niagara Falls is a member of that Great Lakes Cities Initiative, and they're basically opposed to the tariffs that the president is bringing in. And it's basically some solidarity amongst all the Great Lakes Cities Initiative cities. So we do have a motion from Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we do support the remainder of the communications and comments of the city clerk. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And just basically, we're proclaiming Apraxia Awareness Day on May the 14th. It's flag raising for World Press Freedom Day on May the 3rd. Flag raising for Nikola Tesla Day on July the 10th. That's flag raising for Philippine Independence Day on June the 12th. We already did 11.5, Sarnia. 11.6, resolution, City of Thorold, actions to address mental health, addictions, and homelessness. 11.7, we already dealt with the high-speed rail project with Kingston. And 11.8, Councillor Pietrangelo just walked us through the resolution from the town of Fort Erie regarding the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative resolution. All those in favor? We already did, thank you. Okay, we're good. All right, we still got a little more time. Okay, we're going to go to 12. Everybody, this is communications and comments of the city clerk. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 12.2, Niagara Region's correspondent, and 12.3, the Anti-Racism Committee lecture series.
Okay, the floor is yours for 12.2.
12.2, I would like to remove it from receive and file to approve and support. We just did the Fort Erie one. We've looked at other ones about the supporting the business community, so I think we should support that. That's coming right from our region.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo that we support the correspondence from the Niagara region. Looking for a seconder, Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
Great, thank you. And 12.3, I sit on the Anti-Racism Committee, so I just wanted to invite everyone to this lecture series that the committee is putting on. It's on March the 27th from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Niagara Falls Exchange. It's a great opportunity to come to listen, learn, and lead. There's a lot of things going on in our world right now and in our community regarding racism, and I think it would be a good opportunity. There are a lot of the local organizations in the region have been invited, so it's a great opportunity to come out and learn a little bit more.
And the location?
It is at the Niagara Falls Exchange on March 27th at 6 p.m. It's free. There is a link on the city calendar under that date to register with Eventbrite. It is free, but they would just like to know the numbers.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So did we get the motion yet? No, not yet. Okay, so we are looking for a motion to receive for information the communications and comments of the city clerk. Motion, Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that's opposed? Yeah, okay, that's unanimous. So the one was 12.1 was a resolution from the City of Toronto, Buy Local, Buy Canadian campaign. 12.2, we already dealt with Niagara Regional Correspondence. 12.3, Anti-Racism Lecture Series, we already dealt with. 12.4, correspondence from the Director General of United Against Hate Canada. And 12.5, resolution from the town of Lincoln regarding U.S. tariffs and support for Team Canada. And 12.6, the memo from Planning Supplemental Information regarding explanation of inclusion of Bylaw 2025-029 on this agenda. So, well, we got one more here. 13. Yeah, let's do it. We got 3 minutes. So 13, communications and comments of the city clerk. There's 13.1 and 13.2. 13.1, special occasion permit request for the Hope Gala, the Fallsview Casino Resort, so that they can get their liquor license. And 13.2, Main and Ferry BIA, which I know, Council, you got a conflict. Their proposed budget for Council's approval. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Patel. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. What do you think, Madam Clerk? Okay, we'll just slowly wind it back to planning.
You're going to start to do the presentation?
Yeah, okay. Right. So we'll just slowly turn we're going to item 8 on the agenda. I'm going to call up Kaylin Gertz, Senior Manager of Long Range Planning Initiatives, and Shannon McKee from Landwise to provide an update regarding PBD 2025-16. Okay, I think they're going to come right now. Okay, do we need to do something? Open up? Oh, I've got to do this. Okay, and just before we get started, everybody's kind of getting in place. I'd like to ask our city clerk to please introduce the next item officially on the agenda.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take my time. A planning public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan zoning bylaw to permit owner-occupied short-term rentals in residential areas throughout the city of Niagara Falls. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on February the 22nd, 2025. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land in which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at the public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now ask our, is it our director of planning or general manager of planning? Ms. Dolce, you going to do it? No? Okay, all right. So we're going to ask our senior manager of long-range planning to please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Okay, good evening. My name is Kaylin Gertz. I'm the Senior Manager of Long Range Planning Initiatives. With me today, I have Shannon Mackay, Associate and Principal Planner from Landwise. Landwise was retained to support the work related to owner-occupied short-term rentals. And Shannon will be providing a presentation on the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, including an overview of the consultation that was undertaken. Shannon will also be available for any questions after the presentation and throughout the meeting. We also have with us Frank Peters, Senior Manager of Building Services, to answer any questions related to building permits. And virtually we have Gerald Spencer, Manager of Municipal Enforcement, who's available to assist with any questions as it relates to bylaw enforcement. So with that, I will pass it off to Shannon.
Just going to get familiar here with the technology. I'm going to do it old school. Thank you, Kaylin, for the introduction. As noted, my name is Shannon Mackay. I'm an Associate Principal Planner with Landwise, a planning consultant firm, and we have been retained to help with the owner-occupied short-term rentals project for the City of Niagara Falls. I'm a registered professional planner with approximately 21 years of experience in land use planning. The report before you today includes a series of amendments that are required to introduce owner-occupied short-term rentals as a land use throughout the City of Niagara Falls. The amendments will enable the necessary policies, regulations, licensing requirements, and applicable fees and taxes for an owner-occupied short-term rental to be established in an urban residential neighborhood.
Excuse me, just one sec. I'm sorry, Councillor, you were saying?
Some people in the crowd say they can't hear.
They can't hear. Are some people saying they can't hear? Okay, can anybody, can you hear? The rest of you hear?
With all due respect, it's, sorry, but I'm 82.
So
Hearing is not all that great, and it's, and that's the one reason I came out was for this.
okay, so maybe we can look into, okay, well, maybe we'll ask our staff if we can do anything. Is there anything we can do with the volume for the gallery?
Yep, thanks.
No, we can't
Okay.
change the settings of the PA.
It'll start free data.
Oh, okay.
I can use a louder voice, no problem.
Okay, that seems to work. Okay, great.
It's my mom voice. The City of Niagara Falls has continually acknowledged and managed the evolution of short-term rentals. The current review on owner-occupied short-term rentals comes out of the work completed on vacation rental units and the comments received through the process that indicated that there may be interest in short-term rentals in residential areas where an owner is present on site throughout the duration of the rental. In response to the feedback, in May of 2023, Council directed staff to consider and report back on the necessary bylaw and licensing changes to permit owner-occupied short-term rental units in residential areas of the city. In addition to commercial accommodations such as hotels and motels, short-term rental accommodation incorporates vacation rental units, bed and breakfasts, and owner-occupied short-term rentals. With this review, short-term accommodations have been broken down into owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied types of uses. Today's discussion is regarding the introduction of owner-occupied short-term rentals as a permitted use in residential areas, with the objective being that additional permissions have minimal to no impact on the surrounding community. An owner-occupied short-term rental is defined as a home occupation in a dwelling unit within or accessory to a principal residence that is rented out by the owner to a single group of traveling public for a period of 28 consecutive days or less, and licensed by the City of Niagara Falls to carry out business. A vacation rental unit is very different from both bed and breakfast and owner-occupied short-term rentals. A vacation rental unit is considered a commercial use and is therefore only permitted in commercial areas of the city. The overall difference between owner-occupied short-term rentals and vacation rental units has to do with integrating the use into an established residential area with minimal impacts on appearance, parking, and the use of land. As part of this project, a comprehensive consultation strategy was created to ensure that we had a good understanding of public concerns that would need to be incorporated into any regulation, policy, or bylaw. Together with city staff, we conducted a public survey and public open house to discuss owner-occupied short-term rentals. The public survey was posted between November 4th and November 25th on the city's Let's Talk page. The survey received 289 responses, and the 8 questions demonstrated that there was an agreement that having owners on site, and would address the major concerns identified, but that adding owner-occupied short-term rental as a permitted use in residential areas was still pretty evenly split between support and concern. The public open house was held at 6 p.m. at McBain Community Center on December 9th, 2024. Approximately 30 people attended to review information panels, discuss questions with staff and ourselves at Landwise, hear the presentation, and participate in a question and answer period. Additionally, throughout the consultation period, we received 22 written submissions, and that was through the consultation period that ended December 16th, 2024. We have continued to receive submissions on the project throughout the 2025, and in total to date, we have 33 submissions on the project. Through the survey results, public open house, and written submissions, we saw some common themes for supporting owner-occupied short-term rentals in urban residential areas. Some of the most frequent reasons for support related to residents' opportunity to create additional income from their homes. Others acknowledge the need for alternative accommodation types and lengths of stay that may not be accommodated in your typical hotel-motel commercial environment. The concerns related to enforceability, changes in neighborhood character, and concerns over the loss of potential long-term rental units. The comments were assessed to review and revise the regulations and framework for Council's consideration. The staff report before you tonight highlights the comments that we heard and how they were addressed through the final stages of this project. The updated regulations address key concerns around owner-occupied short-term rentals by requiring owners to be present to mitigate nuisances and maintain accountability, while acknowledging potential impacts on long-term rental housing The regulations recognize the benefits of having an additional source of income for owners while maintaining residential character of the surrounding neighborhood. Studies by Altus Group, CHMC, and Desjardins all confirm that the impact of short-term rentals is lessened by a robust regulatory framework, specifically where an owner is required to be on site. Additionally, the requirement to have an owner-occupied short-term rental within a fully contained unit or an additional dwelling unit does not mean that long-term rentals are not an option. The permission offers the owner flexibility in how the unit is rented out. We heard there have been issues in implementing long-term rentals and that it may not be the preferred first step of having a rental unit on the property. Rents are also not regulated, and there is no mechanism to require an additional dwelling unit to be provided at an affordable rate. The permissions for an owner-occupied short-term rental is a response to homeowners' need to create different income options to stay or enter into a very difficult housing market. To improve enforcement, new bylaws will focus on illegal and problematic short-term rentals. Some concerns were raised about owner-occupied short-term rentals affecting hotel occupancy, but the evolving rental economy has created demand for accommodations with more amenities like kitchens and living spaces. Restricting short-term rentals to tourist and commercial areas does not provide options for owners to create different income opportunities for additional dwelling units that might be difficult to rent for a long period of time, and does not address the continued demand for short-term rentals in residential areas. Without these measures, there will be a continuation of illegal operations that are unsafe. Owner presence on the site is expected to help reduce nuisances and safety concerns, with zoning and licensing requirements reinforcing accountability. The regulations have been further revised to clarify that an owner must be present on site, but does not dictate where the owner must reside on the property. Overall, these measures aim to balance housing needs, neighborhood stability, and tourism demands. The purpose and effect of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments is to define and regulate owner-occupied short-term rentals in urban residential areas. The proposed amendments to the official plan will allow owner-occupied short-term rentals as a home occupation within urban residential areas shown on the map. The policies have been updated to ensure compatibility with surrounding residential areas and to avoid over-concentration. Owner-occupied short-term rentals are proposed to be permitted within 10 of the residential zones within the urban area. Bed and breakfasts are permitted within these same zones, but are also permitted in other residential, commercial, and deferred residential commercial areas. Vacation rental units are only permitted in commercial areas throughout the city. As part of the zoning bylaw amendment, specific regulations have been created to regulate the proposed owner-occupied short-term rentals. It is proposed to be an accessory use within or accessory to single detached dwellings, duplex dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouse dwellings. It does require that the owner of the property be present and the principal residence be on the property. It allows one owner-occupied short-term rental on the site, which must be contained within a unit of its own. That means including kitchen and bathroom facilities. The regulations allow for a maximum of 3 bedrooms and 6 guests, a maximum rental period of 28 consecutive days, parking in addition to the principal residence, and that parking depends on the number of bedrooms being offered for rent as part of the owner-occupied short-term rental. Each owner-occupied short-term rental must have a valid license from the City of Niagara Falls, which must be renewed annually. Should Council approve the proposed amendments today, the decision will be subject to a 20-day appeal period, following which administrative bylaws will come into force and effect. Should there be an appeal on the official plan amendment or zoning bylaw amendments proposed, the administrative bylaws would be held until the bylaws are finalized. Staff will create educational materials and initiate an educational campaign to provide details on the changes and the new process to license owner-occupied short-term rentals. Enforcement will follow the education campaign. As discussed earlier, enforcement will be an important part of the full implementation of owner-occupied short-term rentals. We have worked closely with municipal bylaw staff to understand how enforcement can be managed, and this is reflected in the changes to the administrative monetary penalty system bylaw, fee bylaw, and licensing bylaw. Defining and regulating owner-occupied short-term rentals provides the necessary framework to focus enforcement on illegal operations. I would like to note that there may be other approvals and permits that are required for developments that have not been summarized here, including permits from the Niagara Conservation Authority. In summary, the proposed amendments enable owner-occupied short-term rental within most urban residential areas throughout the city. The permissions recognize the market demand for short-term rentals while prioritizing neighborhood compatibility. The proposed amendments are consistent with the provincial planning statement, meet the intent of the Niagara Official Plan and City of Niagara Official Plan, and represent good planning. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of Council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the Mayor to Ms. Mackay, thank you for the presentation. I know this has been going on for quite a few years and there's a lot of information. I had a couple of questions and I was wondering if you could clarify them for me. It says that the definition for an owner-occupied short-term rental is the principal resident being rented out to a single group of traveling public for 28 days or less. I know some of the concerns from people were that you could rent it for a long term. That doesn't fit within the definition, and I know when you were just speaking, you said that there needed to be some flexibility for long-term rental. So I understand the want to do long-term rental, which we need, but the definition specifically says a single group of traveling public for 28 consecutive days or less. Could you expand on that for me, please?
Yes, sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. The owner-occupied short-term rental is a new definition to specifically address those short-term rental stays. Long-term rental would just form part of the additional dwelling unit options and it wouldn't be established as a separate use and need a separate permission to be established.
Okay, so it doesn't preclude from doing long-term. Perfect, thank you. In the report, it says that Air DNA tracking had 700 to 2,000 listings. There's 64 legal listings for VRUs currently on our website. So does that mean 636 to 1,636 are illegal? And if they are, how many of them are owner-occupied? Because in the report, it did say that most of them weren't owner-occupied. So how does this proposal help with legalizing VRUs if most of them aren't owner-occupied already?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Air DNA, because it's not a permitted use at this point, owner-occupied short-term rentals, it's not something we can follow in terms of how many of those are representative of an owner-occupied short-term rental. The long-term rentals, the data from that only establishes the available short-term rental properties. By establishing this as a permitted use and establishing a licensing program, you would be able to follow that more closely in terms of those illegally operating versus legally operating as an owner-occupied short-term rental. That would add to your ability to enforce how those are operating and to be able to monitor those numbers more closely with more specific representation of how the VRUs are operating in the commercial areas and owner-occupied in the short term. And in the residential areas.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. It says that this is not intended to function as a full commercial use like a VRU. The zoning requirements help to ensure that they would be appropriate within the residential neighborhoods. What exactly does that mean? Other than taking the labels off or the categories, the end result is it's a short-term rental. So what does that statement mean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the use has been established similar to a home occupation. In fact, the language in the policy framework does stipulate that it is a home occupation. So similar to those permissions already established in the zoning bylaw, it is meant to function as an accessory use to a primary residential use on the property. A VRU, on the other hand, when it's fully occupied for rentals on a full-time basis, that operates more commercially, having an owner present on site reduces that commercial aspect and has the accountability focused on the owner.
Okay, thank you. If we approve this process, in the report it says that if an application doesn't fit into the zoning bylaw amendment, minor variance would be required. Would that minor, and it said you can apply for a change of parking, additional bedrooms, or a definition of owner, would those go to the Committee of Adjustments or would they come to Council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the revisions or amendments that would be proposed to owner-occupied short-term rental regulations would have to be determined based on the complexity and the nature of the relief. The parameters within which to go to the Committee of Adjustment would have to be minor in nature. Otherwise, if they're deemed to be more excessive or more permanent, it would be something that would go through an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment through Council.
And what would be considered minor of those things that I mentioned? Parking, additional bedrooms, or the definition of an owner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's tough to say. It does depend on the site-specific context. I'd say there are mechanisms to amend the parking rate through a minor variance, but anything that would get an owner-occupied short-term rental closer and closer to the foundations of a vacation rental unit, that would be something that would go through a zoning bylaw amendment, an official plan amendment.
Okay, great. Just two more questions. I know some people were talking about duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, that they would live in one and then rent out the other ones. I do remember that I brought this up, and I'm pretty sure that the CAO said that they have different addresses so that they wouldn't be allowed. Is that accurate? If you have a duplex, triplex, or fourplex all attached, they have different addresses, can one person live in it and rent out another one if the address is different?
Now, how would the address be different if it's a triplex? It'd be the same address.
I don't know. I brought this up before.
Yeah, Mr. CEO?
Sorry, I think when I remember the question, and I apologize, I think you'd used the term semi, so if the semis were, the question at that time was, I lived in one half of the semi and the other half of the semi.
Semi, not
and I said, those are
okay.
two distinct dwelling units, and you could not do that.
Okay.
If it is a triplex on one property, you know, you can only have the one ADU unit,
okay.
so.
Okay, great. That clears that up. Thank you. And the last question is, it talks about that if there is undue concentration, that council will review that annually. How is that going to work, and what decisions can we make at that time if areas do have undue concentration?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've built in a policy that enables the city to use the data collected as a result of the licensing program to determine if there is an overconcentration in one area for owner-occupied short-term rentals. Without the permissions and the established permitted uses, it would be hard to be able to put numbers to that, and certainly is at this moment without having the data behind what is exactly legal and operating as an owner-occupied short-term rental. So by having that benchmark for being able to determine where there's areas that are overly concentrated with owner-occupied short-term rentals, additional regulations could come into play that would essentially limit how many could be in a certain area, but that would be a separate process and would require further amendments to the bylaw.
Okay, those are all my questions. I'll have comments later on. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Patel, then Ustag.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. For example, if I want to put short-term rental in my household in two-story, So what is the process I have to go through to get a permission to put in short-term rental in my property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, it would need to be in a completely self-contained unit. So the unit would need to be established essentially as an ADU. And then you would have to go through the licensing process and likely get a zoning verification that demonstrates that the owner-occupied short-term rental is a permitted use in that zone. And then through the licensing process, do all the verifications to ensure that it's a primary residence, that there will be an owner on site.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there a different process of building codes? Is there different building codes if you want to do long-term rental or the short-term rental? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might defer to Frank Peter if he's able to come up and answer.
Thank you. Through your worship to the councillor. Yeah, so the Ontario Building Code does require, if you are establishing an accessory dwelling unit, in this case, the short-term rental, you are required to obtain a building permit, and through that process, we will review the building permit drawings and also ensure compliance with the zoning bylaw and issue a permit upon compliance.
Thank you. So is there, I know there is a requirement for, if you want to put B&B in our household, there has to have fireproof insulation in there. There's lots of different requirements there. So that will be the same requirement for the short-term rental too?
There are different requirements when you're establishing an accessory dwelling unit, but through that process, we'll ensure adequate fire separations, proper exiting, adequate windows, lighting, ceiling heights, room sizes. So through that building permit process, we will ensure compliance with that prior to issuance of a permit.
Okay. Thank you. And do you know approximately cost that would cost for one household to turn that into a short-term rental?
So it's hard to say, and it all depends on the situation of the existing, we'll call it a basement. Normally they're in the basement. So if you have an existing basement and it's already partially finished, you've already got a bathroom down there, you may have a wet bar in there. So the cost would be a lot less than if you're starting from scratch and having to do, dig up the floor to put in some plumbing and a new kitchen. I would guesstimate starting from scratch could be up to $40,000 to $50,000 if you're depending on your appliances and all that the other things that you're going to add to the unit. But if you already have good groundwork, it could be $10,000 to $15,000. It all depends on the situation of the existing basement.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
One more question for you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolge. If we do approve short-term rentals, does that go into our housing target inventory?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the way the owner-occupied short-term rental works is obviously they're going to come for a building permit for an accessory dwelling unit. So that's going to count obviously towards housing, definitely. The licensing component will tell us whether it's owner-occupied short-term rent being used for a short-term accommodation or long-term. But it will count towards our housing.
So it will be still, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. The one key word here that we're hearing is owner. I think that's the one thing that's differentiating VRUs to the short term. Can you define, we know what owner means, but can you define what it means in this case? Because if the owner is there but not present, then you're pretty much moving into a VRU. So, and we saw different letters here where people are asking, can their relative fit in if they're not there, or fill in if they're not there? So I think that's the key to having this really work and be to the essence of what the intent of this is supposed to be. So can you describe what that would look like and how we would define owner?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. The bylaw, the zoning bylaw and the licensing bylaw are being updated to incorporate new definitions specifically to clarify these exact issues. So owner occupied means a principal residence occupied on a full-time basis by the registered owner of the property on which the principal residence is located, as recorded and maintained in the records of the Registry Office for the Land Titles Division of Niagara South. So it is the registered owner on title, and that's their primary residence on the property. And then principal residence is also being defined to mean the owner's permanent place of residence pursuant to the Income Tax Act. So those two elements tie that responsibility to be the owner registered on title.
Okay, so I understand. So we have an owner occupied, this owner rents it out for a short term, but that owner goes away. How much time does that owner have to be present the entire time that it's being rented? Because for 28, if they did a full 28 days, it's not really reasonable to assume that that owner cannot leave the property for 28 days.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. You know, we understand the expectation of being able to live your day-to-day life if you're working, if you're going out for groceries. It's something that the municipal bylaw enforcement officer would get in contact, and that they would have to be able to reach the owner and then be present on site for a follow-up discussion inspection. I know that Mr. Spencer is available and may be able to add to that, but that is the intent, is that we understand there's a day-to-day life that has to be lived, and there isn't an expectation that you're there 24/7, but that you're able to demonstrate that you are residing on the property.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so when you're, so what would there be set out parameters for that? Like, so can they go away and put somebody else there? And
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. The expectation is that the owner is residing there for the full duration of the rental period.
So would there be a definition saying that the owner could be reached, like if the bylaw officer attended a complaint, that they would be able to reach them within like a period of an hour, that owner has to be back within that hour? Would we be that descriptive in this bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not written in the bylaw what the expectation of that time period is. You know, I think the municipal bylaw enforcement team would be reaching out to the owner and expect a reasonable response rate to be able to demonstrate that they are residing on the property.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Strange, then Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Shannon, for the presentation. I'm just wondering if you can explain to everybody what the difference is between a legal B&B in residential and this owner-occupied that we're talking about today.
Sure.
Just the differences and maybe the similarities.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The B&Bs are traditionally owner-occupied residence where more than one group of renters or traveling public can rent a room, an individual room in the house, and where food is provided on a daily basis. Similar to an owner-occupied short-term rental in the way that the owner must be present on site. However, a completely separate unit doesn't have that kind of bedroom-to-bedroom scenario where you're renting out a bedroom, you're renting out a full unit, and no food is being prepared.
Okay. And we know we do get quite a bit of complaints with the illegal VRUs, and a lot of the times, you know, people aren't taking care of the property, or they're noisy, and nobody has any person to go to or complain to. Do you know, or Gerald online? Yes. How many complaints do we get from B&Bs? Do we get any complaints from B&Bs, which is basically very similar to owner-occupied?
Maybe we can call on Gerald. I see he's on.
Yeah.
Gerald, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here today, and I'm pretty much married to the councillor. We typically don't get many complaints in terms of giving. I utilize, if you look at River Road as a whole, most of the complaints that we receive on River Road are almost non-existent in terms of the B&Bs. There's no noise-related type of complaints. We generally don't have any waste or debris type complaints. No litter, maintaining the land, they're well manicured. The lots are well manicured in that area. So typically, I'll be honest, since I've been here, we've had almost none in terms of B&B complaints with respect to B&Bs throughout the community, and especially in the River Road area for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got Councillor Baldinelli.
Through your Mayor, maybe Gerald, you could stay up there for me. I just want to know exactly how this will be enforced. I mean, we know we have probably, from what I've read in different descriptions, we 1,200 supposedly Airbnbs currently residing in the area, and I don't know, 50 or 60 are registered. So I don't know what it's going to take to enforce it. So what are the complications for us right now on enforcement? And then if we do find all these, you know, obviously something like this may force people to either not have an Airbnb or follow the procedures that you need to get into it. So I just want to know basically how is it going to be managed, and if you're caught, what would be the associated fines? How would we collect? Maybe the CEO could reflect on that as well.
So Mr. Spencer, could you hear that okay?
Yep, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the fines would be enforced through the AMPS bylaw. So the administrative monetary penalty system, I believe it'll be, in this instance, $1,000 per day. So if you're operating without a license and staff doing inspections, investigations, so we'd approach the property, get a complaint like we typically would do. If a neighbor's complaining about the property, we would knock on the door. We would ask to speak to the owner. If the owner wasn't there, we'd come back expecting the owner to be there. The whole idea is to get people licensed so that people will actually police their properties. The problems that we're having today is that not many people here in the city are licensed. I think it was 64 currently vacation rentals. So this is a licensing process that would allow the city to have some control in terms of enforcement and licensing. So if we attend a property, we can do an impromptu inspection, and you would have to require us or allow us to do that inspection.
Thanks. So are we also going to have somebody, through you, Mayor, are we also going to have somebody like monitoring websites, locations like that? Is this going to be like a full-time position? And what do you think the time required to, let's say I had a complaint that my next door neighbor's, how long do you think that process will take for somebody to come and do something about it?
So once the AMP program is up and running, I'm assuming it's going to be a lot less time than going through the POA process, but we did discuss through the CAO and the general manager about conducting blitzes of specific areas. So if we have a concern with the specific area, we will do a blitz, a proactive blitz on those in that area to address any of the concerns of the neighbors. In the past, we've done that. It's been extremely successful. I'm only assuming that through the licensing process, it's going to be even far more successful, because then people will have to obtain a license and regulate that license. So at any time, we can come and do an inspection, and we would expect that people allow us, or at least show us what exactly they're doing at that property, as opposed to today. You know, your house is your castle under common law. There's concerns in terms of entering into a dwelling, but we have the ability through the licensing process to conduct the impromptu inspection, as opposed to what we do today. We don't have that authority currently.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, thank you. We go back to Councillor Newestag.
Thank you. And actually to Gerald Spencer. So in order to do this, do you think that we would require another bylaw officer to monitor all of this?
So Council did approve the 2 junior bylaw enforcement staff members, so they'll be in play to assist in enforcing this program. So this is the reason that Council did approve the more recent positions. We have a senior municipal enforcement staff. We have a full-time new position that came forward after the officer was promoted to a senior position. We have 2 junior enforcement members. So I think, we're in a better position, certainly, to enforce these types of provisions that are coming forward. Are we in an ideal situation? Sure. I mean, we're in a better situation once we're fully staffed to enforce this.
The reason why I ask, because if we're doing this to benefit the homeowners so that they're speaking more to housing affordability. I'm looking at the fee bylaw as well as the AMPS program, but I know you have a $500 for initial application, $250 for license renewal. Is there any way, as if this was approved and we start to move forward, that we could look at all of this so that this position could be self-sustaining and not require any tax dollars towards this? And I think that should be a goal that we should be looking at, so that this is self-funded for bylaw. So it might mean that the application might be higher license renewal, just so that covers all the cost.
Joe?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, that's the the conditions of the AMP program, is that we're trying to better enforce the provisions of the bylaw. It's a cost recovery system, so basically, as opposed to the court system, the AMPS program is fully funded in cost recovery in terms of the monies that we receive. Currently with the POA program, we almost receive none of that money once we go through the POA court system. So that's the, part of the reasons why we're internalizing the whole AMP program, the AMP system, is for cost recovery, for customer service, and for better enforcement tools and methods in the municipality. So as a whole, this is going to work better for the city. in terms of enforcement and cost recovery.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerald.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Patel, then Kerrio.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Spencer. How does this short-term rental licensing prevent somebody from Toronto just to buy a house here, move their addresses for the licensing and even tax purposes to that address, and not ever live on the property? How do we actually dictate that they live on the property? How do we know that they actually live on the property?
Well, we do so by doing an inspection, Councillor. So once we receive a complaint from a neighboring property owner, we're able to attend to that property, and if there's a person renting the property, we can, almost immediately tell whether or not the person is residing here or not. Sometimes we can't. It's a little bit more complicated in terms of enforcement, but we tend to be able to do so by way of our tax assessment rolls. We utilize VATM, which will be workday. So there's ways that we can identify whether a person lives there or not. Everybody's got to pay a water bill. Everybody's got to pay their taxes. So there's a way for us to determine whether or not a person actually lives at the property or whether they're an absentee owner. Sometimes it's a little more complicated, but we tend to be able to find out if they're residing there or not.
Thank you. You know where I'm going with it. There are lots of loopholes people can get around to. And there's another question I had. Oh, do you have? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Seo.
Yeah, just to add to Mr. Spencer, so there's a couple of other enforcement. Mr. Spencer's team can also monitor the property. So if you say that you're there because of our resources and we don't believe you're there, we can actually monitor the property, see how often your car shows up. Secondly, we notify your insurance company and your bank financial institution on that. And because of the tie to Revenue Canada, we'll be notifying both the Ministry of Finance and Revenue Canada on your principal residence declaration, which is what happens in British Columbia. So, to do that, to do a loophole, and you have to remember, this is about owner occupied. So this is about renting a basement, not your whole house, which is a commercial activity, which, more than half or about half of the revenue is on Airbnb is controlled by 10% of the host. So to jump through that loophole to rent a basement, you would still, even if you're living in Toronto, you still have to do something else with that other house. And if Mr. Spencer goes there, knocks on the door, and now you got two people from the traveling public, you're already hit with a $1,000 fine. Because if he finds two guests there, you're in violation of it. And so, the concept of loopholes, yes, if someone wants to cheat the system, someone can cheat today. I have bed and breakfast there. We don't go and investigate whether the owner, cooked eggs that morning. There are loopholes there. They can just not cook breakfast and still live up to a bed and breakfast thing. So I just want to make sure that the vast majority of VRUs will not qualify under this. This whole program is about having owners and residents be able to rent out a portion of their building. This is not about renting out the whole home. This is not about multiple owners. They'll be restricted to the commercial area. So I just want to, because I think people get confused on that they're thinking someone's going to rent out the whole home on this, and and that's the method that is going down. It's only for a portion. So if you're not there, and Mr. Spencer knocks on the door, and and you're licensed for the basement, but someone else who's not you, can't present ID, opens up the front door, you're already in violation. So you got a $1,000 fine that day. And Mr. Spencer may not, he may come back the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and you can be in a $5,000-$6,000 fines. So, the loophole concept, and this is, again, I just want to reemphasize, of the 1,000 VRUs that are out there in residential properties, my bet is, I don't have the science on this, but my bet is 90% won't qualify. And then we'll be able to enforce on those. And those are the ones that are causing the most significant problems. Not the person who lives in their house and rents, decides to rent it out, 8 weekends in August, in the summertime. That's never been our problem. The challenge with our current bylaw is they're just as guilty as the person who's renting it out 52 weeks a year. And and there's been some significant pushback on the bylaw, and and I'll pick on Mr. Strange just because he's sitting opposite of me. Mr. Strange in his house today, he could choose to rent it out long term, the whole house. He can choose to break up his house into different apartments and rent those out long term. He can choose to have a bed and breakfast, all currently acceptable. But if he chooses to rent out his basement to someone on the weekend through Airbnb, somehow now he's crossed the line. And it's been a challenge for us with our bylaw to rationalize that. And that's why this strengthens that bylaw more so. So I just want to, because there's this misconception that this is about the old style VRUs, which are going to be in the commercial area. This is about someone just renting out a basement, or they live in the basement, they rent out the top floor, whatever they want to do. So just want to make sure. And if they want to try to push that loophole, it's a pretty costly loophole, because you know, if Revenue Canada comes offside and it's no longer your principal residence, then you're faced with a GST exposure on your property. You're faced with an income tax exposure when you go to sell that property, and you're faced with fines. So it would be a pretty expensive thing to try to get away with, to try to make $20,000 off to the side. So,
okay, to that point, you said 90% of the illegal, through you, Mr. Mayor, VRU would not make it to the licensing. So what will stop them from operating as illegal VRUs? They'll still continue to operate as illegal VRUs. With
our new AMP bylaw, and Mr. Spencer can go, we changed our bylaw to say if you're advertising on the platform, you're in violation of the bylaw. And so we can be, you know, I don't want to spill all our cards here in open session, but if you are advertising on it and you're not licensed, right, you know, Mr. Spencer can lay a fine now to you if he proves that that residence was what you'd advertised on the system, and you can do it. So it allows Mr. Spencer to focus on, quite frankly, the guy from Toronto who has 6 houses down here and is not taking care of them. He can focus on that versus, you know, frankly, using resources for someone who's a resident of Niagara Falls, paying their property taxes and trying to rent out their basement. And those are not the ones that are causing issues. So he can kind of discard those. They'll be licensed. We can check on them. We can do that. And then we can focus on the 1,000 that we have out there that are likely illegal, and we can enforce on those. And you know, and that's where we're trying to allow some leniency for people who live in Niagara Falls to make a few bucks off to the side if they so choose. On that in a reasonable fashion, and enforce on the ones who are using it as a full-time commercial enterprise. That was not the intent.
But this is for the people who actually want to run it legally. How about people who want to run it illegally?
Yeah, and that's why we hired 2 additional bylaw officers. That's why we changed the bylaw to say the act of advertising. You know, Mr. Spencer's been through the wars. He's had secret shoppers, and the judge said that's not good enough, and he's done this, and the judge says it's not good enough. We have now a much tighter bylaw that we can enforce, and with AMPS, because now it's a ticketing system versus the POA, he can more rapidly enforce that. We just don't want to catch, the young couple who's trying to pay off their mortgage through a rental in that scheme. We want to go after the people who are those top tier hosts who are using it as a commercial activity, which is not appropriate for the residential area. So this frees him up to do it with the licensing. And we have some work to do over the next year or two to attack that backlog, but we have better tools in place now to attack that backlog. And we also have a mechanism for the individual who wants to do it the right way to go through the process. We didn't have that mechanism until, we still don't have it. Council has to pass it. But this bylaw provides that mechanism for the honest homeowner who wants to do the right thing, who wants to have a safe dwelling, to put it on the market in a safe manner, licensed and enforced. For people who want to break the law, they're going to break the law. And our guys will chase that down, but we don't have to interfere with the other ones.
I have more questions, but I'll ask them later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I got Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Burgess answered some of my questions, because I'm going to try to pull in why we haven't been successful. Most of the people that have called me have said, you've had a dismal performance trying to stop the 1,000 or 800 or 1,200 that are operating illegally now. Why, if I'm living in a residential area should I feel comfortable after this meeting that you're going to be able to handle this one when we couldn't handle the other one? Maybe a little bit more of an explanation where we are, why we haven't had so much success, other than if you don't want to share some things you're doing that's most of the questions I've had. And then just to address one of the things that the councillor had said, if I've got an illegal Airbnb and I want to make it legal into this, I put someone on the title, put them living there, and as long as they're living there, they're on title and get a license, they can continue to operate that Airbnb. Correct. Correct.
Yeah, so two-part question. Yeah, I would say that I would defend my staff to say our performance hasn't been abysmal. I would say that the standard of proof that was required under the POA system was quite high. And to make that enforcement required significant investigation to do it. So we pivoted to the AMPS, which is now available to us, and we'll undertake that. And we also changed our bylaw to tie that down. So we'll be in a much better position to attack those Airbnbs. The enforcement side, I think we're there. I think also change your systems are it is a have to be in a certain standard change if you want to might be a disposition transfer tax issue. If you're willing to pay the tax, and if you're willing to actually legally give somebody else your house with no right or recourse, well, then you run the risk that you just gave that person a house, and if you want to do that for, some to rent a basement out, well, I'm not going to stop that. But I hope that, if you have a property like that, you can give me the property and change title, and I would gladly accept it to rent it. So, that's the challenge that's there. On the owner definition, we may have some certain exceptions where, in many cases, you'd have a husband and wife where one spouse wasn't on title, but the long-term matrimonial thing, and we may accept the fact that, okay, the one spouse died, we may say, yeah, okay, you can transfer that over, that's an acceptable transfer. But if you're just trying to put a daughter in, we'd want to make sure that all the taxes were filed, the insurance knows, and your bank knows that title has changed.
Yeah, I didn't mean to suggest that the staff wasn't doing their job. It's just the results that we weren't getting.
Oh, yeah, no, the results are horrible.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions of council? Did you have another question, Councillor Patel? Yep, here's your chance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. Long-term rentals, you actually have some kind of vetting system where you know who's staying in your house. If the short-term rental, isn't that more kind of dangerous for the house owner to rent it out to people they do not even know who's coming into their house?
So I'll answer it too. Sometimes you do not know, even in a long-term rental situation, because a lot of the problems that we actually get through my office and through Gerald's office is you had a tenant who then rented out to another tenant. And we've had some conviction issues where, and they've been in the paper too, where the landlord's saying, I didn't even rent to this guy, and now there's another guy in there not paying the rent, and I can't even get them out. So that's not always the case. With Airbnb, that platform not only rates owners, it also rates the guests. So that owner is willing to accept that guest, sometimes based upon rating, or they can reject that guest based upon rating. Airbnb also has some advanced analytics that says if you're booking late or if you're booking on certain things, they won't accept the booking because they view it as a party booking and they kick it out. So there are some protections there. At the end of the day, if there is a problem with a tenant though, you are there on a short term, and the ability to trespass that tenant is a lot easier than a long-term tenant. So if there is a tenant that's there that's causing some issues, the owner, who's owner-occupied, can trespass that individual a lot quicker because they've broken the rules of the agreement. You cannot do that as easily, quite frankly, with a long-term tenant. So there is more control over that. And if you have a long-term tenant who is actually not a good tenant, your neighbors might be putting up with that bad behavior for months, where with a short-term rental tenant, you're probably putting it up with hours before it gets done. So we view it as there's more control over that in that for that use.
Well, we have a couple more questions. When we talk about B&B, there's usually only 2 people living in one room. So there's chances of having something go wrong is less versus 6 people living in one property. And my biggest concern is the example we had 2 years ago in Fort Erie, there was a shooting in Airbnb, 2 girls lost their life. And we all, I'm not sure if everybody's aware of it, but there's lots of human trafficking and drug trafficking does happen through residential area. We don't hear about it because it happens through, it has happened around my neighborhood, and I know there's lots of operation that they don't want to make it public, but it does happen. So that's one of my major concerns, crime and criminals coming into the neighborhoods.
Thank you for the question. I think whole home rental is far more susceptible to that than owner-occupied rental. If you have an owner-occupied rental, like we don't have human trafficking issues in our B&Bs. We don't have some of those issues in the B&Bs because you have owner-occupied versus non-owner-occupied, which would be in the commercial areas or in a hotel or that kind of stuff. So, I'm not saying, that's a criminal matter that a shooting can happen in someone's house, no different than an Airbnb. But I think with owner-occupied, with this specific issue, your risks are less because you actually have someone with eyes on the site, and you can have the ability to crack down on human trafficking. You actually have someone seeing what's going on there on a daily basis, where VRUs are permitted in Niagara Falls in commercial areas and you don't have that, you would have a far greater instance of that happening because there's no oversight. So for this particular issue, the safety factor is better for an owner-occupied than for a regular VRU. I'm not going out there saying that this happens on a regular basis and that's a criminal matter. It happens in our hotels, and hotel staff gets training on that. It happens, everywhere. But from my point of view, by having someone present on site, it reduces it versus a regular VRU, which council's comfortable with in commercial areas where you have no oversight.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple other concerns I have with this extra garbage, because we already have garbage dumping into public parks and public trails all the time. With having short-term rentals, I'm sure that will be increasing. And lots of families might be traveling with the pets. So do we have a requirement that we'll be asking them if the pet is vaccinated? They'll be walking the pets on regular streets, and there's other pets involved. So there are lots of attention to detail. There's lots of details we need to go through. Because when you go to a hotel, they do ask you for vaccination proof with your pets.
I'll address this, and I might look for it, but none of those requirements exist with our current VRU policy. So it would be difficult to say, for an owner-occupied where you're only renting it a few weekends, you must have a much higher standard than what the regular VRU policy is. I think if you bring it in, you'd have to also address that for VRUs. The challenge you will have with VRUs, though, is they're not owner-occupied. So, if that is a concern, then you have a concern with our VRU existing policy that it's more easily addressed. Your issue would be more easily addressed with an owner-occupied because there's someone there to enforce it. With the regular VRU policy, frankly, the owner might not know whether you have a dog there or not. They might find out later and then surcharge you back for a pet issue. I just want to. We allow VRUs today. Any problem with a VRU is going to continue on today. With an owner-occupied one, you may have still the same problems, but this is a subsegment of it. And our ability to control it, or the experience with B&Bs has been, they're better controlled because there's eyes on the property at all times.
Yes, but current VRUs are allowed in commercial zone. They're not allowed in regular residential zone. That's the argument here. That's the one thing.
No, I agree, but
Yeah.
they still will produce garbage, they will still have pets that are unvaccinated, they will still have that. So that's, none of those problems will go away. With residential, if they produce excess garbage, you have to pay for the ticket to put it out on the street. That will occur in the same way. And again, and this is no different, again, this, I'll go back to the Councillor Strange example. He could have those same issues as with a long-term rental or with a B&B. And we don't raise those issues for whatever reason with long-term rentals or with B&Bs, and we don't have those issues with it. So with this one, with owner-occupied, I have and this was going to be in my notes for when I address on the report. We allow. We say it's okay to have a B&B. We say it's okay to do long-term rental. It's okay to subdivide your house into 3 units and rent that way. And we'll allow VRUs in commercial areas. The uses are all very similar, but to say this one particular use is somehow different poses a problem, because if we got challenged in the court, why don't you allow this when you allow all these other activities to happen? And this is the trend. We're not the only ones doing it. Toronto, British Columbia, that is the trend. I don't have great reasons not to put it up, and that's why we reviewed all the best practices, and globally these are best practices too when you look at what's going on in Europe and that kind of stuff. So we're just trying to position ourselves, because I think what we're trying to get rid of is the full-time non-owner occupied VRUs. And the best way to get rid of those is not to tie ourselves up with the person who's just trying to make a few extra bucks renting their basement. Because if we wipe that out and someone challenges it and says, well, you should allow for this, I don't know if, yes, we can make our arguments, but I have a hard time getting my head around the fact that I can do all these other things, but I can't do this one thing.
Okay, to that point, some cities do limit how many days you can rent out, so short-term rental. Do we have something like that in our bylaw?
We don't. We can certainly look to do that. The difference with like the Toronto or the France's 90-day rule is that's for the whole home. So in Toronto, it's not we're making you do a legally separated unit. It's you can rent your whole home out in a residential area, or in France, you can do it. And Airbnb actually in their deal with France, they monitor that. We can take a look at that. We have a more restrictive bylaw, quite frankly, than Toronto, because what we're saying is you have to create a legal dwelling unit. There's another advantage to that, because I'm trying to encourage more built form, and this allows the math to pencil out better. So for example, I may spend, because Mr. Peters there holds me to the building code, and I have to spend $60,000 to create an auxiliary dwelling unit. And if I put that into the rental market at, just so I can do the math easy, $1,000 a month because it's a basement apartment, I make $12,000 a month. I got a 6-7 year payback on that. But if I can rent it out to the student 8 months of the year and then go on to Airbnb and rent it out in the summertime, I can probably pay that back quicker. And then maybe in 5 or 6 years I'm not doing that because mom needs to move in, or something else happens to it. So part of this is to encourage legal more ADUs to come on. St. Catharines, for example, is writing checks for $80,000 to create ADUs.
Yep.
We don't have that. But we do have a market here that people could actually do the math on it and do it and create it without having to subsidize it from taxpayers' dollars. And as long as we regulate it and the use is compliant with the standards, then we can add ADUs into our marketplace without having the taxpayer subsidize it.
Well, the concern I have is Niagara Falls is different compared to all the other cities. We have 13 million people coming every year. We are a small city, and when we put the short-term rentals in a residential area, it will change the characterism of the neighborhoods, and lots of people will not feel safe, because I personally myself, my kids are older. If I had my kids little playing on the sidewalk, and if my neighbor had a short-term rental, they have new tenants coming every weekend, I would be very afraid. So there are lots of questions, there's lots of complaints will be coming forward, and there's lots of details we have to look at this, because I want to get all the questions out so we're not here in 2 years when we are complaining. We have so many complaints that we have bylaw officers cracking down on these short-term rentals, and we have to hire more bylaw officers, more parking patrol people to patrol the cars on the street and all these short-term rentals. So I just want to get all the questions out here so we're not 2 years in the future, we are not sitting there when we are not regretting that we should have not gone this path. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Baldinelli?
Thank you. I've done a lot of research, and this is really actually not too bad. But I was just wondering if we could, elaborate more. Like, this is all about the neighborhood, and neighborhoods being acceptance of it. A lot of people don't like it in their neighborhoods. Is there some kind of way that we could actually give notification in a neighborhood that someone has applied or has successfully applied, so everyone's aware of it? First of all, number one. Number two is, can you implement almost the neighborhood watch thing again, where now instead of Gerald getting the calls and stuff, like you can once you know someone has it, now you can monitor to see if they're actually doing what they're saying, right? They're doing, because you had a license about it. And I know these might seem far-fetched, but it's almost like when you have an accommodation and it's rented out, somehow there's like the mailbox, there's a flag goes up, and we know that house is currently having someone in there. So that way, your neighborhood is aware of what's happening. They're keeping it up, making sure it's up to date and everything like that, just so that everybody's aware. If it ever does pass, if it passes, I think there's some kind of way that we can make it part of the neighborhood, because it's going to happen anyways.
So let's ask our CAO.
On the public notification, the licenses are public, so each of the addresses would be known, so you would know if someone has applied for a license. Don't have a mailbox thing for vacancy, no vacancy, but I think most residents would understand when there's new cars in the driveway. As far as notification, I think we've the one thing we have done is almost all the VRU complaints are based upon whether they're licensed or not. So, and we've notified the public about that. So we get a pretty steady stream of that. And so if we have an unlicensed one or one that's not operating appropriately, I don't really see an issue on that. We don't have problems getting neighbors to call on other neighbors. It's not an issue we have in Niagara Falls for sure. So I think on the enforcement side, that's that. And and this is one of the best things about licensing, is that if you do have a bad operator, I can yank the license, right? And then and then things can really happen. If it's much easier to deal with a licensed individual and get corrective action, because their license can go away on top of the fines, and that's one of the best things. And like if we make it we'll drive it underground, and then we're trying to do investigations where they're claiming that, oh, that wasn't I didn't rent it, that's my cousin, and that's this and that's that, and you're trying to drive, you're trying to then chase something it's not black and white at that point in time. But if we get them licensed, enforcement becomes a lot easier, and that is the key. So that way, if you do have a problem owner, or we can take it out. There's also other tools there that didn't exist in years before, and Airbnb has a noise sensor that you can place into it. And therefore, and it protects their owners too, because you'll get a lot of complaints that are not actual legit complaints, just people complaining. So sometimes the owners have these to prove that no, there was no noise going on at that time, because it's being monitored by a third party. So there are things. At the end of the day, we want in my feeling is, if I have a licensed owner-occupied property in my neighborhood, the ability to control that property is much greater than a owner occupied long-term rental. Because our ability to enforce good behavior on a long-term tenant is pretty nominal. But my ability to pull a license on someone is pretty quick. So if it's about neighborhood continuity and that kind of stuff, I'd much rather have a license and an enforcement regime than not.
Thank you very much on
Just
that.
to that point, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Councillor Kerrio, did you
No,
have
it's
something?
another point.
It's another point, okay, I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, will this be similar to, obviously you can pull the license if they're non-compliant. Will this be similar to the Niagara Region's like health inspection? So if I look up that license now and see that the license will be there saying it's been revoked or something there telling me that and why it was revoked, or is that non-public disclosure?
I don't know if we planned that, but I think that's a good point. That's a good suggestion. I think we would certainly add that if we have revoked a license, that be publicly notified.
Yep. To that point.
Would there be a demerit point system where, they have one strike, two strike, and they lose the license?
I'll let Mr. Spencer. Normally, there's an education process, and so I think there's an investigation and an education process. But no, it's a fine, and then you may get a couple of fines before we pull the license. But the fines are significant. But I'll have Mr. Spencer comment on that.
Gerald?
Yeah, to you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So it's $1,000 a day. Once the amps are up and running, it's $1,000 per day. So if you're operating legally without a license, we can charge you $1,000 a day. And as our CAO just suggested, we can get upwards of $10,000, $20,000. I know other municipalities have had in excess of $100,000. There's some in our region that have had fines as high as that utilizing the AMPS program. So certainly we want people just to comply. And to the CAO's point, we want people to be licensed so they'll better police their properties. The concern that I have is properties aren't being policed. The issues with B&Bs are almost non-existent because people are there and they're on site. They're at their property and they're actually policing their property. So we don't have those same concerns that we've had with the illegal vacation rental unit. Most of the concerns that we've had with noise, grass, parking all over the place, things of that nature, I don't have those concerns with the B&Bs in the municipality, nor have I ever, off the top of my head, I can't even think of any complaints that we've had in terms of noise or parking issues or concerns. And if we did, I'm certain that because the owner's on site, we can call the owner and they can rectify it wholeheartedly and quickly, as opposed to vacation rental units. We got to chase people down to find out who it is sometimes that owns them and then approach it that way. But certainly with the new AMP program, you're going to see a better enforcement tool in terms of enforcement.
To that point from Mr. Mayor to Mr. Spencer, will there be appeal process? Because I remember in VRU, if they appeal in their cases in the court, they keep on continuing to run them as an illegal VRU. Would that be the same case here?
So no, with the new AMP program, there's not so much, we don't call it an appeal process, we call it a screening process. So once we issue you the fine, you have 15 days to pay that fine, or you can apply for a screener. That'll be through our city solicitor staff. So they'll be doing our screening on behalf of the municipality and they'll try to resolve it at that level. If they can't, for whatever reason, most issues are resolved at that level, but if they can't, then it'll go to a hearing. We have a paralegal that will sit and listen to the issue and they'll render a decision. The decision is final and binding. I should stress that the PO8 process is, it can be upwards of a 2-year process, Councillor. The AMP program from beginning to end is more like a 60-day process. So you got the 15-day initial, it's actually 45, but we factor in a few extra days because we're going to apply to municipal tax bill. So ultimately, it's a far better system. The AMP program, higher fines, quicker resolve to concerns of the community, and it's all internal. It's a cost recovery program as opposed to the court system where we lose almost all the revenue once it goes through the PO8 process. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kerrio, then Lococo.
Yeah, Your Worship. The other concern I had was on notification. Our council has always prided itself on when we're doing a rezoning or changing something in a neighborhood, we always worry about notification. Did we give proper notification? Usually, a notification would go out to any affected people within a certain area on a zoning issue. A sign would go up on the property where people could drive by it for weeks or months or whatever to see that this is going to happen. I'm a little bit concerned that by the size of the crowd we have and by the issue we had last time and the amount of complaints that we haven't given, or the average individual hasn't been given enough notification that this is citywide. So I talked to 4 or 5 people and told them that this was on tonight's meeting. They had no idea. No idea. Some of them were people that complained the last time we talked about Airbnbs. So have we given enough notification? We approve this tonight and then get a huge amount of backlash that the average resident in a neighborhood had no idea that this was coming up tonight. We had, I'm not sure what the notification process exactly was, in the paper, on our website. Well, most of the people don't read, a lot of the people, I don't want to say most, a lot of the people don't read the paper today, don't look at our website, aren't watching on TV. So did we give the residents enough of an opportunity to voice their opinion? But this really is not about us, not about what we want. We're put here to do what they want. So I want to make my vote based on what the majority of the residents want me to do, as I really don't have that big an opinion one way or another on this. I just don't want to do it for someone else and they come back and say, well, you didn't tell me, I didn't know. I had no idea that this was on tonight's because I didn't get a notification. I didn't see it in the paper. That concerns me a bit, and I don't know if the staff could address that concern or if the other councillors are happy with the notification that we did give.
Yep, Ms. Dolch, did you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of notification for citywide amendments, it's a standard procedure and it's in accordance with the Planning Act. So we put the notice in the paper and the website. We don't do citywide notification. The cost obviously would have a severe impact to the city's budget. Again, because you're notifying you'd have to notify every resident on our tax roll, and you'd have to send out individual mailings. So the cost of that is quite substantial. You're probably in around $25,000-$30,000 just to send out notification. But this is the standard procedure. Obviously, we do Twitter, Facebook, all the things, social media. So for people in the city and listening, definitely sign up for those because that's where our citywide amendments go, as well as the paper. I know the paper's starting to become obsolete, but we're hoping people are picking it up on social media. And that's, that's the minimum requirement under the Planning Act, and that's what we've done.
Okay, thank you, Kira. So that's kind of my issue, that I think that I understand that we've complied with what we had to comply with, but considering this is an issue that could affect every residence in Niagara Falls, in this case, is it good enough? Just my own question.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo, and then we are going to go to the gallery. I know we have a lot of people that have registered that want to address council. You'll all have your chance to do it. One at a time, you'll have 5 minutes each, up to 5 minutes each. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We were just talking about pulling a license, and maybe there could be a notification that a license would be pulled. If there are licenses, will they be put on our website like there currently is for the VRUs? You can go on there, 64 on there. If we do this, will they all be listed that they're licensed?
Yeah, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, they would be listed on that same, it is a license, so it would be listed on that website.
So if they're not on there, they're illegal?
Through Your Worship, that's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've had a fulsome discussion here of council. So next up, let me just read my notes here. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting any appeals as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Madam Clerk, I understand we have some people who wish to speak, so did you want to start to bring them up one at a time?
Yes, I do have an extensive list, so I will ask, the first person that I have registered is actually on Zoom, Umesh Sharma.
They're not there? Okay, they're not here. There's about 11 registered on the list. Plus, if anyone in the gallery hasn't registered, you'll have a chance.
So then we'll move on to the
Okay,
next person.
sounds
So the
good.
next person is Gabriella Guo.
Is Gabriella there? Yep. Okay, is Gabriella there? Gabriella Guo? Did you say she's there?
She's there.
Hello?
Or he? Is this Gabriella?
Hello?
Where?
Hello?
Hello, yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. It looks like it's muted here.
No.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment
So
on
if you
this,
could start by stating your name, your address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Livio Cojocaro. I'm Gabriella's husband. And we live in a residential area at 7667 Golden Rock Trail in Niagara Falls. It's a new development. And we recently finished a backyard suite, separate altogether from the main house. I don't know if the new regulations is going to apply to backyard suites also. And we built a backyard suite for our parents to move with us, but they're not ready yet. They're still independent. They might live 2-3 months a year with us, and they will go travel and come back. So in the same time, we want to have the flexibility of using the space for short-term rental, because we got to pay the extra taxes and extra cost we require to build this backyard suite. So my question is the backyard suite considered an EDU? Is going to be part of the provisions? Okay. And how long we'll have to wait until we're going to find out the new requirements?
Okay, Ms. Dolch, the backyard suite.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Speaker. Yes, a backyard suite, as long as it was in one of the zones listed in our bylaw. I don't know his actual zoning, but most likely, because it's an R1, R1A through R1F, so.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, did you have any other question?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
I have next on Zoom Pat Puga.
Pat Puga, are you there? No? Okay, all right.
Next up, attending in person, I have written down here Amir Haskell.
Amir? Yes, if you'd like to come up to the microphone, please. If you could just tell us your address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes.
We're just going to switch mics so that it's...
My name is Amir Haskell. I live in 7750 Shadebush Lane, and we have a license B&B. And I wanted to ask why, like we have 4 bedrooms, why they don't let us to one group accommodate in the 3 bedrooms, only in the 2? That's one question. The other thing, from what I hear here, I have kind of small suggestion, if I may, that instead of looking to fine all the people that's illegal, over 1,000, why don't the city come up with something special, telling them, first year you don't have to pay the licensing, but you have to do the licensing. If 1,000 people will come and do the license because of it, the next 2 years the city will cover double than.
Okay, well, maybe we'll go back to Ms. Dolch again, our General Manager of Planning, to answer those questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with regard to, obviously licensed B&Bs aren't changing. The regulations are remaining as they are. So nothing's going to change in terms of your B&B or how you operate, as long as you operate in accordance with our current bylaw. So that's not changing. And the second question, I apologize, I didn't catch all of it.
So why we cannot use the 3 bedroom, only 2? We have the 3 parking lot. We have 1 car. But the group comes, usually parents, sometimes with the grandparents and 2 kids. Why can't we not put them in a 3 bed, in all the 3 bedrooms, and we have to use only, we're allowed to use only 2 bedrooms?
The cycle parking restrictions are too stringent because he
Oh.
himself and the free on the.
And, okay. You think? And that's something we can look at in the future, and something we'll look at. Right now, we're not proposing to change anything with the B&B licensing, but we'll definitely take your comments away and give some thoughts to that as we move forward.
Yep. All right, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
I have John McDonnell.
John McDonald. Okay. If you can just state your address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes, John.
Great. John McDonnell, the old Vecchio Ironworks at 5397 Forsyth Street. A little bit of history there. I hope we can live up to it proudly. I've prepared something because I'm really bad at memorizing, so if you don't mind, council members, Honorable Mayor, and to all present taking interest in such an important issue, thank you for your time, your patient ears, and open minds. My name is John McDonnell on behalf of Solutions Squared. I'm here to engage you in a new way of how we look at rapid modular housing and its applications to solve a crisis. At some point, I'll take a breath. For 2 centuries, we have honored those that fell before us by creating the most welcoming and vibrant country for those from all corners of the earth. Together, we have contributed piece by piece, brick by brick, to a magnificent palace of shared democracy. It is in this spirit that my sons and I have come to Niagara Falls, again to place our startup corporation's headquarters right here in the heart of Niagara Falls and the gateway to all that is Canada. We specialize in modern modular engineering and have a proprietary design for a stackable, scalable ADU. We will be constructing prototypes and proof of concept manufacturing facility here locally with the intention of a large-scale volume manufacturing facility taking place right here in the Niagara region. For us, this is a very passionate topic. It represents one that we've been working diligently in to help bring solutions to a crisis that seems to only get worse year by year. For nearly 3 decades, our founding family fabrication shop has been solving a variety of challenges and providing solutions in metal. As an answer to the housing crisis, we began manufacturing container homes and modifying and engineering modular stack solutions for homeowners seeking work-from-home solutions during COVID, garden suites, and additional residential units, and the like. It was through these hard-learned lessons that, and with hands-on knowledge we gained from the downsides of container homes, that allowed us to now develop our own proprietary Spartan pod, as we see this as a product solution to this housing crisis. We are all aware of the alarm bells that have been ringing for the past 5 years with the constant CMHC reports about the desperate shortfall of housing units coming online. We've watched year after year as housing starts and new units decline drastically, when we should be seeing these numbers tripling every year. The time for action was 10 years ago, and if we don't take the necessary action now, we will be leaving our children and grandchildren with a legacy of tents under bridges. We are Canadians, and we can do better. We were able to bring on just over 200,000 new units across the country last year, with 24,000 of them being in Ontario. The crashing condo market has only spotlighted the desperate need for more value in our real estate. We find one area that is new and untapped, that is the density infill construction industry. Experts agree infill construction will account for about 15 to 25% of new construction over the next 25 to 30 years. This huge growth segment is currently being filled with general designs of sheds that are manufactured in China and shipped to us through American intermediaries. The latest debacle with Hamilton's homeless shelters has shown us exactly what happens when a single source, no bid contract is given to purchase $1,600 Alibaba crates that the city paid $35,000 a piece for. We should all be very embarrassed and upset, as this does not represent us or what we intend for our homeless and transitional housing solutions. Municipalities all across Ontario are stepping up to the challenge and coming up with an ADU rebate program that we're proud to be a part of. In other, kickstart and incentivize infill construction. You mentioned St. Catharines and Mayor Cisco. We've had great meetings with them, and their $80,000 rebate program is leading the way. It was inspired by Collingwood's program, which again we're a part of the pre-approved design programs with, as well as other municipalities like Saugeen Shores looking at being a pre-approved ADU rebate program. Garden suites are an incredible opportunity to take advantage of large lot developments with wartime bungalows, which is a plethora of the the kind of real estate that is in Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls is in a unique position as a world-class attraction. We have an opportunity to be more than the sum of American chain motels and hotels. This city is investing in education through the expansion of Niagara College and Niagara University. Some of the brightest minds in the world will be passing through Niagara Falls and looking to make it their home. Some iconic brands have called Niagara Falls home, from Post Shreddies to Zippos sent around the world, proudly displaying a Made in Niagara Falls, Ontario logo. Not to put down the modern selfie studio, but Niagara Falls as a city and as a people are capable of great things. I believe Niagara Falls has the greatest opportunity in Canada when it comes to creating a revolutionary ADU program. With some creative funding examples, maybe a tax or certain surcharges, all kinds of things we could do and look at that would help us create a rebate program for the local homeowners and help incentivize such a program. As the Canadian tourist dollar,
John, your 5 minutes is up.
I'm so long-winded. Thank you all for your time. I greatly appreciate it. I hope, as a conclusion, that we can engage together as private and public partnerships to bring more housing units online. Regardless of how they come, we need more units.
Okay,
thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
It's a good commercial.
Hey,
I wrote that today. You're going to get a bill for that commercial, or just...
Madam Clerk, who do we have up next?
No more infomercials, please.
Next up, registered, we have Aras Risi.
Eris? Oh, yeah, Eris, yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You can just state your address.
Yes, Aras Risi, resident of Niagara Falls. Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity. I just want to go back to memory lane, and thank you. Welcome back to the council. I guess we have the picture from 2018. I'm going to read some of the excerpt that has been said that time. Letting young people start to buy houses because they could use the income from the second unit to support their family house. And then the idea of keeping seniors in the same neighborhood. Enable the younger people staying here. In Thunder Bay, that was really standard way of buying a house. When I was there, you bought a house and you put in a room and you rented it to students, and that was how the young people bought their houses. Since 2008, with the bed and breakfast and vacation rental bylaw has been passed, we had some fundamental changes, cultural changes. Number one, now you could have ADU. As of right, you could have your basement legal. Anywhere in Ontario, you could have 3 as of right. Number two, COVID-19 changed a cultural shift, where that now people, they want to have their own private toilet and kitchen. And third, we have a housing affordability crisis, particularly for millennial and Gen Z. But on a bright note, we now have University of Niagara Falls, Canada, which means that our city has a university. The problem is that as of now, I guess maybe there's a little bit of misunderstanding. As of now, you could have 3 guests, 3 cars, comes to any residential neighborhood as of now. That's the law in the book. What this proposal suggests is that, you know what? Instead of 3, you're going to have 1. Because the legal problem that the city is trying to address is that the moment you put a kitchen in your basement, that will be considered separate unit. This is what this policy is about. Because if you reject it, still 3 cars can go to the neighborhood. Still 3 guests can go to the neighborhood. Because we have the bed and breakfast already. And I'll be glad if our CEO wants to correct me on this one. But the moment you put a kitchen and a bathroom, all of a sudden you're equivalent to someone from Toronto that comes here. Your Worship, I don't have Airbnb, nor am I here to defend Airbnb. As you know, on my free time, I mentor youth, and I'm here at so many times advocating and lobbying on behalf of millennial Gen Z. I want to support the staff for bringing this proposal because this proposal gives an opportunity for millennial Gen Z to get into house ownership. Instead of talking so much about tourism, I think it's best to talk about education city because this university is going to bring us 10,000 students. That's a godsend for us. That's the opportunity for us to have our seniors on a fixed income to have extra money in their pocket. Now, what is very great opportunity, and I encourage us instead of tourism, talk about students, is that historically fall, winter, and the spring is the calendar year for students. Waterloo, for example, forces the students to pay the full year. But now in Niagara Falls, what we could do, fall, winter, spring, we could have a student and tell them, you know what? I don't want you to pay the full year because over the spring, we have a lot of tourists. I'm going to give it short-term rental to those students, to those tourists. I'll make more money. We make our city a lot more attractive for students instead of going to Waterloo to come to Niagara Falls to get their education here. The other issue is that I see, again, there's so much talk about tourists. The University of Niagara Falls has a hybrid program. They are letting the students to take their courses online, particularly targeting professionals from GTA. You study your material your own, you go to the work, 1 weekend a month, 2 weekends a month, sometimes Saturday, Sunday, Friday, you have to come to Niagara Falls to go to the class, lectures, assignment, and what have you. This means that younger generation who wants to pay off their mortgage or seniors on a fixed income, what they could do, they could engage, as I'm trying to demonstrate in my here, you get engaged with 1 or 2 master students. You tell that one, you know what, I'll give you a little bit of a space. This is your cupboard in my basement. This is your closet, you put your stuff. Every different weekend, 1 weekend Johnny comes, another weekend Jenny comes. We could make our city a lot more attractive. Then think about this. These professionals, they have their kids. When they come here to get education, every now and then, the whole family comes here. So I encourage the city not to think just about this is about tourism, because I feel like there's too much talk about Airbnb. No, this is about having opportunities we didn't have. And gives us a lot of opportunities, because I'm hearing a lot of long-term rental. There's a lot of housing that people, they don't want to give it to tenants. It's just a matter of if, it's a matter of when your tenant stop paying you the rent, and they take you have to take them to Ontario Land Tribunal, and ransom is legalized, called cash for a key. A lot of people, they have basements that they don't want to rent it. But we're going to have 10,000 students coming here anyways. We give the opportunity. Some people, they want to do full-time rental, they can do it. You want to do it rental to students, and then after that, rental short-term, you could do it. You want to do short-term rental to master students solely, you can do it. And some people might decide, you know what? Whole year, I have these 2 or 3 master's students on a short-term basis constantly come to my place, staying in my place. These are so many creative solutions that gives us opportunity to tap into this potential. So I encourage you to pass this bylaw. And the only thing, I've just picked 1 sentence out of this submission that I felt is very touching and summarizing, because I myself attended the open house. That was a topic of open house. Too many families can't afford a home and have their children or parents and adults living with them. The owner of property selects and determines who can represent them, not decided by the City of Niagara Falls. Family dynamics have changed, and a lot of owners have adult living. Could their own parents or their own children that have full-time jobs, paying taxes, and living at home, trying to save up enough to make the big step in life? I understand the concern about Toronto people. I myself don't want Toronto people to come here, but I hope that city create this opportunity for millennials and Gen Z so they can tap in and make a little bit of money. And finally, I just wraps it up by summarizing what I'm trying to say is that if you reject this proposal, still 3 cars, 3 houses, they can go to every single residential. All we are doing instead of 3 cars, we are going to 1 car, 1 set of guests in the basement. And with that being said, I want to thank you, and I hope, and finally, I want to, through your worship, I want to thank our CAO and our Director of Planning for bringing this city initiative proposal to truly bring us, because frankly speaking, how could you enforce it? How could you enforce it if somebody puts someone in their additional dwelling basement? Enforcement of that would be very hard. So I appreciate the city bring that proposal, and I hope all of us will look at this, not just about tourism, but rather than more restricting what is already permitted. And with that being said, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and you made some good points there, especially with the half the long-term, half of short-term. Is that something that's possible that we could do as well? So if you wanted to, for a student who's there 8 months, and then for the 4 months they're off, could you offset that by having some short-term rentals there?
Yeah, because it's an actual ADU, they can sign an 8-month lease. My son went to Western, he had to sign 12-month leases. 8 months were not an option in London, but yeah, the landlord the owner could say, I'm only going to give you an 8-month lease for your school term, and then, in the other 4 months, do weekend rentals on a short-term basis. They would have to be licensed, though, for that purpose. So They would license themselves for that purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Through you to the CEO, I appreciate you bringing. That's exactly, given that I volunteer youth, on my personal time, I volunteer youth, that's what I know. That's the challenge. That when they go to Waterloo, for example, they are forced to pay for the full year. Our city could really differentiate itself and bringing thousands of students to spend their money and dollar here, because if you come to Niagara Falls, you only pay for the 8 months. That will be a differentiating factor. And And at the same time, I've spoken to the students. The students are very excited about that. Even I talked to some of the faculty members. Faculty members are also interested because a lot of them commuting. They will be interested if they have an opportunity that they can go, instead of some hotel and motel, they can go someplace they have a little bit from their cupboard, a little bit from personal items, and that will be a lot more attractive to them to come here, going back and forward, and essentially helping us to, because think about this, Waterloo, 20,000, 40,000 students. If we get students in our city, the income that generated will be phenomenal.
Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through Mr. Mayor, I wanted to correct a couple of things with the area, with B&B, they only allow maximum 2 cars, not 3 cars. Same goes with that short-term rentals. And what you bring up the point about the rentals for students. Lots of students who do live, for example, my daughter lived in Western. My daughter went to Western, and she signed a lease for 12 months, but she did sublet her 4 months when she was here. So there are also options there. When you sign up for 12 months, you can still sublet for 4 months. So it's not that there's no option there. There are options there.
That is correct. It will be a lot easier, more attractive.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Schuss? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
The next person registered is Frank Messina.
Welcome, Mr. Messina. So you got up to 5 minutes. If you just state your address, please.
Yes, I'm at 5710 Churches Lane, and greetings to councillors and mayor. I've been a landlord for many, many years, and I've had the opportunity to be in many homes. I'm just speaking on behalf of the Airbnb, why it should be allowed. I've been in many places being a landlord myself, and you can't get tenants out of your place. Even the good ones seem to turn bad after because there's no protection for a landlord. And having said that, when you look at people, because I've had friends who have an Airbnbs, and I've been in Airbnbs, the places look, you know, the ones I've been, they look very well, they look nice, the people take care of them. I have my own places, got a few rentals myself, and there's a mess around. They make a mess around the place. Other tenants complain, and you can't do nothing about it. It takes so long to get to the board that you can eventually get a hearing. Not that you want to evict anyone, but you know, there's consequences to everything. You don't want to put nobody on the street. And I've been one of those people where I haven't increased rent in many, many years myself, right? And you give opportunity because nobody wants to see a person on the street. It's sad to see people in tents in our community. You know, I've been here almost 50 years in this country. It's been a beautiful country, but it's so sad to see people out there. But it's not Airbnb's fault that there's a housing shortage. I'm afraid to rent anymore. I have places that I can rent, and I'm terrified. As a matter of fact, I want to just sell now and liquidate because I'm afraid to rent. I love to rent to people, and you know, I mean, so I don't think, to me, what I've seen, and that little bit of information I can give because of firsthand experience for over 45-something years, I don't think as the Airbnb that that's the problem. I think the Landlord and Tenant Board Act has to change. And then people like even myself, I'm willing to stay, you know, in the market and keep on renting, you know. On that note, thank you so much. I don't want to take any more undue time. I'm open to questions.
I think we got a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Messina, I've got Councillor Strange and then Councillor Patel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Frank. And I think I've heard a lot of people saying the same thing. You know, they've been renting out long-term rentals where they can't get the people out. And to try to get them out, there's a lineup for a year. You try to get, you know, Judith Callender from St. Catharines who's trying to help you out, and you know, has to do with law and trying to get them out, but it takes up to a year, and it costs you to get rid of them, and when they're not even paying you for rent. So is this something you would be interested in doing? Would be owner-occupied rentals, so you can, you know, I'm sure, you know, if you rented your place, say $100 to $150 a night, that you had a separate place, would that make up the income that you would, or would be a better situation for you than a long-term rental? Because obviously being Airbnb or owner-occupied, you have to actually take care of your property, because if you don't, they're not coming back. It all goes by reviews. Where you get a long-term rental where they got the whole place, they're not taking care of it, they're not cutting the line, they're not putting the garbage out, they're doing damage to your drywall we have to replace every year. Is this something that you'd be interested in yourself?
Of course, I can show you, I haven't brought any facts here. I would have loved to bring a slideshow to show some of the tenants, what they've done to my places. I have tenants right now that are just, as soon as you serve them with an N4 notice, you're not even evicting them. You're just saying, listen. And I mean, I'm not evicted. I mean, I tell you where, you know, I mean, we get, you know, you hear on the news 40,000. I can tell you I'm into hundreds of thousands in loss. I mean, it's crazy, right? Not only do I look Santa Claus, I try to be real Santa Claus. Well, I mean, so, yes, so I'm for that reason, because I don't have the energy of a young guy anymore. I'm a senior myself.
Yeah.
You know, so I could put up with these, you know, you could do it. But now, you know, I've become financially strapped myself, and I can't go to work.
Well, it seems like you're one of the good guys that are really trying to help, you know, people get off the street and an affordable, long term. And unfortunately, it's you know, especially with, you don't know what's going on with the market, you don't know what's going on with mortgage rates. They go up, and you still got to pay your mortgage no matter what. And these people aren't paying for it, and then they know the system. They stay in your house till you get them out a year later, and it'll cost you to get rid of them.
Yeah, it's becoming, it's just horrible situation. And I mean, like I said, you don't want to see people. I just say it's horrible to see people in tents. But something like that, maybe, you know, I'm asking support. Lobby our governments or something, because I don't think, you know, you hear and I says, you know what, I need to go here and say something. I've heard years ago of something. If you see there's a problem and you don't do nothing about that problem, you are part of that problem. So I hope I can be a part of the solution.
Yeah, and I've talked to adjudicators who've saying that they're got a lineup down the line. They actually said it's better off just to pay to get rid of them.
But they're saying now that even cash for keys doesn't work anymore, because even they don't want to leave.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this might be a perfect situation for you, where you can make some money and not do any damage to your property, and at the same time have great upkeep of your property. And you're there, and you're occupied there, and you see what's happening to your property. At the same time, you're making some money.
Yeah, and if you get somebody who's bad, I mean, they're there for 24 hours, like you said. Within hours, you can get called and you're gone. Yeah. Instead of years, is sometime you can't. You got a bad and they're making a mess. And not only that, they're going to mess with, who's got to pay that? Well, the landlord, because even the city gets involved. Well, if you don't clean up, you can't even go there and you can't touch your stuff. So now as a landlord, you're stuck. City tells me if I don't clean it up, they're going to send somebody and they're going to charge me for it. Me as a landlord, I can't touch your stuff because now I'm going to get charged because I got rid of their stuff. It's just become so frustrating. Like I said, I've been in the market for over 45 something years. Something has to change. I hope we have your support.
Yeah, and Frank, I think there's a lot more people like you in the city that are going through the exact same thing. So they'd be open up for this issue right now.
Thank you so much, Frank.
Okay, I've got Councillor Patel and then Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Massini, for coming here and, you know, speaking on the issue. And I do hear you. There are lots of people go through the same issue you are going through with the landlord and tenant issues. But you would agree with me, if everybody who rents long-term, if they all turn that into short-term rental, our housing shortage will get worse.
I agree. But, you know, there's a big market out there for that. Like I says, I have quite a few places myself that I'm really afraid to rent right now because of that. And I don't think it's the Airbnb, the shortage. Like I said, I'm speaking from, that's why I'm here. I want to speak from personal experience. I have places right now I could be renting out there. I'm afraid to rent. So I don't think it's the Airbnb problem. Like I said, if that was the case, people like me, if we were all here and like Councillor Strange mentioned too, there's many people in the same shoes as I am.
Right.
We're afraid to rent, you know, because once you put them in there, you can't get rid of them. Right. And, you know, I've got professionals. I know professionals who have law degrees and play the system. The stuff that I'm seeing out there is insane. So I'm here to say from my own personal experience, like I'm not doing this 1 year, over 45 something years. Many people in this room know me as well, you know, for credibility. It's a problem with the Landlord and Tenant Board Act. Is it the complete solution? Obviously not. But at least it's a step in the right direction.
Right. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I hear is the problem with the Landlord and Tenant Board, and I think that's help Mr. Massini is asking, maybe if we can come, maybe I can introduce a new business, we can come up with some kind of resolution that we can pass around to all the municipalities. We all come up together and ask the provincial government to do something about the Landlord and Tenant Board, because they always talk about housing shortage, but this is a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed.
Okay, well, it's something we could look at.
Something we can look at, or not today, some other day. We can look into crafting some kind of resolution Mr. Massini said. And it's true, everybody's facing that issue. That's why most of the people are here, is because they want to turn the long-term into short-term rental. It's because they are facing the same issues with the tenants. And Councillor Strange sees that every day because, in his business, he sees that all the time. So I think that's the help they're asking for, and I think that's the help we need to provide.
Can I mention notice one other thing since I'm here, because it is a city issue. You have a tenant who's been with you for 10, 12, 14 years. Now the changes to the water bills. That was a part, okay, not only have I never increased your rent for 15 years, now you call the city and say you don't want the water in your name no longer. Well, guess what happens? I'm as the landlord now, I can't get rid of the tenants. Now I'm responsible for the water bill. It just keeps on getting better and better for the landlord. It's sad, it's just sad. So I'm here to ask for your support as well, that taxes increase your insurance. No, I'm saying this. Like I said, that's why I've got over 45 years that I've been involved in this. I'm just saying.
Frank,
and I'm afraid to rent. Thank you.
Hold on, I got one more. Councillor Lococo.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor, thank you so much, Mr. Messina, for your presentation. I've talked to a lot of landlords that have experienced similar things, hundreds of thousands of dollars, difficulty getting tenants out. You mentioned that you had multiple places. This owner-occupied short-term rental will only benefit your existing home with you in it and another tenant, in a short-term tenant within that one. If you have 4 other units, that's not going to affect this. So you're still in the same position with long-term tenants in those, unless you turn them into vacation rental units. So I do want people to understand that if you own 4 pieces of property, 4 of them can't go to owner-occupied. Only the one that you live in can.
Yes, no, I realize that.
Okay.
No, and thank you for that. No, I know you can only be, but I'm speaking even on behalf, like I'm at an age I want to kind of get out of it. You know what I mean? You kind of moving forward. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of people who have, a source to help source of income. Even myself with my own house, I might have to take that direction, the way the cost of everything is going around us. So
Okay,
I hope that's
you.
Not the case, but it looks like I'm in that direction myself.
So I've got 2 more. I've got Councillor Baldinelli and then Newestag. Same. You're good? Okay, Councillor Newestag.
I just want to make one quick comment through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Frank, for coming. I know we had this conversation the other day, and I'm really glad you showed up to talk about it. But even in addition to the landlord, and I took a call yesterday from a resident, he was at his wit's end. It's been probably over a year. He was saying he lives next door, or his mother, sorry, who's 92, lives next door to a rental, a long-term rental. These people can't get them out, and it's a drug house. So they're doing drugs back and forth. He called asking what solution we would have. Of course, I called Gerald and said, what can you do? Garbage all over the place. So it's not just the tenant. Having these long-term rentals affects the entire neighbors as well, including drugs, and you can't do anything about it. So just to your point, it's not just the landlord, it's the whole neighborhood. So anyway, thank you for coming. I appreciate your comments.
No, thanks, Ruth Ann. You know what? I have many grandkids myself, and I have a daughter with 2 beautiful little girls next to her, and she's terrified. She moved in with us, actually, because she's afraid there's people that rent next door, and they're doing what they're doing, and she's afraid with these little children around. So these are things, real things that are happening out there.
And that's where I see the short-term rental is a thing. And who's to say that you can't just do one short-term rental on top of it? Is that even legal, I guess, one short-term to another? So that way, it still gives the landlord an opportunity to terminate someone staying there. And if they're really good, then they just keep expanding it.
You could extend
it. Exactly. So it just helps everybody. So I think it's just another benefit to this owner-occupied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Frank.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and for those of you in the audience, you'll have a chance to speak when we've gone through our list of pre-registered people first, and then we'll give you an opportunity to step up as well. All we ask is try not to repeat what's already been said, because we're trying to get through this, and people, I know everyone's on timelines. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Next, the next registered person I have is Tong Shen Jin.
Tong Shen Jing? Tong Shen Jing is that person here. Okay, looks like nobody's responding, Madam Clerk.
The next person I have is Peter Colosimo.
Okay, Mr. Klasmo, if you can step up and state your address, and then we'll, you have up to 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Welcome back, Councillor Kerrio. Hopefully it's not too long of a meeting, but so far, so good, I guess. Anyways, my name is Peter Colosimo. I live at 6424 Jupiter Boulevard, north end of the city. As well, I'm a retired planner that some people might know. I had a number of years in the planning world, municipal level, regional level, and so on, and even a member of your Committee of Adjustment. I appreciate the staff report. Certainly a challenging topic we've heard tonight already. From my end, I've got some serious concerns as a resident, family members that have been impacted in the past, and friends, and certainly from a planning perspective as well. I'd just like to say it's kind of opening a hornet's nest here. The city dealt with this matter back in 2018, approved the bylaw policies and so on to regulate short-term rentals, which are now called vacation rental units. They're restricted to commercial areas to get them out of residential areas where there are a number of problems. There was an Ontario Land Tribunal hearing in 2021 that confirmed the city's position that these are commercial uses. They're most appropriate in a commercial area, particularly tourist commercial areas, and that they shouldn't be in residential areas. There was, and they confirmed the city's position, which was to support rental housing in particular, still allows vacation rentals, short-term rentals, but in an appropriate location, being commercial, and keeping them out of residential areas. The tribunal agreed with that position. There was reference to bed and breakfast at that time, but that they were distinctly different uses. So the city's position was less than 4 years ago in terms of limiting vacation rental units, which are short-term rentals by all means. And just for clarity, just my expertise in zoning from way back when in my St. Catharines day, I don't see any difference under your definition that says it can't be owner-occupied in a commercial area. They cannot live there or they can live there. In my opinion, they're allowed in both instances. But nonetheless, we're dealing with short-term rentals now in residential areas, again, where there's been considerable problems over the years. And that's reflected in the fact that even last year, I believe there was 275 complaints still, even after the city had passed its bylaw to make it clear that short-term rentals, vacation rental units, are only allowed in commercial areas, not residential areas, only B&Bs. So this seems to be more of an enforcement matter versus we have a need here for some new type of tourist accommodation. Looking at the enforcement matter, I'm kind of surprised that additional residential unit is allowed in every dwelling. The province passed that about 10, 12 years ago to have an extra dwelling unit in a home. So why aren't people being told that if you rent it out long-term, you're fine? You want to rent it out short-term, are you a bed and breakfast? Well, why aren't they? What's the problem? Well, they have to meet the code. Okay, well, meet the code. It's a little stricter because it's by bedroom, but there's nothing in the zoning bylaw or rules that says somebody can't rent out all 3 rooms if they have 3 rooms for a family, a group, whatever, excuse me, in a bed and breakfast. So I'm just surprised that that direction hasn't been taken to kind of remove the illegal uses and the hardship on people that own these properties that may not have been aware, but for all intents and purposes, they should have given the time that's passed. From my personal experience, I've dealt with bed and breakfast back in my St. Catharines days. I actually worked on zoning and policies related to home occupations and bed and breakfast. In terms of what I dealt with back in my day, they can be considered a home occupation, but they're to be within the main dwelling. In other words, the owner has a couple extra bedrooms in his home. He wants to rent them out for the traveling public, provides a meal, typically breakfast, and so on. So there's no cooking facilities for the occupants. That's provided through the owner. That's typically what a bed and breakfast is. And again, it can be rented as a single to a single party, but they're minor ancillary to the main residential use. They're not the primary use. And the key in St. Catharines when I dealt with them was we don't want to lose residential units, and we want to keep the residential character. So keep it in the house where there's some underutilized space. What the city's proposing goes beyond that. I'm not sure about the existing rules. I was very confused, and I think we'll be more confused if this gets passed. The zoning regulations that you have for bed and breakfast seem to be a little different, but if you're going to open these up, now you're into a second dwelling, I believe, that you could have these. That raises a number of concerns that comes back to policy conformity, provincial, regional, even the city's own policies. The report that staff did kind of skirts over the policy direction to say something to the effect that provincial policies allow all forms of uses across the urban area to have complete communities. True. But specific uses are up to the city to define and regulate and zone in specific areas, i.e. residential zones.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. We're over 5 minutes
now.
now.
Really?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Sorry. Okay, I'm going to wrap up really quick. It doesn't conform to provincial policies. The city's housing strategy is also at risk. The staff report does not focus at all on long-term rental housing, which is really the priority and what's permitted in these areas. The city has a critical need and a housing shortage for housing, and that's what provincial policies have done through the ADUs that are now coming into place. That's for affordable housing, for people to rent out or family members to use. They're not intended for short-term vacation rentals, if you will. And so those are my comments. And I should say, too, that if I can, just really quick, there's not the need. We've got plenty of vacation dwellings, tourist commercial accommodations. We're actually converting tourist commercial residential. Why are we putting tourists into residential areas? Operating licensing. Are they really operating these uses? I found somebody online that's actually operating them on their behalf.
Okay, we're going to have to call it there. It's 6 minutes now, yeah. Is there any questions for Mr. Colosimo?
Sorry, guys.
No, thank you. I appreciate the info, and thank you for coming in, Peter. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who do we have coming up next? Who do we have next? Sorry. I know you're distracted by Councillor Strange.
Happens to the best of us.
What's that? Oh, okay. Is she on the list?
No.
No. We only got 2 more, then we're done, yeah.
Next up, I have John Pinter.
Mr. Pinter? If you could state your address, then you'll have up to 5 minutes. Try not to repeat if you can.
I won't.
Okay.
John Pinter, 3490 Cardinal Drive. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Burgess for articulating everything in a very efficient, succinct, and fair manner. I think that was very much appreciated. All his comments were very well taken. The vacation rental industry is already valued in according to 2023 at $100 billion. And depending upon which source you take, its compounded annual growth is estimated at between 3 and 11%. The number of users worldwide is estimated to hit 1 billion by 2029. And if you watch what's transpired over the last 2 or 3 years with the public funding of Airbnb and VRBO's acquisition by the Expedia Group, you now have organizations with deep, deep pockets and are now making strident efforts towards huge elements of critical mass. They're taking over. You can see their advertisements where you once, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, you were seeing Priceline or Hotwire ads. Now it's being consistently Airbnb and VRBO. That market's going to continue to grow. This proposal that you have in front of you, or you have owner-occupied home STRs, is really very, very minusculely different from the existing B&B licenses. And I don't anticipate that there's going to be a wave of applications. You only have 57 licensed B&Bs in the city of Niagara Falls right now. If you end up with 30 or 40 owner-occupied STRs, I'd be surprised. But the real problem, but no one's addressing, no, not the planning department or the consultants, is that the demand is going to continue to grow. I said it once before, and I spoke on behalf of another application. You have a limited amount of streets here in Niagara Falls which are approved as general commercial or tourist commercial. The role of council and the role of the planning department is to get us to a point where we can maximize the amount of economic benefit for everyone in the city without the least amount of residential intrusions. You have areas which are bounded by the 420, Stanley Avenue, Victoria, Ferry and Victoria, which are all TC, but then in the middle of that you've got a residential zone. It doesn't make sense to have something which is deferred tourist commercial, which is non-VRU friendly. Right beside it is TC, which is VRU friendly. So this application, which is put before you, I encourage you to adopt it and approve it. But I think the bigger picture down the road, you have to look at increasing the overall volume of legalized VRUs and increasing the number of streets which they could be permitted on. You have major arteries like Drummond. you can have on one side of the street, it's all commercial, mechanic shops and everything like that. The next side of the street, it's not permitted because there's a handful of houses. So that's where I would like to see the council, some type of motion beyond this to say, this is the major industry. The trends are changing. These are not hotel people, and they're not going back to hotels. Is that look at where we are now, look where we're going to be in 5 or 10 years, and how are we going to meet that demand? Because right now, you simply do not have the volume of approved streets to meet that future demand. So that's all I really got to say. I tried to keep it away from everybody else. And once again, thank you, Jason, for serving.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, who do we have coming up? Yeah, I think we're good.
I have registered Rachel Stempsky.
Rachel, hello. If you could just state your name, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes, and try to avoid, pardon me? And your address, sorry. And try to avoid repeating what's already been said.
I will totally throw these in the air, I think. My name is Rachel Stempsky, and I live at 6315 Pine Grove Avenue in Niagara Falls. Thank you so much for having me. First and foremost, I would like to apologize or send my condolences for the passing of your colleague, Wayne Campbell. I had the pleasure of knowing him personally, and I know how much he cared about his colleagues and his family and his community, and he's going to be very missed. That's going to be a hard seat to fill. My name is Rachel Stempsky, and I'm born, raised, live, and work in the region. I work at RE/MAX Niagara Falls and have been a realtor for over 20 years. I have the pleasure of going through people's homes and meeting with community members multiple times a day. My perspective tonight comes from them. Now I'm going to skip a whole bunch of these because they were like, do we know the rules? And everyone understands that the vacation rental units right now are commercial zones only, and the bed and breakfasts are residential zones for 6 people, and right now what we're asking for is another area of residential for 6 people. It's virtually the same thing. So I'm going to skip a couple of these. I was going to talk about community safety quickly because I tried to call all of the councillors and I heard back from most of you, which I really appreciate. Thank you. But there is a code of conduct in place, and the current 49 licenses that we have, as well as the bed and breakfasts, have literally 0 complaints. So if we have licensed properties, those ones shouldn't be worried about safety in our public neighborhoods. Last year, I thought there was about 170 complaints out of 1,700 short-term accommodations. That's, 1.7%. We aren't being told how many of these complaints are about the same property, and we aren't being told if the complaints are about infractions or if they're simply a 4-year witch hunt for tell us where the Airbnbs are. The people we're talking about tonight aren't people who are neglectful investors. They're people who live in their home and they love their community. I want to be very, very clear that we're not competing with hotels. These have been, a new hotel in Niagara Falls hasn't been built for 16 years. This is offering a different product for people that otherwise would not come here. These people are guests who are looking for alternate accommodations. They want to travel multi-generationally. They want to travel with their pets, and it's just providing a versatile option to the traveling public. We know tourism in Niagara Falls is down, possibly because we're outdating ourselves on that front. But in the last 25 years, tourism jobs across Canada has gone up 20%. And in Niagara Falls, it's decreased 7%. A lot of these owner-occupied short-term accommodations or owner-occupied Airbnbs, they're going to provide more jobs. They're going to provide employment to cleaners, caterers, landscapers, and so on. I would also like to point out that BC did attempt to illegalize Airbnbs recently. The cost of hotels immediately went up, tourism immediately went down, and now they're calling it a tourist crisis. I would like to say that our average host in Niagara Falls only rents to 50 guests per year. If the licensing process is unreasonable, we will have the same repercussions here. I know when speaking to some of the council members, we brought up affordable housing as well. Stats Canada recently did a study, and the conclusion was that short-term accommodations have no direct impact on rising housing costs. I wasn't going to put this stat in there because I didn't think I'd have time, but now that I skipped a whole bunch. Toronto, when they didn't have regulations, they had 20,000 Airbnbs. When they regulated, they had 7,000 Airbnbs. You would predict with an extra 13,000 units on the market that possibly rentals would become more affordable. They didn't. They've risen 40%. So that's not, I don't think it's necessarily a great statistic to say that we need to bring more housing to the area. However, if you build them, they will come. Niagara Falls and Ontario have recently permitted 2 additional dwelling units per property. However, with the current landlord-tenant landscape, which we've heard from a few people tonight, most people aren't going to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into their home to add units. However, if you soft sell it to them and say, put the money into your home, have your parents there, have your kids there, make the space available, and in the off-season, bill it kids, bill it the hockey players, but in the off-season, rent it out as an STA, then you're already giving them the in, and now we've created more housing that will most likely evolve into long-term housing. As I conclude, I would urge you to consider to approve this tonight to help our resident homeowners and business owners alike. But with that in mind, can we please set the policies up for success, like so many of our neighboring municipalities that have a fair and balanced permitting process that will help both our residents and our local economy on the premise that a rising tide would float all boats. I also wanted to say, and I didn't in there, sorry, that with the bed and breakfasts, so we've had a ton of bed and breakfasts that have been licensed, but I'm scared about our licensing process because since 2021, when you allowed Airbnbs to get licensed in commercial zones only, you tweaked the bed and breakfast license, and in the last 4 years, we have not been able to license one new bed and breakfast in Niagara Falls. So if you're going to make the rules, could you make them with like ethical reasoning and not nefarious intent?
Wow. Okay, all right. Yes, we just, hey folks, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but for decorum, we just ask that you not clap or boo or anything like that, but thank you. Councillor Kerrio.
I just want an answer to that last question. So we haven't had a new license, and
Nope.
and the rules have changed?
Correct. So the rules didn't change, the application process changed. I can proceed a little bit. I know a few people I've probably, of the vacation rental units in Niagara Falls, I've probably been privy to at least 20 of them, and I've seen the process. And like the fire department, there are some amazing people that come out, but there are other people that come out not in a customer service way. They come out to try to get you. So when the people came out, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this here. I'm not going to say that there. You can ask me privately because I feel like it's really rude. But I was privy to a conversation where you have a lot of I have a lot of clients that are older single ladies, and they bill at kids, and in the off season, this would really, really help make ends meet. So they've tried to get a bed and breakfast license. They have a back split. There's a little 1-bedroom basement apartment down there, and they make them, the target has been moving. So it used to be that you would just have to comply with fire and be in the zone. But now the building department has come in, and there's been some it became a witch hunt, I will say, for the bed and the Airbnbs, as opposed to help the community. So they've tried to say you need stamped architectural drawings, engineered drawings, things that are absolutely out of like a retired single lady's grasp.
Get into another time.
Pardon me?
Get into it another time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, another topic, but thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay.
Rachel, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. We had the opportunity to speak on the phone. One of the comments that you made was some of the statistics that you said was that when there were more short-term rentals, when there were more short-term rentals, it didn't take away from affordable housing. I want to go back to when we approved the vacation rental units just in commercial here in Niagara Falls. Take Queen Street, for example. All of the apartments above Queen Street were now vacation rental unit
Only
allowed.
if they had 2 parking spots.
Only if they had.
A lot of them don't.
Okay, so
and you couldn't get a variance for that.
Let's go with that they had 2
and they're
parking
coming by
spaces.
bus.
But what happened on Queen Street, and I live off of Queen Street in a commercial zone, there's 7 properties on my street and 5 of them are vacation rental units. Those were affordable units for people. And when we put them in the commercial zone, I understand that we were moving towards vacation rental units, but the thing that bothered me about in commercial zone was that all of those people lost their homes. They were evicted. and they were affordable housing, and they turned them into vacation rental units. Yes, we were moving towards that. So I just want to make sure that we do realize that people are losing a permanent home for a vacation rental unit, and that could be the challenge with short-term rental as well.
But apparently not overall, is what you're saying, based
No,
on...
not
Yes,
at all.
that's what Rachel
Toronto,
said.
like, that's a big number, but Stats Canada does their research and they're unbiased. But yeah, for Toronto alone, it was 20,000 units. It went down to 7,000 units, leaving 13,000 units to be put on the open market. Now, I don't know if they were put on the open market or people chose not to rent them, because a lot of the owner-occupieds, they will choose not to rent them because they have snowbirding parents that live with them for economical reasons. They have kids that are students abroad or, you know, in Western, as Mona said. Or I do have a lot of clients that bill at students. So in the off season, for them to make that extra little bit of money would be so helpful. But it's empty, so they wouldn't rent it anyway.
I do understand that, but I am speaking in Niagara Falls, Queen Street, and off of Queen Street, people were evicted for short-term rentals, and that's the challenge that I have. We're in a housing crisis, and people are being evicted for short-term rental.
No, actually, that's not what's happening based on the statistics. On
And
your
you
street,
can't, to be honest, I'm pretty good at landlord-tenant. I'm not that funny, pretty, or smart, but landlord-tenant I'm quite good at, because I have about 22, 25 long-term renters myself, and you can't evict for that. You can evict for owner-occupied, and the applications, you have to file an N12, you have to give notice, you have to file an L2 application. The process is 4 to 6 months to get your court date, and the courts are turning them down. If you own a 4-bedroom home in Forest Hill, they're not going to approve that eviction on Queen Street in Niagara Falls for a 2-bedroom whatever. They're saying it's nefarious intent as well, and they're not passing, and they're not getting the eviction order. So I don't necessarily agree with that, just from firsthand experience.
Right. When we did pass the vacation rental units, that is what happened on Queen Street, and I'm going to go one step further. Rachel actually owns or operates the one beside me, so we've had conversations. Those were 2 affordable units, and when they purchased it, she's one of the best short-term rental. Like there's no issues with it. It's always clean. There's great guests. I have no issues with it. But before that, there were 2 separate people living in affordable units, and then when it's sold, no fault of their own, they bought it. And now it's a short-term rental unit.
We purchased it because it was for sale with the Canadian Mental Health Association or the Brain Injury Association. I'd have to look it up because I think we bought it in about 2018. But they were selling it and the tenants were already leaving. We didn't ask them to leave.
I didn't say that you evicted them.
Okay.
What I did say was that those 2 affordable units off of Queen Street are now not affordable because it's a vacation rental unit because we allowed it to be. You didn't evict them.
I was like, I did
you
not ask.
evict
I
them.
would never
But
ask.
they were affordable units before, and a lot of the ones on Queen Street above the commercial units, they had affordable rent, and then when we allowed vacation rental unit, however it worked out that somebody was going to move in, the end result was those people left. They didn't have affordable units, and they're now vacation rental units. So I just want to put that out there. That's a Niagara Falls experience. It's close here, and that's what's happening. But Rachel is a wonderful host. Never had any problems, but there's 5 of them on my short street, and hers is the best, and that's the only legal one. She does have a license. It's the only legal one.
Of course,
All of the rest
Mr.
are
Kerrio.
illegal. Because they're not licensed. They're in a legal zone, but they haven't applied for a license.
And they may have applied, but again, the licensing process isn't in a customer service.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to, thank you for your presentation. I did want to note that our B&B licensing is actually up. So in 2024, we had 50, and we now have 56.
I checked with in 2024. So between 2021 and now, because I checked with the city, and they said there may have been 1. I got that stat from you.
Yeah.
Not you personally.
Yeah. So in 2024, we had 50, and in 2025, we have 56. So Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I was
just
told there
want to.
was
I just
maybe
didn't
one.
want
That's fair.
misinformation.
Okay, fair enough.
And then, secondly, in terms of the building permit, obviously there will still be a building permit requirement for the owner-occupied short-term rental. And again, it's an accessory dwelling unit, so it's an ADU. We still need fire separations, obviously between the unit above, let's say if you have a basement, and the unit below. So the only difference between a B&B and this one is the fact that B&Bs have separate guest suites that have to be fire rated. So I just want to, there's still a requirement for a building permit for these types of ADUs, or for short-term rentals.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time
Thank
and
you.
your information. Yes, oh, did you have questions? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't, we might have some questions. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rachel, for her great presentation. Politics, I think, is in your future, maybe.
Probably not.
I love the cue cards too. You're getting really organized. So I just want to know, who do you think that this owner-occupied host, who would they be? Who do you think they would be, and who would be perfect for it?
From a real estate perspective?
From a real estate perspective.
There are a lot of older people who are looking to reverse mortgages, and I can point them in the right direction, but they already do have a basement suite in their house that they will not rent long-term. They're like, well, what if my family comes home? What if my kids come home? So they absolutely will not rent it out, but they're going to have to either reverse mortgage or sell to make ends meet. So
this is a perfect opportunity
but
for them
first-time
not to
buyers,
sell.
Totally.
And they can
stay in their home.
and they can make some income. And some of these older people, or people who don't maybe work anymore or don't want to work anymore, this gives them an extra kind of revenue stream, and they can do it right from their house.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Perfect.
All of the things.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, in the gallery, ma'am, would you like to step forward? Oh, yeah, she was getting ready to
Finale. The finale. The main event.
I don't need a microphone and all that stuff.
No, but it's for the people at home. They need the mic because they won't hear you.
Well, all the people in here should have talked louder for us old people. Yeah. So having said that,
my name is... First state your name and your address.
Okay. My name is Ann Phillips Force. I live at 7807 Pamela Drive in Niagara Falls, Ontario. 82 years old. This is my hometown. Born and raised here. I do not like that the council, and all due respect for most of you who I did vote for, glad to have one back that I thought I lost my vote, but I didn't. He's returned. I have great respect for what you guys do. But what bothers me is the most is, stop making a decision for me. I live here, born here, raised here. Even though I might be of age, I'm a property manager for 2 apartment buildings. I run my own cleaning business, okay? I like to keep up on what's going on. I haven't been to a council in a doom's age, but I do keep up. Couple of things that brought up. Yes, I realize it gets on social media, Facebook. I'm old, I don't bother with all that stuff half the time. I read, I try to learn what's going on, but between the Airbnbs, the property rentals, when someone talked about bylaw, I was laughing. Sorry, in all due respect, those bylaws are not ever used. I've called on several things, and it's always, by time you push button 1 to get to 2, and then push button 2 to get to 4 and 5, you're lucky you've got at the end of your rope of complaining. On my own street, just around the corner, a gentleman from Brampton, and we're not going to go there, bought 2 houses. I now have a street that's got 11 people in one, 9 people in another. I've got traffic. I can't even walk around my own street, and I've lived there for 35 years. It's crime. You're talking about, the one gentleman made such a great point. You're talking about combining a small town, which I remember, of 35,000. Your infrastructure in this town won't take it. We've got streets going every which way. At one time, you went down Drummond, you went down Dorchester, you went down McLeod. I know my streets. And then you go the opposite way. We're like a big square box. You're trying to squash 50,000 more people into this little town. I love my town. I was born and raised here and I love Niagara Falls. Right now, I do not. Right now, I don't like what all the decision a lot of you are making for us. Me, I don't like it. Can I do anything about it? Probably not. As I told my group of old friends, I am so glad I'm on the way out rather than coming in, because our town is not what it should be. We're overloaded. You can't drive. I can't even make a left-hand turn on the Thorold Stone Road anymore because, again, infrastructure. Nobody's taking care of the lights. Have I called regional to take care of the lights to make a left-hand turn? Yep. By the time I push all the buttons, I'm lucky I'm getting. Sorry, Joyce, one of my favorite gals as well. Yes, I've called, and yes, I've talked to them. I am so against this newfound, whatever they want to call it, low rentals, B&B, bed and breakfast, everything. I am against it. And if I could, I would stand in every mall and get a signed petition for every one of you council people to see, stop doing this to a city that should be good to live in, good for my grandchildren to live in. And they can't. They can't. I can tell you, as a property manager for a gentleman, a great landlord, we have hell getting people out. I get that. I went and did, just to give you an idea, it was supposed to be a rental. Another property that we went to clean was supposed to be a bed and breakfast. It wasn't. This guy had a line. He broke up the living room. He had a bedroom here and a bedroom there. He was renting. He says, well, I don't make much money, so I said, well, this is against the law. He's charging $1,000 a month. My neighbor's got to be making at least 11 grand. What are you trying to do to the city? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had to put my name in. Mayor Jim, I'm sorry for not recognizing you, sir, and all the fellow councils. But that's why I came here. I've been sitting here since 3:30, but I didn't know I should have submitted my name. But that's okay. I just wanted to do a voice on behalf of the old people of this city. Stop pushing us out. Multicultural people coming in, okay, great. But we live here. We pay taxes here. We've raised our kids here. I'm trying to raise grandchildren here. God knows I don't want great-grandchildren because I don't like to where our city is going. So if one voice makes it so, please do not pass this. The bylaw is signed good. Oh yeah, Mr. Spencer's gonna go check on that house. Mr. Dvorsky's gonna go and do this. I'm sorry, yous do not. Because I've complained a lot of times on my street what's going on. The overflow of garbage. Our homes being broken into, which was never touched. I lock my doors now. Never did before. I don't even go for a walk around my street because you've got traffic. You've got abundance of people. And again, I could go on and on about the city I love, but I'm asking you people, asking you, every one of you who can vote and could say your pick, just think of us once in a while. I know everybody wants to make money. So do I. That's why I'm still working. I want to make money too.
We're 2
but I
minutes
don't
over.
want, yeah,
We're 2 minutes
I
over.
don't want to make, I don't want our town turning into Toronto or Brampton. I don't. I thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to have you back, Vince. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Do we have, is there anyone else here who'd like to address council? Yeah, if you'd like, yeah. So we'll get you, sir, in the back, and we'll get you next. If you want to come up to the mic, state your name. your address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes. Again, try not to repeat what's already been said.
That's almost impossible, but my name's John Garrett. I live at 4337 Simcoe Street. I just have to say something about the enforcement. I made my first inquiry about B&Bs on my street, or VRUs, or whatever they were called at the time, in July of 2022. One particular house is still operating. There's no enforcement to my mind. A couple other places that I asked if they were licensed were actually shut down. When places that myself and my next door neighbor would on a daily basis in the summer have tourists come to our doors crying that the absentee owners were not there. They couldn't be reached by phone. They couldn't get in the house. They've paid for 2 weeks in their VRU. And what were we going to do? I can't tell you how many times I took them to licensed VRUs and got them a place to stay. This is absentee owners. Seems to be the current workaround on this is that people are renting houses from, I don't know where the people live that own the houses. They don't live in Niagara Falls, I don't believe, but they're operating them as unlicensed VRUs. There's a gentleman that spoke here that's owns on his website 15. How many of them are licensed? None to my, maybe one to my knowledge. There's no enforcement. It's ridiculous. What's to say that he doesn't rent a house from a little old lady under this guise and market it under his website? His website currently says, you have the place, let's partner up, I'll run it for you. Deliver breakfast in the morning. Where the breakfast cooked? Is it a legal kitchen? Is it a licensed kitchen? So, you know, the numbers that are thrown around here, in my mind, are totally bogus. If we say we have software in the city that scans sites, scans 2 sites? VRU and Airbnb, VRBO, Airbnb. What about Facebook, Kijiji? There's so many other sites that are available. When I moved into my house, there are 19 houses on my block. There was 1 rooms for tourists at the time it was called. This is 39 years ago. One Airbnb that was then called rooms for tourists. So now we've come to the point where, as of 2 years ago, as of 2002, we had 16 on our block, 1 block. These were all taken over from houses that were single-family homes or duplexes. Some were triplexes. They've all been turned into unlicensed VRUs. Since the new bylaws came in for registering, it went down to 0 on my block, and now we have about 4 or 5 licensed VRUs and bed and breakfasts on my block. I can't agree with this. If you're going to make another loophole for people to find, it's, to me, crazy. Turn this thing that you're asking now, turn it in under the B&B rules. Make the people get licensed like a B&B. There's no restriction on how long or how short a term you can rent a B&B room, whether you rent it for 6 months or 9 months or 2 days. You can rent a B&B room for as long as you want. So have it consistent, and don't just make another law that people are not going to follow or make it difficult to follow. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got, sir, you'd like to come forward? Is there anyone else, by the way, that wanted to come forward to speak? Okay, so we're coming to the end. You can state your name and address, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Joe Morozic. I live at 7690 Green Vista Gate. I won't repeat the comments made by the earlier presenters. I will make two comments on two issues that came up in terms of the gentleman that talked about the lack of opportunities for vacation rentals. I don't know, following the articles in the newspaper and the various projects that have been approved by the city in the tourist commercial areas, it appears that there's probably a couple hundred units that have been approved. So, the opportunity's there. The unfortunate thing is that the developers come in, approvals get in place, nothing gets built. We have a hole in the ground on Stanley, but other than that, things get approved, and nothing seems to happen. So that was just my comment on that. In terms of notice, how the public was notified, I tried to stay on top of it. I don't normally look at the city's website. Fortunately, earlier in the fall, I had a meeting with Ms. Dolch, and she advised me that there was something coming up to take a look at the website. I did have a look at it. I started making comments, and for whatever reason, I may have failed to submit them. Unfortunately, I wasn't here when the open house was held in December. I was in Florida for 2 months, and then how I became aware of this public meeting was an article in the paper. I believe it was on Friday. So went on the municipality's website, and sure enough, there's an open house. So in terms of notification, yeah, may have met the Planning Act requirements, but I'm sure that once it'll be reported in the paper, there'll probably be more people coming out of the woodwork saying, I wasn't notified. So, I mean, I can't see what the hurry is to get this thing approved tonight, and council could always defer the report to get more input, but that's another matter. I'm here to talk about the potential impact on my community. I've sent you all emails, probably 4 emails yesterday with a number of pictures attached. I live in the Thundering Waters Vacant Land Condominium. In the Thundering Waters Vacant Land Condominium, when I moved in, like all of the other residents that purchased in that development, in a vacant land condominium, there's a declaration that's registered on title that sets out various rules and regulations and bylaws for the condominium. In the rules and regulations and the declaration, as well as, it was pointed out to us by the developer when the lots were sold to us that this is a single family home development with single family homes and townhouses. No accessory apartments were permitted, no B&Bs were permitted, no home occupations are permitted, and a variety of other bylaws that are passed. And all of this, these condominiums get approved by the municipalities in accordance with all of the appropriate regulations that are in place for that, and they go through the process, and then these declarations get registered on title by the developer in accordance with the regulations set out for condominiums that have restrictions that are more restrictive than anything that the municipality could put on. And then all of a sudden the municipality comes along and says, we don't care about what's in your regulations. Follow the zoning bylaws. What you bought into, it doesn't matter to us, which is unfortunate. People chose to locate in this area. There was various decisions that were made when it was approved. As a result of some of the decisions that were made when it was approved, we have a parking issue. And we have issues with people parking on front lawns, people widening their driveways beyond what the requirements of the zoning bylaw are. I've provided a number of pictures to you showing all of the issues that have come up, where people are also parking their extra cars on property they don't own. And so there's an issue with parking. So if you start forcing this requirements for additional dwelling units in our community, where are these people? And we already have an issue. Where is that additional parking going to go? These are supposedly responsible individuals that live in the community, and sure, they get in, they get their license. There was one individual who put in an accessory apartment unit, and I noticed the construction going on. I called the municipality to see what was going on, just to get an idea of whether they're putting in an accessory apartment unit. Talked to the building department. The building department says, "Can't tell you. You're not the owner. We can't tell you what's happening." And I says, "Well, that's just not right." So,
hey, Joe, we're at 6 minutes now.
Okay.
So just got to get you to kind of wrap it up.
Okay. Well, I have a problem with if this gets approved, in terms of the impact that it's going to have on our in the community that I live in, and in terms of complaints that we've made about wider driveways, people parking on the front yards. It's contrary to the bylaw. You call a city, you tell them where it is, you tell them where the location is. Oh, it's a private development. Go talk to your condo board. So it's like, where's the city? Like, what support are we getting? I mean, the only thing we get is there's garbage pickup, and then there's, when somebody parks in a fire lane, the city come down and will issue a ticket. Well, there's a revenue generator for the city. If you have part of your car parked in the fire lane and part of it in your driveway, you don't get a ticket. If that happens on a municipal street, I'm sure that wouldn't be tolerated. But because it's a private development, they don't care.
Maybe I'll get Ms. Dolch to address that, because it's a good point. It's private condo.
They're private streets. These people come in, they start walking on private streets. They're, it's a 20-foot wide road allowance. There's no sidewalks. There's nothing. So if somebody gets hit on private property, they're going to come out. Who are they going to come after? They're going to come after the condominium board.
Ms. Dolch, would you have a comment on the situation?
Sure, I can comment. There's a couple things in here, so I'll comment. In terms of land use planning, obviously the land use planning is dictated through the zoning bylaw. There is the condominium, and the condominium has an agreement, which again, I haven't read in detail yet, but I just heard Mr. Mrozek's comments yesterday. Again, that agreement is between the board and their owners. It's not a land use matter from that perspective. If it was to be restricted, it should have been restricted through the zoning bylaw for land use at that time. So in terms of that, secondly, in terms of parking situation, I am looking into that. I talked with our zoning administrator this morning, so we're looking at that a bit further based on Mr. Mrozek's emails, and I'll be back in touch with you on that.
Yeah. Well, in this declaration, it also refers to a restrictive covenant that's required by the city that covers lots, probably 40 or 50 lots in the development. So can I go out and tell these people, like, you don't have to worry about the restrictive covenant that was put on by the city, just disregard it and cut down all of the trees in your backyard. You can't have it both ways. If you're going to ignore it, if you're going to ignore these regulations, then the residents can ignore the regulations that the city wanted to put on.
Joe, we're over 9 minutes now,
Okay.
so I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hopefully it doesn't get approved tonight without answering the concerns that I've got. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else here who would like to address council? Yes, if you want to come forward and state your name, your address, and then up to 5 minutes.
Well, I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I think I will now. Your Worship, Council, and guests. My name is Marianne McKinley, and I live at 4092 Bridgewater Street. I can see that there's many different issues here tonight, that don't always relate to what we're talking about tonight, the short-term rentals. So I see that a lot of people have other issues that they want to bring up, and I respect that. I just didn't think tonight was tonight is the night, because we're talking about the short-term rentals. And things have changed in our city. I do agree with that. And I love this city. And I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. It's a very difficult job. We've had a lot of immigration come in. There's development of housing, infrastructure, parking. We've had all issues that I think a lot of other cities have as well. But I think we do have a need in our city to increase the volume of the VR units in a responsible way. And I think that's what we're trying to do, to get people to plan, to get their licenses. And I think the bylaw is a small step to address the shortage that we do have. So I think it's important that we are going through the planning department, getting your license, and doing it the proper way. So I thank you for doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, we've got a question here, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. And Marianne, thank you. So do you have a place that on?
I do.
That, and so why would you want to do something like that? What would your need be? Because why would you want to do this?
Okay, well, I live by myself.
Okay.
So I really enjoy doing my Airbnb. I meet tons of people from all over the world. It's a place that people can stay. A lot of people don't want to stay at the hotels. They say it's a nicer place to stay at a home instead of a hotel. And
you're right along the Chippewa Creek, I imagine, right? So
along the water. Yeah,
it's a nice view.
And
so are you already running one, or you're looking at?
I'm in the license process.
Oh, you're in license
I ran
process.
it and realized I needed a license, so that's why I'm here.
Okay.
And I shut it down because I want to get my license.
So being owner occupied, how would you do that? Say, would you just not run it when you're not there? You like it better when you're there so you can see what's happening.
Oh,
obviously.
absolutely.
Yeah, so if you're going away for 3 weeks, you're not going to be running it.
No way. No, it's for 2 people and it's quiet. I've never had a problem. Never.
Okay.
Yeah, and people want to stay instead of staying at a hotel.
Yeah.
They really do.
And do you see people just for one night or 7 nights or?
Usually 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's short term.
And what would you think the reason would be why they would want to do an owner-occupied Airbnb rather than an illegal one or going to a hotel?
Probably because if it's a legal one, then they're going to feel safe that I've gotten the health and safety in, I've gotten the fire regulations, I'm following the protocol, which is making them safe, me safe.
And they're obviously interacting with you. You can tell them where to go, all that sort of
all
stuff.
The time. Yeah, I give them all kinds of brochures of Niagara Falls, what we have to offer here in Niagara Falls, the wineries, the downtown area. So yeah, they stay.
So you're promoting the tourism as your...
Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to council? Okay. Sorry. All right, so now we were waiting. We were missing Councillor Newestag. I don't know where she went to the wash. Oh, she got some chocolates. There she is. So I end the public meeting now. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Does a member of council wish to make a motion regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to talk a lot about this, and we've heard from a lot of people the pros and cons. We heard about the illegal Airbnbs and how we're basically saying, how are you going to enforce that? How are you going to enforce that? And we heard from our CEO that it will help if we legalize the owner-occupied one because it will. He's got a plan to get the rest of them, the illegal ones, running. With the owner-occupied, if there's a problem, you can phone either here, you can phone them, and there's going to be a person there, or there's going to be a big fine. Our CEO actually said that he doesn't expect that say there was do you have any idea how many do you think would apply, and if we did it for even a pilot project for a year or two?
my guess is you're looking at, less, like 100, like it's not, of the 1,000 potential that are out there, the vast majority are non-owner occupied. The vast majority are whole home rental. So you can't rent on Verbo unless you're a whole home rental. So, so for that, it's a subset of the market. So I don't believe it's going to be a big number. We've been in the bed and breakfast business for 50 years, and we have how many? 60 total licenses? 56 total licenses.
As B&Bs.
As B&Bs. Now B&Bs are a little bit more difficult, but if if I take that number and I say we double it, it's 120. It's a massive reduction of what we have on the table now.
Okay. And do you think that we could do something, if we do pass a motion, that we could have a pilot project, whether it's a year or two, and get a report back of the pros, the cons, what's going to happen, how many complaints, how much money that we've made, or how much money that it cost us, enforcement, all that sort of stuff? Would you be okay with a pilot project and coming back with something that we can actually bring back to the table and fix it and tweak any problems that there might be?
The council can repeal any bylaw at any point in time and do that. What I would suggest is council can make a amendment or an additional a part of the motion to say that staff bring back a formal report after X months, and have council review the bylaw at that time, and that can be added to the motion. In reality, you don't technically need that, but what that would do is it would diarize it for staff, and staff would be required at that point in time to bring it back as part of the motion of council.
Okay. And I know there's some people in here that are totally against it, and they're talking about the illegal Airbnbs that are happening, and I think we need to address that as well. So you do have a plan to address these illegal ones, Mr. CEO?
Yes. I'm going to back up for a second. When council passed the other vacation rental unit bylaw that restricted it in residential areas, my phone got flooded because we mailed every single house a little flyer. And I had lots of phone calls from people who were doing, they were either saying, well, listen, we're renting this out, we've been doing it for years, I bought it for this purpose, And then you had a sub-segment of the population that said, listen, this is crazy, like I just rent my basement apartment out, 20 times a year, and we've had a lot of those stories, a lot of, this is how my mom keeps her house. We have a lot of that. So during that process, when we did the warning, this is where staff kind of said, okay, let's take a real look at it, because when the mom came to me and said, like, please explain to me how you can have this tenant on a long-term one, I can have a B&B, and this, your law doesn't make any sense, that we're isolating this minor activity. So that's when we looked into it. And if, and at the end of the day, for a bylaw to be effective, it has to be accepted to some extent. People can understand, improperly run VRU should be shut down. And people will encourage that, and we will go and encourage that, and we will do that with it. But when you start, finding someone $1,000 because mom's rented out the basement for a few weekends a year, they start to lose respect in that bylaw, and then people start to really question: is this really good? Was the purpose? The purpose is to get rid of the person who has 5 or 6 of these buildings, and and they're run without oversight, not the ones that are doing it right. So our job is always to see, can we get the people who want to do it right on side and not hurt the people who aren't doing it right, and hurt the people who are not doing it right. And and that's the intent. So we did put a bit of a pause in our enforcement because we knew that there was going to be backlash. If I start putting someone in and putting them to court because someone was doing it, and then you had a lot of people like the lady who stepped forward, when those information came out, then they're starting to go through the process to license it. So if we could take the people who are trying to do it right, and they're not in our enforcement lens, and target the ones who are doing it wrong, I can spend a lot more time on those because I have to deal with a complaint the same way. And so I'd rather send my focus on the guy who's doing it wrong and you know, unleash Gerald on those and find the $1,000 ones and not take the bad heat for, you know, hitting up someone who's renting their apartment, you know, 20 times a year because they don't want to do it or they're just looking to make ends meet a little bit. So, you know, I think, you know, my phone rang off the hook. I know some of your counselors' phone, and everyone that I came to, they all said, I talked to this counselor, I talked to this counselor, so I know you guys have seen that. So that's, you know, enforcing a bylaw, you can make any rule, but people have to respect the rules, and you have to explain it to them logically. And if logically, I can't tell them why a long-term rental is okay, a B&B is okay, but this one is not okay, in the exact same house, they start to lose respect for that. And that is a challenge. And when people, and the other gentleman said, yeah, we monitor a couple of them. They just get forced underground and our investigation becomes that much harder. Because I can no longer slap them with, well, a whole premise of our bylaws, you've advertised on Airbnb, that's what I'm now fining you for. I don't need any more evidence. If they force underground, right, and they're doing it privately, I have to go through that 200, 300 hour of investigation because they've just skipped the easy part of where they can get caught. And so that's why I think it's important. If we can get them licensed and we can monitor the ones that are licensing and enforcing them, making sure they're by the rules, you know, that's fine. You know, am I going to take 1,000 illegal Airbnbs off the market in 10 days? No. You know, if this bylaw passes and we go out and target those illegal ones, it'll take months, you know, for it. But, you know, that community goes on pretty quick. When someone starts getting hit with, you know, $1,000 fine, a $2,000 fine, a $3,000 fine, and they have to pay within 45 days or it gets put on the tax roll, things start to happen. The challenge that we have, and I understand people's frustration here, they report an illegal Airbnb. I have Airbnb cases where we've won an initial judgment, it gets appealed, that's going through the court for 2-3 years. So we have people with $10,000 fines that I fined them 3 years ago, and it's still going through the court because they can delay that, and it's to their benefit with AMPs. I'm hitting it on their payroll, or sorry, on their property taxes, and then they're paying me you know, 1.25% interest per month. So, you know, this allows us to get more active without hurting, you know, what I would call the resident who's trying to do the right thing, who's trying to, you know, manage to earn a few extra bucks on, you know, with their property. And so, you know, I think it's a lot easier to enforce in those bad cases, a bylaw that's respected and easy to explain to people and why there is that linear difference.
And I remember, is Frank still here? He left already, I think, but he was the guy that really kind of, you know, stuck in my head because a lot of these guys who might have 3 or 4 properties and they may, or just may have one, and they're trying to do long-term rentals, and they can't because they're tearing apart their property, they're not taking care of it, and then they try to get rid of them. And I talked to adjudicators, they said, well, we can't get them in for at least another year. You're better off just paying them out or selling the place. And even selling the place, you got to pay them out even to sell the place. So I think, you know, this is a good avenue. I think, you know, when you have owner occupied, there's someone there to complain to if there's something, and they're gone the next day. Would I rather have a long-term rental next door to me who doesn't take care of the property, or an owner occupied Airbnb nightly rental where I know if they are loud, I can complain to the person, or they're gone the next day and they take care of their property because they have to, because it goes by reviews. You will not be able to rent that property if the place is not in good shape. And the long-term rentals are destroying the drywall. They're costing, like Frank, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I think it's a good good thing to have in our city. I think we're going to really tackle the illegal Airbnbs by doing this, and we're going to hopefully make some money and be able to beautify. And you're going to get people that, I've stayed at Airbnbs in other places in Canada and all over the world, and you know, I've stayed at places for 7 days, and I couldn't stay at another place because a hotel would be too expensive for me. And a lot of times they'll come here, especially what's going on right now with Donald Trump, and a lot of people don't want to go to the States. They can stay here. It's a staycation now. They can stay here for 7 days and not only go to our tourism sector, but go down our trails, go and take the time to actually see a real downtown. And it's not Clifton Hill, it's right here. So I'm willing to put the motion that we go forward with this, but I'd like to make it, whether it's a year, we come back with a report and tweak whatever problems there may be.
Can I make a slight friendly amendment? Can we have the report come back 13 months later? We'll have a 1-year study period, and then we have 3 months to report back to council.
Sounds good.
So 15-month period.
Okay, we've got that, and you're seconding it, like Councillor Newstein. Did you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think tonight we've heard so many different conversations that I think people really a lot of the conversation got muddied, and they're looking at this and thinking it's these illegal Airbnbs, which it is not. So I think people really need to understand there's 4 things that, and they're all been mixed up tonight. One is bed and breakfast, where somebody can rent out their rooms, and you're sharing the same space, and then you provide breakfast. The other one is a short-term rental, where it's a separate unit in a home, and it's self-contained, but the owner is present. The other one is the commercial Airbnb, that it's a commercial entity, people are paying the taxes, and they're located in the proper areas. And then there's this illegal Airbnbs, which I think everyone's very upset about and keep trying to bring everything together. If you separate that and just look at all the different ones separately, you would see it. So for having this one, why I'm in favor of it, so owner occupied, meaning the owner is there. We've heard a lot, I know we talk a lot about affordable housing, but we have to talk about housing affordability, and this speaks so much to it. It's not about somebody getting rich, it's about somebody being able to maintain their home. We heard the real estate agent, Rachel, she spoke very much about it, that people, this is the only way they can, or they're going to do reverse mortgages or have to sell. So this is a nice way. We've talked about housing affordability, and this is one part of it. Also, there's a social aspect of it as well. She continuously mentioned I don't know why she talked about senior ladies, but that seemed to be the market that, and there's a social component to it too, that they can have the tourists there. I think it's another option to the tourist market, that we're providing an alternative type of stay. And it keeps, this is another important point, is that it keeps the homeowner engaged in making sure their property looks good. We want to live in a city where properties are maintained. It's very expensive to continue to maintain it, and this allows the people the funds to maintain it, and also the incentive to do it, because they're going to try and attract people. In terms of this B&B too, it's a different type of alternative. Not everybody wants to have people sharing bedrooms next to them, especially a single person. And I think I really liked was when Gerald talked about it being self-sustaining enforcement. So we have enforcements set up, and because there is a bylaw, we have something to monitor it against. We know who these people are, so they're not people out there that are illegal. We know who they are, they have the license, we can monitor it that way. The owner is present, and also, again, last point, and I know Councillor Strange talked about it with Mr. Messina, talking about what happens with long-term rentals, and that phone call I took yesterday, which was very disturbing. They can't get these people out there. It's a drug house, and there's a 92-year-old lady living next door to this drug house, and those are things that are concerning, and I think Ann Phillips talked about that as well. So overall, I will support it, because I think it's the one good way of making sure that we can hit all those different things that I've just talked about. So that's why I'd like to
okay, thank you.
second it.
She's seconded. Yeah. So we've got a motion second to speaking to the motion. Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think short-term rentals have a place in Niagara Falls, but I don't believe that they should be everywhere. I think we've done a lot of our homework by putting them in certain areas, and we should have them there. In some of these surveys within the report, it said 56% are not in support in residential areas. 88.75 believe that it's going to create challenges in residential areas. 80% people think that it will affect their property values or increase rental costs. I do understand a lot of the reasons why some people want to do this for their owner occupied, but I think that this is opening up the door. We already have so many illegal VRUs. why are they not following the rules? Are they in the wrong area? Do they not care? Do they not know? I don't know what the reasons are, but we have a lot of illegal VRUs. So if we open up that door, we are then going to look at maybe the owner's not living there, or they're going to put their daughter or son in there to be the designate. We talked about a number of rooms being allowed. There were some people who wanted more rooms. Why can't we do more rooms? If you have 3 legal units on your property, only 1 is allowed for owner-occupied short-term rental. Why can't you do 2? So I really think that this is going to open up the door for other illegal activity. But at least before, you knew when they were illegal because you knew what area. There's a map on the city's website, shows the commercial area, shows the residential. If there's one in a residential, you know it's not legal. Maybe they got a special permission through zoning bylaw, but those would be few and far between. The enforcement process has been taking too long. We've talked about that, and now we're going to add a whole other level of illegal activity, possible illegal activity that can come through. The province amended a lot of the processes for affordable housing, and we're supposed to be achieving those affordable housing targets. I'm concerned that this is going to affect affordable housing. I want to speak about the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units. The province put forward policies to create ADUs for affordable housing, not for short-term rentals. When we talk about grants, possible grants, we look at St. Catharines, they have an $80,000 grant for an ADU. I don't want to see taxpayers' money go to a business where someone is illegally running a short-term rental that an owner is not on that premise. Taxpayers' money can't go towards those grants. I know when we talked about ADUs, our planner, and it's on the website, says that an ADU is not allowed for a vacation rental unit. Well, if somebody owns a property that has 3 units, now they could have technically 3 illegal units and not even live there. And the ADU process, we've streamlined the process to make it easier and more affordable for housing. That we've cut down times for application processes. There might be grants, and there's just one other thing. The DCs, the development charges are removed on ADUs because of affordable housing. So now if someone builds an ADU on their property that they don't even live there, we've removed development charges and fees for them to run an illegal business, possibly. I'm afraid of evictions moving forward. If people feel that they can do a short-term rental, maybe they are renting to a long-term tenant, and I know the eviction process, that there's lots of issues with it. It takes a long time, but I can see people being evicted. Going back to what Councillor Patel asked our planner about the ADUs, we are going to get credit for affordable housing for building those ADUs, and if they get used for short-term rentals, then we look at the licensing. Are we going to remove those numbers off of our numbers?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Worship. And no, we wouldn't, and nor would St. Catharines. St. Catharines allows, obviously, you could rent out as long as you're the principal resident. Residents you can operate, and you can actually rent out somebody's house as long as you're the principal owner when they're on vacation in St. Catharines. So I don't think there'd be a difference between us and other municipalities, Burlington, Oakville, all those places. So unless everybody is told by the province to start reducing those numbers, I don't think we would.
See, this whole process of what the province is trying to do to get more affordable housing, we're allowing 2 ADUs plus your original, and now we're saying, well, those ADUs can be short-term rentals. So yes, they're going to an affordable housing, but then we're not going to take it off. And it doesn't matter to me if other municipalities are doing it. It's a loophole for somebody else to get in.
CAO would like to address that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, there's a math challenge with ADUs and rental programs. And one of the reasons I asked staff to look at this is because we need to actually construct these units. It's great to say, let's construct these units for low rent, but if the math doesn't pencil out, no one's doing it. No one's going to take on a loss. In fact, Councillor Campbell one time publicly noted that he was renting his apartment at a lower cost, and Revenue Canada actually denied his losses. And there was a person trying to do the right thing, and he was denied his losses. So part of the rationale for this is, how do we get these units built? I've talked to multiple builders about putting in laneway units and doing these things, but the public has to buy it, right? And so if you take away one of the easiest options for them to get to a break-even plus scenario, which is to be able to rent it as a vacation rental unit, if you take that away, they're not going to build them, and you don't have the supply. So you can wish for all the development of affordable units, and you pulled the report, Councillor, we had 0, because you can't build for $300,000. So as you know, so one of the things I said was, and we also can't afford to send out $80,000 checks. The only reason St. Catharines is doing that is because they got federal money. But that's an unsustainable program, because once that money goes away, no one's going to build them anymore. And I don't want to transfer an $80,000 check from the taxpayers' dollars when you could actually do it here by using what we have in Niagara Falls as a market to do it. And and the homeowner that does that, they might only use it for 5 or 6 years that way, and then it could be for another use, or the market changes. The one thing I know is I can't predict the market 30 days out, 90 days out, or 10 years out. But if I never build those units, the one thing I know is they'll never be in inventory. So the whole goal of the province is to get things built. And this is a tool that doesn't really cost taxpayers money, that can provide an alternative unit at a low cost. The reason that was brought up, I take 800 units out or 500 units of houses out that were VRUs, they're not going to be affordable. I got a $700,000 house with a $400,000 mortgage. I got to have minimum rent of $3,000, $3,500 just to cover my mortgage costs. That's never going to be an affordable unit, ever. But if I can build a basement unit, that's going to be an affordable unit that will target someone at the $800,000, $900,000 a month. And so, as government, we can't go and build these things all the time. As government, we need to provide the framework to allow the private sector to do some of these things. And we give them policy incentives. This is a policy incentive to say, build an ADU. You have a business case there because in Niagara Falls. This business case, frankly, doesn't exist in St. Catharines. It doesn't exist in Barrie. It exists here. It exists in Toronto. It's more restrictive than Toronto or St. Catharines, where you can do the whole home rental, right? Or Toronto can do the whole home rental for 90 days, I think is Toronto's rule. 90 or 180, I think it's 180 days. So I'm putting in a more restrictive bylaw on the use of the property, but I still think there's a business case there that says, yeah, if I can do it, as a rental unit, I can build that ADU. And that should be one of our primary goals on the housing thing. Because we can't force builders to do things or force homeowners to do stuff that they're going to lose money on. You have to have a business case that makes sense for the deployment of capital. And this is it. And we've heard one landlord after another. They're not really interested in going into long-term rental for whatever reason. And I'm not going to change that. That's beyond our power. But if I can get those ADUs in there and they can break even for 5 or 6 years, renting it out and then bring mom and dad into it, great. That's, and then when they leave their house, now I got 2 units that can go to the market. And that's how you build units. And I don't have a lot of other tools that can do it. So that's part of the premise. So I just want to be clear that as staff, bringing affordable units is a priority, and this is one tool. Will it solve everything? No. But like everything else, you got to eat that elephant one bite at a time. This is a bite. Does it fix affordable housing? No. But it's a bite. It's a tool to move forward. I'm an old football player. I was told block and tackle and just work on first downs. This is a first down. It's not a touchdown. And that's how, I'm not using a food analogy. I see that. I know you'd appreciate that. So that's so this is not intended. And in fact, the best study that we have out is this study, which was commissioned by the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association on short-term rentals. And their conclusion and their recommendation of the province was to have owner-occupied short-term rentals. They statistically looked at each market where the rents got lowered because of it. So in each market where they brought in those rules, rents came down. You know, because it's an influx, because, like I said, that house with a $400,000 mortgage on it ain't going to affordable housing, but the smaller units will, and that's what we need to take a look at. So it is a very housing-centric focus to it, and on the flip side, it's also for, you know, the person who owns the house who may have some difficulty affordability or buying into the market. We have builders right now that are doing a multi-generational housing, you know, that we're there. That fits some people who may have large families would go in there, but at the same point in time, for a family, they might say, well, I got a legal basement downstairs, and I'm gonna flip that into that to help pay for my mortgage, and that's how I can enter into the market. So those are the strategies we're trying to get to. So, you know, I know it's easy to think, oh, you put this, it's gonna take it away from the market. My conclusion is they're never going to the market. They're never going to be built unless there's a business case for them, and the ones that are existing are not going to go. They're not going to go into the market because it costs too much. You know, yes, you can create $4,000, $3,500 rental units, but that's not going to help our affordability issue.
Well, thank you for all of that information. I still do believe that having short-term rentals and residential is not what the bulk of our residents want. They are concerned that it's a commercial activity in a residential area. So we can call it whatever we want. It is a commercial activity within a residential area. Our residents purchase their home in a residential area, not in a commercial area, because they want residential activities. They want to enjoy their activities in their residence. There are a lot of people that are opposed to these owner-occupied short-term rentals. I feel that the province has downloaded so much onto our municipalities that we don't know where to go. And we're going back and forth. We're putting things in place to try to skirt around another issue that's not ours. The Landlord-Tenant Board, affordable housing, those are at the province, but here it is at our city, and we need to do something about it. I would venture to say most of the people sitting in the gallery own more than one property, and that it's not just about having an owner occupied within their own unit. It's about the other ones. And if we were having all of those illegal VRUs before, what is going to stop somebody for adding another owner occupied on their property, or letting their son take care of it? We already saw the list of suggestions from the Airbnb community or industry, whatever they're called. We've already seen that. So we've given a few things, and we're trying to fix a problem, but now all of a sudden they want more. They want another unit. They want a designate. They want, there was a list of them, sorry.
We're going to have to wrap this up, Councillor.
I didn't ask the question, sorry, I didn't ask the question of the CAO. The CAO stood up and took most of my time, so I just have a couple more things.
Your time's, yes, let's be mindful of it.
It was 3 minutes when the CAO stood up.
Yeah, and it's been over 5 minutes.
Yes, I know, but I didn't ask the question.
Okay.
So the owner not living there, the different designate, more rooms allowed, the more than one owner occupied, increasing the number of guests, and parking is an issue as well. So I don't support it in all residential areas. I think that there's a place for them. I just don't think that this is the right way to do it.
Thank you. To that, yes, okay, and then I've got you to this point, yes.
And I just want to clarify one issue. And when people say it's a commercial activity in a residential area, I understand that. But if I go in front of a judge and the opposing lawyer asks me, well, a B&B, is that a commercial activity in a residential area? I'm going to have to say yes. If the same lawyer asked me the question of Mr. Strange, he subdivided his house into 3 units and rented it out to students on a permanent basis. Is commercial renting of a unit a commercial activity? I'm likely going to have to say yes. And that's where the inconsistency starts. And when I go back to it, you have to have a logical argument to it. And so we just have to be careful on that. We're okay with B&Bs in residential areas, and we've been okay with it for 40 years as a commercial activity. So if I go in front of a judge, I would have trouble circling that square, and that's a challenge. And so we say, oh, that one's okay, but this one's different for whatever reason. It would be a challenge. So I hear that repeatedly, and I just want council to understand that that's a challenge for us.
Thank you. To that point, Councillor Newsom.
Actually, he said what I was going to say through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lococo. So I am totally opposed to Airbnbs in residential areas where there's not an owner. That is a commercial entity, 100%, and I would never support that. What I like about this is because the owner is there, and it helps with housing affordability, because as much as you talk about affordable housing, I talk about housing affordability. So we're trying to help that person stay in their home. And because they're there, I see it no different than if I had friends coming to stay over, and I know who they are, but they're in and they're out. People, and to your point, and I agree, we buy our homes not expecting a commercial thing, but yet you end up with these long-term rentals all around you and having these other issues. So I think that at the end of the day, that's far more egregious to a resident having this drug deal house next to you, as opposed to somebody who's in there and having people come and go within a short period of time, and they're the owner, making sure that their property is maintained, making sure that there's not nuisances and noise violations and everything else, because they wouldn't want it anymore because they're in that home. But that's why I'm saying this whole discussion tonight, and back through to you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's all been muddied because it's not Airbnbs. I totally disagree with Airbnbs in residential areas. I see this completely different. We'll go to Marianne over there. Her place would be she has a separate self-contained area. She's on her own. This what helps her to stay in her home. And I can't imagine Marianne would ever have her home not, she would be respectful to the neighbors, making sure that they would abide by whatever the proper thing is. So that's why I really don't see it as that commercial entity as much as it's being seen. I think that's more of the illegal Airbnbs in residential areas. I just want to make it clear where I stand on.
Thank you. I've got Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, last meeting we took short-term rentals from Lundy's Lane. We turned them into long-term rentals. In this meeting, we are talking about taking long-term rentals, turning them into short-term rentals. Both meetings, last meeting when we turned Lundy's Lane motels into long-term rentals, we are changing the landscape and historic aspect of Lundy's Lane. And we are doing the same thing today. If we allow short-term rentals in the neighborhood, we are changing the characterism of the neighborhood. We compare ourselves with lots of other cities. Niagara Falls, we have 13 million visitors coming every year. That's going to affect us much more than any other cities being affected by short-term rentals. For me, we are opening can of worm, and we don't have lots of proper information. We always say that, oh, we have 2 more bylaw officers, that should be enough to patrol this short-term rentals. We do not know what the outcome is going to be. We are doing lots of, we are basing lots of stuff on opinions, what might happen. We don't really know. We don't have all the answers when it comes to parking. We don't have lots of answers. And we are making decisions tonight just on based of some probability and maybe some cities what they have done. For me, short-term rentals, yes, they do provide support for lots of seniors and lots of people who are struggling to pay mortgage. Yes, I do understand the aspect, but there's another aspect to that the people will be taking advantage of it. And for me, I know people are struggling and they do want to pay mortgage. And another aspect is when what Councillor Lococo said was ADUs. They're supposed to be made for short-term rentals, and people will be using it for so long-term rentals. The people will be using it for short-term rentals, and allowing short-term rentals. We will be taking lots of units off the market. I looked on the website from City of Hamilton, and they're saying they're expecting 1,100 applications for short-term rentals per year. That means there's 1,100 units might be taken off from the long-term rentals. So there's going to be a big impact on it. And for me, I don't think I can really support this as of now because there's not enough information. I would like to have more information, maybe more education on this, how it's going to impact what, or maybe different zones where we can allow the short-term rentals, not everywhere because every neighborhood is not made for short-term rentals. So there's so many unanswered questions. It's not staff's fault. We have so many questions. Everybody has so many different theories. So I don't think I'll be supporting it this time.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to her point, you know, the long-term rentals, a lot of people won't even rent their houses out because they're afraid to. And this is an easy way for them to actually make some money, whether it's on the weekends, and they can fill that gap now. The long-term rentals, they try to rent them out, rent their house out, and it just gets demolished. They got to take them to court. They can't get their money, and then it costs them money to get them out. That's the problem with the long-term long-term rentals, that nobody wants to do it anymore because it's you talk to Frank, you talk to so many people that have done it, and it's changed. The tenant landlord board is packed. You can't get in there for a year. It costs them to get them out. So I think this is the best solution. But you know what? Let's do it for a trial basis. In 13 months, we come back. If something's wrong, we fix it. We're never going to learn unless we try it. So we can sit here and defer it or go another 6 months and listen to more stuff going on. You're never going to learn unless you try it. And then we can fix it in 13 months. We can fix it after a year. Otherwise, we won't be able to do it. You'll never be able to fix it unless we try it. And if we come back and say, oh, they're not attacking the illegal Airbnbs and you know, we've already hunted down $1,000 fines and it's not working out, we squash it. But we'll never find out unless we try it. And we're going to come back, do a trial, come back, and as council, we can come back, tweak whatever we want, and make it work.
Thank you. Councillor Kerrio.
It's kind of a shame that because the Landlord and Tenant Act is broken, we have to be trading these things off against each other. That's a bit sad. Has there been any thought given to limits per neighborhood or limits per streets, or because I missed part of that?
We can ask Ms. Dolch that question.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's not something we've explored at this point, but obviously.
Well, I can imagine the people who are upset about having 1 or 2 in their neighborhood. They'd really be upset if there was 8 or 10 in their neighborhood and they got their whole neighborhood and their way of life has changed. Because it may not be a commercial operation in the true sense of the word, but a daily rental is a daily rental. So, well, I can't support it either way, Your Worship, anyways, because I'm going to stay consistent with the fact that I've always just not supported short-term rentals in residential areas. So.
Okay. To that point,
yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dolch, you want to speak first?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to also specify that in our bylaws that we've presented tonight, we do have that policy in the OP policy about undue concentration that we were going to monitor to make sure. I know just made the point about having a lot of units in one area, and that's something we're going to monitor to see if there becomes an issue.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Lococo? That was your point. Okay, gotcha. I've got Councillor Baldinelli.
What a difficult decision.
It's tough. Huh?
I've heard some great points tonight, both for and against, and I've heard, for investments, Airbnbs, how close they are to everything. I think we still need to, get more educated on it. I believe the plan is a good plan, but then obviously, just like Councillor Kerrio stated, I don't think they want it in residential areas, and I don't think we've discussed possible expansion of areas that may fit within it, as we, from the tourist commercial areas and maybe other roads as well, instead of getting into a crescent where, people known each other for so long. And I understand the tariffs and the cost of living. My mother's in the same situation. That life can get difficult, and I know that I've traveled around and been in Airbnbs, and I'm in there. So we might go back, late at night, have a glass of wine, go to sleep, and then we're up and gone. So we don't really spend a lot of time in there, and they're very convenient and a lot better than some of the places that you'd like to stay in. So I'm not for or against, and I know that I don't support it being in residential areas, although I do understand that people would like to be able to do this in different areas. So I'm thinking maybe an expansion or redefining where we can have it would be a good idea. You know, if we could defer this so that we can get more of an education session and sit down and really go through and hammer out the pros and cons and what would be best for the city instead of just doing it as of right everywhere, I'd be more comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Baldinelli. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Strange?
Oh, no, I was just going to talk about what, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to talk about Councillor Kerrio and.
Oh, did he though? Yeah, but he didn't make a, did you make a motion or you're?
Yeah. Well, yes, indirectly, but yes, I'd like to make a motion to defer until we, you know, we can schedule an education session with the council and staff, and then maybe come back next meeting. If we can get something in the future, yeah, no specific date, but we need to have some kind of sit down and go through it.
You have to have a date, so you could.
Whenever staff could arrange an educational session.
We can do it prior.
Okay, time out.
It's about staff, not about me. I'm available all the time.
I know. Okay, so the suggestion was two cycles, like 2 council meetings.
Okay.
Is it going to be another public meeting though? Is it going to be another floor?
You got the floor, and then we got Councillor Kerrio.
Yeah, but as soon as somebody seconds it, it's not debatable, right?
What's that?
As soon as someone seconds it,
Yeah.
it's not debatable?
Well, I'm going to ask for a second, so there is no debate. We're just talking date. That's all we're talking about. So do we have a second for a deferral motion?
I wanted to ask a quick question.
On
If we defer it, not deferred yet, if we defer it, maybe we could come back with some protection for residents as limits or some way to protect the residents a bit. So that could be a bit of a win-win, rather than just saying it can be in any residential area, as many as they want, blah, 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 which I can't support, and it looks like some of the others can't either. So I said if we defer it and come back with some ideas, or we might be able to soften the blow on the residential areas.
Okay. You're going to
I
second?
would second the deferral.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you second.
Before the in-camera or as part of the in-camera agenda, two meetings?
Okay, so in 2 meetings.
It's not a public meeting though.
What's that?
Not a public meeting.
Well,
It'll be in-camera, education session.
Okay.
So it'll be part of our in-cameras on the
okay. So you heard the motion. We've got the date. It's not debatable. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Madam Chair. To Madam Clerk. Thank you to everybody for being here. You heard this in 2 meetings. We're going to re-deal with it. I think there's going to be a little tweaking coming from staff, and then it's going to come back to council. Thank you to everybody for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you. We got to get Vic. Vic's sleeping.
He's at Antigua.
There's no pasta back there, or salad.
Why don't we take 5 minutes? Yeah. We're going to take 5 minutes. 5-minute break. All right, everybody, welcome back. We just took a little recess after dealing for a great deal of time with the owner-occupied short-term rentals in residential areas, which has been deferred and we'll bring back in 2 cycles. So now we go into reports. PBD 2025-17, Garner West Secondary Plan update. We're going to call on Chris Miller, Senior Project Manager, Secondary Plans. He's going to give us a presentation. Welcome, Mr. Miller. And he bought this tie for tonight. Very nice.
Yes, thank you.
Very nice.
Very inspiring.
Councillor Strange is leaving. He has a conflict.
Okay, this is a joint presentation, so just noted. The reports will be dealt with separately. That's
okay.
That's separate. So let's keep that in mind. But, yes, thank you very much, councillors. A lot of you have not been before you previously, but just hello. So listen, I'll just get through this as quickly as possible. I just wanted to, let's see here, what are my controls on this one? Up and down?
Scroll up and down.
Yeah, well.
The mouse.
The mouse, okay, all right. Okay, so here we are with the key map, I guess. Let's call this our urban area Niagara Falls, and these 2 red spots on that. These are the secondary plan areas that I'm working on. It's the northwest, rounds out the top northwest corner of our urban area. It's about 100 hectares, 250 acres. Then we have the Garner West, which is more central on the western edge, and that's about 183 hectares, and it's equivalent to almost 450. I'm just going to round some of these numbers for simplicity. So I'll just scroll some more. There we go here. Here's a little bit of aerial context for you. We are looking at these areas, the Garner West area. Lundy's Lane bounds the top. Beechwood is on our western edge. Garner, of course, is on the east, and down to McLeod. So, and on the northwest, if I move that off, you'll see that the Mountain Road is at the top. Kalar is down the west edge. We have Montrose and the QEW that kind of bound the east, and then the Hydro Corridor, which is defines the southerly edge. Scroll down on the mouse. Okay, so just a bit of background. Both of these areas were urban expansion areas. They were added as part of the region's new official plan. So that's how these 2. We have another one we have yet to get to. But these urban expansion areas were added by the region through their land needs methodology and the municipal comprehensive review. So these are effectively greenfields, but in the new nomenclature, you'll just simply hear them referred to as designated growth areas. So, and I guess on that, I just want to maybe say that the terms of reference for these studies were developed. We had policy that we had to consult with the region and MPCA as we were developing the terms of reference for the background studies that we're dealing with. The reason we're sort of taking this, I'm doing a single presentation, but these are technically going to be 2 separate amendments. This is just for simplicity, but it also serves good purpose for efficiencies. When I have project management meetings, I'm meeting with the consultants, we're covering 2 projects at one time. Our consultation outward with the agencies and whoever, I can hit 2 projects at one time. So there's some efficiency in that way. And the study work itself is also, I would say, duplicate. We have to do a functional servicing study, transportation impact, land use compatibility, fiscal impact, and the sub-watershed work. Those studies are applying to both of the secondary plan areas. And then the city ourselves will be doing some edge policy planning for agricultural interface, and we'll be doing some urban design guidance as well. So at the start of the process with our secondary plan program, we assemble a community focus group, and so we had done that. We have 2 groups, one for each of the plan areas, and we went through some visioning exercises that were facilitated, generated some vision statements for each of the communities, and we've had a second meeting since then just to start kicking around ideas for land built forum types of discussions. I'll just go through the 2 vision statements there that are derived from that process. Was for Garner West. The Garner West community is an anchor and a gateway to the city of Niagara Falls. It has a diversity of built natural features. It's primarily a residential community that prioritizes connectivity, appropriate and viable density, a green approach, and technological advancement. It optimizes services and infrastructure within the neighborhood to accommodate people of all ages and abilities, and achieves appropriate integration with the surrounding areas. The Northwest Vision Statement resulted in the Northwest community accommodates people of all ages and abilities through a mix of land uses and housing types. It has a connected and convenient system of complete streets and pathways with access to natural areas and recreational areas within and outside the community. It is planned and designed to anticipate the evolving needs of those who live, work, and play within the neighborhood. So those are the vision statements that came out of that. The Appendix 1 is the sort of reporting on how that whole process went with our community focus group at the first meeting. So just to start getting into some of the study work there, transportation impacts. I'm just going to stay off the top here that these are all sort of benchmark existing condition stuff, so there really isn't any surprise. Everybody knows these areas. There's nothing going to be surprising to you. This is just us documenting the empirical evidence so that we have some measures when we go have our land use plans. We know what we're measuring from to what we have on the table or where we're going. So the traffic counts, those types of things are just, they'll take all the turn movements, all the traffic that's passing through some of those key intersections. And, they, in a situation like that with a transportation impact, they often will make use of what's called the LOS, or level of service. And that's, sort of like an A, B, C, D, E, F, G kind of rating on those intersections. Those are in the reports for these plan areas. For the most part, I'll say that these are, operating pretty good existing, except for a few, and depends on whether it's AM or PM. But that's our starting point. As we get through in the community, we have an idea of what this community is going to hold and what it's going to look like. Those traffic patterns can be modeled, and we'll be able to, when I say we, the consultants, the experts, will be able to say, okay, you're going to need some lane improvements here, you're going to need some lights probably at this horizon when you're 60, 70, 80% built out, those kinds of things. That will happen in our third phase of these processes. But for now, it was a benchmarking exercise with the transportation work. Same thing with the servicing work. There's not surprisingly, we're dealing with previously agricultural fields, that there are no pipes and sanitary storm and water mains throughout this area. There are some in the perimeters, and some people have access to them or whatever. But the point here is that we're just documenting what's out there now, with the sizes, how much volume, things of that nature. So moving on, we have our fiscal impact, which is a snapshot of the operating costs. Well, in here we have the net operating costs after you take off the fees and grants and such. You can see that the net operating, based on per capita, is relatively low, and the actual assessments are there for the two plan areas. So Garner West is 77% assessment or annual from taxes, and 132 from the Northwest. Okay, and the land use compatibility, these studies took a look at all of our industries, the types of uses that could potentially cause conflicts with developing community uses. They're virtually, I'm going to say they're virtually not a lot to be concerned about out here. The uses that were identified in those studies, at worst, were Class 2, which is pretty something you can mitigate fairly easy. And so they're not a concern, and there's often a lot of intervening residential already. So in that situation, there's some existing circumstances that would also play into that. But I would say that land use compatibility and review of the study work so far there is that there are no impediments to develop these entire areas, both for the residential communities that we're heading towards. The sub-watershed work, this is probably the one that's not yet done as existing conditions, because this kind of a study is big. It's long, and it extends over a period of time. We have to cover all 4 seasons of study when we're looking at sub-watershed. There's plenty of return site visits out there by the consultants for documenting all kinds of things. The reports, there's just so much. I couldn't put maps and things up here or we'd be here all night. And I already know, it's been long so far, but I would encourage anybody who wants to look at that. But it is an interim report, and I think I want to say that because everything in there needs to be considered draft or preliminary, because it's not done. That's that simple. So we need to get to the end of that. That's going to be likely, I'm going to say, in the summertime is when this thing should wrap up. I think the last bit of observation will really sort of hinge around the headwater drainage feature assessments, which needs 3 different periods itself, and the spring freshet, which is just happening now. They're going to be going out there and looking at their first assessments, and then they'll do some time in the mid-spring, and then a dry period. So it's likely after that dry period that this sub-watershed work can be wrapped up. So I'm hoping that that's June, July at the latest kind of thing. So where we are now, we're just wrapping up the phase 1, and the reporting here tonight is just to let council know that we've concluded our phase 1 efforts, and we're going to move into our phase 2. And you can see there that there's a host of consultation. We've already been speaking with a number of the agencies. Even from the get-go, as we're getting data off MTO for the for the intersection at Mountain Road, we're also talking about what's happening, so they're aware. But we'll be hitting up on all of our agencies, the school boards, people like that. We want to talk to. We want to hear from them, let them know what's expected. They can tell us whether or not they're going to need a school or things of that nature, or have that kind of stuff in our pocket. You'll also be, getting creative. I'll be doing a lot of land use options. This is where I really love what I do. And so I'll be getting into that. We'll get through the sub-watershed work. There'll be more public engagement, including open house, and I'll have the consultants there to answer questions. Then we'll also be working towards identifying the preferred land use plans for both of these communities. And then that should wrap us up in around August, I'm hoping. And then we get into the third phase, which I'll just flip my little slide here. There you go, the required study completion. So after we have that land use plan, that preferred land use plan, the next thing in the third phase there is to, detail everything. We have the benchmark set with these existing conditions. What the consultants will be doing is measuring, if you're going to have 15 miles of road, it's going to cost this much. It should be this much for pipes. The engineers will tell us how big those pipes are. The sub-watershed work will say you need to, be having your storm ponds need to be this big. You need to preserve this. So those kinds of things will come out of the very detailed work with any recommendations that are coming out from the works that are going on. But as that's going on, we'll then enter into the formal process, because these really are official plan amendments. So there'll be 2, as I was mentioning in the get-go. We'll have 1 for Northwest and 1 for Garner West. So if there's anything happening later on that affects one, it doesn't tie up the other. So there'll be 2 separate things. So it's just a cleaner way to proceed through. So just anybody who's listening or paying attention who's not already subscribed to the Let's Talk Niagara Falls pages, each of these plan areas has a page on our Let's Talk platform. Name and address in there, email address. You'll make sure that you're getting notified of anything that's being posted there, reports, upcoming meetings, things of that nature. That's probably the best place. The repository for everything I'm going to be doing is going to be sort of chronologized there. So I would probably just choose to end it there and open the floor up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Miller of Council? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Miller. Through the mayor, I did have a couple questions. It does talk that it's primarily agricultural land. How were we able to convert agricultural land to residential?
Through Mayor Diodati, we didn't, the region did. Okay. So as part of the land needs assessments and the comprehensive review that they've done, adding these areas to adding these urban boundary expansions effectively, put an end to the agriculture. They're still zoned and designated that way currently today, but they are going to be flipped to the residential communities, and this will be the roadmap as to what those designations are and what zonings apply. The region had done agricultural impact assessment as part of the whole criteria and looking at what lands they would be bringing in. So I would say that question is answered. It's already been answered.
Great, Thanks. Thank you. in here, under the vision statement words, it talks about encouraging some lower price options, attainable and affordable. We just talked about attainable and affordable housing. How are we going to make that happen? And the other comment that I had was all of the words that had 3 or more are in red, and they all made it to the vision statement, but the final vision statement does not talk about affordable any longer.
I can't speak to the final wording. This was a facilitated matter, so we had Claire Brzezinski, facilitating this. This was all done and generated by the discussion that was happening by the community focus group. Yes, I mean, there are a number of things that continue to resonate. Affordability is right up there, but so is let's build these homes. We need more homes. We need more dwellings. So, at the moment, it's difficult to say to you that we'll make affordable housing or anything, because right now the only place that you can do the inclusionary zoning is in our GO station area. We can't force that on people at this time. We need willing developers, willing participants, and you understand that, and you've heard previously how the development community is not that keen on that. But we'll do what we can, encourage certainly the attainable side of things, which is more on the ownership side, but I don't have the answers, Councillor.
That's fine, thank you. I just have a challenge when we say we need affordable and then we put the word encourage, but then we don't really have anything to back it up. It's nobody's fault, that's just where we are. Then sometimes maybe we shouldn't put it in there. But anyway, that's fine. Couple more questions. It says the areas to the south were zoned residential and light industrial, approved for residential under appeal. Is this the SciTech property? Through the mayor?
This would be the development that's immediately south on the south. Well, wait a second. What report are you referring to?
On page 137 in your report.
That's going to be a problem for me because I've got the paginated version. Is it?
Do you want me to read it?
Is it? Just wondering what. Is it in the? It's in the actual report.
It's in the actual report.
Okay,
on the
I do
agenda.
have copies of the report. So. Is it Northwest or Garner West? I mean, we need to be careful.
The Garner West, the one that's attached to, yeah, page 137.
Unfortunately, like I said, I don't have the paginated one, so if you can give me a little bit of context.
Okay, so it says areas to the south zoned residential and light industrial, approved for residential under appeal. And my question is that the SciTech property? It's under 2.3.
2.3, yeah.
One,
okay,
two,
so
three,
just
fourth paragraph in.
My guess is that they're referring to the residential lands immediately on the south side of McLeod, and I believe there's an ongoing appeal, so I probably shouldn't be discussing anything that's happening with that. But that's what I think is being referenced there.
Can we confirm if that's the SciTech?
Who would know, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that's the matter 9304 McLeod Road, which is under appeal.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 173, it says there's the potential to cause significant impact to the local environment. And I'm wondering what impact and how are we going to mitigate it?
We'll get Mr. Miller to.
Again, I'm looking for I should have printed the paginated version this time around. What report is that we're dealing with?
Same report.
So it is Noyes, the S.S. Wilson version. Can you give me a section number?
Page 173.
Like, is it 2.3 of their?
Just a second.
So it's always better to send these in advance through the portal, then we have answers ready. Because we're at 5
The agenda
minutes.
was 1,700 pages.
No, I
I was
know,
still
but-
reading as of yesterday. You found it?
Oops, sorry.
What impact to the local environment?
Okay, now, you'll have to forgive me. I'm just going to be trying to search that page number out now that I have the paginated. Yeah, so the page number was 173?
173, yes.
Okay, and third paragraphs?
I didn't write the paragraph number down, just a
Garner West
second.
watershed area has been identified.
My question just is, what potential impacts to the environment?
This is the Aquifer Beach report that we're in, correct?
The Garner West.
Yes, but it's the Aquifer Beach, so the subwatershed study. I was looking in the S.S. Wilson study, so.
I'm sorry, I don't know which study that is.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the footer there. Okay, I can't explicitly answer that. We're still in a, they're still doing the study work from Aquifer Beach. This is an interim report, so I'm a little bit reluctant to, and besides that, they're the experts, not myself, but I'm more than happy to take your question.
Thank you.
Okay, and make sure that it's responded to.
That would be great if we could figure that out.
I will, make sure that the consultants use the video or
It's just that they put it in the report, so I'm asking what impacts. And that would be great if we can get an answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, Councillor Kerrio.
Could I just offer a bit of an answer? Knowing a lot of developers and builders and contractors, on one of the questions Councillor Lococo asked about what we can do. The only thing we can do, after listening to all these people speak, is incentives. You want affordable housing, you have to offer incentives, either provincial, federal, or regional, or municipal incentives for affordable housing is really the only fair way to do it. Otherwise, how do you do it? Because you really can't expect them to do it, to build the housing, that's their business, unless the city comes and is an active participant by offering some sort of incentives to these business people. If that's what we want, you got to come up with some incentives.
Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor, oh my gosh. Ms. Dolch, sorry about that demotion.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I was just going to respond to Councillor Lococo. I did find page 173. So what they're referring to here in the interim report is just saying that right now the property is, all the properties in Garner West are agricultural or open fields. It's now going to be going to urban development. So there will be a change in stormwater and those kinds of things. So there will be an impact in terms of where water's going to flow, because it's no longer going to infiltrate into the ground per se. It's going to have to go into catch basins and storm ponds and those kinds of things. And that's why it says, it can cause significant impact because it's been greatly influenced by agricultural cultivation right now, right? So there's going to be an impact, but it's how you control that impact. Stormwater ponds, catch basins, those kinds of things.
Thank you. When I read a report and it tells me something, I just want to know why, and that's all I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Miller? Okay, seeing none, so you have. Okay, motion? Go ahead. Okay, with the recommendations. Motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. So now we got to call Mike back in. Is that right? And Councillor.
You want me to call him?
Yeah. And then Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel. This is going to be real quick. Don't go too far. What? What's that? Yeah, but there's no conflict. There's no conflict. Yeah, I know. The South. So we're just waiting for Mike to come back. So we have quorum again. What's that? No. It's owned by the Sun. They sold it. It goes to the Sons of Italy. All right. So the Northwest Secondary Plan update, which Mr. Miller already did as well. We are looking for a motion to approve the recommendation. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So we got to call the girls back in again. Yeah. As long as they agree not to ask too many questions. Okay, we're on to 9.3. Oh, I'll wait till they get here. Wait till they get back.
Just give Chris a bit of a hand because no secondary.
Well, we're done.
I know.
Okay.
We've done a lot of work.
Yeah, you know what? Mr. Miller, thank you. We know that was a lot of work. There was lots of pages, and we appreciate that. We don't expect you to know every sentence, of a big document like that, but we appreciate where we're at so far. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you, and I'll
Thank
make
you.
sure I have the paginated version next time.
Paginated, eh? That's a good word, paginated. Confluence, pagination, I like it. Okay, so we are 9.3. We've got motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve the fee waiver applications for the 2025 submissions. What's, hold on one sec, yes? Our CAO is going to comment.
Yeah, it's totally up to council. I just want to, we're only in March, and the report is quite clear. We have very little budget left. And the way the rules work is you can award a partial one at some point in time and then go back and reward it. So I just don't want to get into it. Just want to inform council, because of we're way above what we would normally spend by this point in time of year. And if we get more applications at the end of the year, the council will run out of budget at that point in time. So just want to put fair warning to council if we get more applications for fee waivers going forward.
Okay. What's the plan? Question from Councillor Kerrio, what's the plan?
When we brought these new rules in, part of the plan was that council could, fund the full amount, a partial amount, or no amount. Council has never done any of those last two options since we've been here, and so I do want to stress that if everyone is approved here, then we will have very little budget remaining for the rest of the year.
Yes, Councillor Newstead.
Out of curiosity, through you, Mr. Mayor, do you recall how much, to the CEO, how much we spent last year? Like if there was because there's 16% now, but I don't know, was this consistent last year as well?
Oh, you go.
16% left, so 84% is going. So, but is that? I remember last year it was weighted heavy in the first quarter or whatever.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't know the number offhand exactly, but I know that we didn't spend the entirety of the budget. I think it was 51,000, and we definitely had some funds left over. I can get that exact number for you if you give me a second. I didn't have it, but yeah, I know that it wasn't the entirety of the set aside.
What might help, because if everything comes in at the beginning, because I recognize a lot of these from last year, so maybe it's very light at the end of the year.
I would tend to agree with that it was quite heavy at the beginning, because there's 3 submission timelines, and that's just that tends to be the fad.
I'm just wondering if they're doing their planning for the year, because we see some of them are like further on in the year.
Yeah, and I think with the communication that we've provided to these groups as well, they're now, this being the second year that we've been doing it like this, I think now they're a bit more preemptive. I think some of the activities aren't happening until the summertime. They just want to ensure that they have their funds available to them. But we can always circulate the exact, I can try to get the exact number, but yeah, I would agree.
All right, thanks.
Councillor Kerrio.
Just a quick question. Being a little bit rusty, are some of these fees are like we're going to pay for them like a road closure? Is that like that would be on top of our salaried people that are already there? On top,
Right.
Or
it's not really an expense.
It's up and above.
Accounting exercise.
Some of it would be like does it really cost us this?
Yeah, so for example, road closures, in many cases it does, because we actually have to have the staff come on, and it's not a task that they would do. Like the room rental ones, yes and no, but there is cleaning costs and other stuff. And charities already get a very significantly reduced rate for room rentals. So they already get a reduced rate, and these applications are for essentially a waiver of the fees. But the other issue with some of these too is if we are renting out those rooms with no charge, we can't rent them out for charge to another organization.
Yeah,
so
fair.
Yeah, so how it works, so I don't mess up Miss Moldenhauer's budget, is if you waive it, what happens is we take it from your budget and put it into hers, because she's now lost that opportunity to rent it out, and then I can't yell at her for not making budget.
Got you. And are these ones that we did the same thing to last year? Are these ones we waived last year?
Some are, yeah, a lot of them, and some are new, some are increased. And then with only 8,000 left, if something new comes up,
Yep.
we have some difficulty.
Yes, Councillor Lococo. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's more about process, and I brought this up last time. There's 4 of them that don't have budgets, and that it clearly states on the application that there should be a budget. There's no budget attached for 4 of them. 3 of them have different amounts on the front of the application compared to the ask in the report. So there's different amounts there. And then my other question is, some of them have applied for Niagara Falls Cultural Development Fund grants in the past. So I think that there should be some sort of notification if they've applied for another grant, because they can be getting money from the city, from the cultural fund grant, and then get this again. So they're getting money in 2 different places when maybe somebody's not getting money at all. So I'm not picking on any particular one, but process. 4 of them don't have budgets, 3 of them have different amounts, and then the grant.
Yeah, no, that's fair, that's reasonable. Oh, we have an answer? Yes, Madam Clerk?
Oh, sugar. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the budget for the budget that was spent in 2024 was $32,391.92
For the whole year.
Mm-hmm. And that was approved as of August the 31st of 2024.
So it looks like more than half is just for arena rental waivers. And if the space is empty, that's not accurate for the cost. Yes, we can't rent it, but I mean, how often do we rent it out when the ice is out? That's what I'd like to know, because, right? Like, so the book riot, like I see 25,000 without even adding it up, half of it.
So the book riot in particular, in this year in particular, we're taking the ice out just because of the book riot. We got to rapidly put it back in because St. Catherine's rink is down. And over the last couple of years, Rob unfortunately has to deal with me, so his dry land revenue has increased significantly. So, you know, we are losing revenue. Like, we rent as much as we can out of that, and in this case, we would have that sold for ice this year. The only reason we're taking it out is for the book riot.
No, Chippewa.
Chippewa, that one's different because we actually have to open that up, and the cost, there is a cost to open it up. Otherwise, we'd have it closed. We wouldn't have power on. We wouldn't have any of that stuff. And you know, then we have to open it up. We have to clean it, and we have toilets flushing, water, and all that stuff. So I'm not trying to nickel and dime. I'm just saying that these are, you know, and in certain cases, you know, these organizations, you know, raise money for the community, which is great. You know, but at the same point in time, it is a tax. It is a bit of a tax or cost impact to the city. So, and it is a challenge. We can't do certain things at that point in time with those facilities. So, you know, if you know, and like I said, we give charities already a reduced rate for being a charity to rent out. I just raise it because my concern is if the $51,000 is there to spend, it's good to spend it. I'm not opposed to that. I'm just concerned if someone else comes in with a really great idea or 2 really great ideas for $5,000, then we're over budget.
Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. How last time we only used the $36,000 from our amount. Can we maybe create a reserve for this free fee deferral, free waiver? And we can use it from it if we run out of our current fund. So if it's left over from every year, we put it into reserve. Can we create some system like that?
It's a lot of accounting for $50,000. You know, council, if it goes over, council can just say, spend, you know, spend from another reserve. I wouldn't want to do the accounting for it. I just, you know, I do try to stress, you know, tone from the top that, you know, last year I think our surplus was a couple $1 million. We stressed to staff to watch the budget, generate as much revenue, you know, make tough decisions, You know, just because I give you the budget doesn't mean you get to spend the budget. So I stress that to staff, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't also stress it to council, because I make my staff do that every day.
Right.
And, you know, it's easy just to say yes to it. I'm just raising it up to say, you know, there are some real costs to it, or some opportunity cost. And that's it. And like I said, I'm not questioning it. I'm not doing that. It just at some point in time, my concern is, you know, you could also tell some of these ones, you say, well, I'll give you half the room rental fee waiver, and then come back at the end of the year, see how much money we have left over. And that's well within your authority to do it. And by the time we know, come September, October, we'll have a better sense on the budget. But once you grant someone the full room rental for the whole year, then you have no wiggle room at that point in time. And that's why we gave that flexibility to council.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And before we go on, we have someone in the audience who wants to address the council on this matter.
We're not done yet with council.
Okay, after that, okay.
We'll work our way there. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to mention that I kind of look at it from a different standpoint. I think there's 5 groups on there that are asking for the majority of the money. You have Big Brothers, Big Sisters, you have Birchway, you have Heart Niagara, you have Chippewa Volunteer Firefighters Association, and you have Pastone. And they're all worthy organizations. I can't see us not helping them. If anything, we should be happy that we have these organizations in our community and willing to support them. So I don't really see it as an issue.
Okay, got it. Eris wanted to address council, is that what you said?
No, I think I'm in the back.
On this, because we're about to approve them, so do you? Well, I was going to say, don't say anything that's going to screw up. We got a motion on the floor already. You might give them pause for thought, you know?
Oh, you want to give me pause?
No, I'm saying, if you let it go.
I'm not letting it go.
Uh-oh.
Because we're going to, okay.
Okay, so what we're talking about is our 2 events, which is Kerry Falls, which is letter H, and the second one is letter H-I, which is the 2nd annual Latin Festival. Kerry Falls is actually going to be the 3rd annual as well. And the street closure is what we're requesting. Yes, we did apply for the cultural grant. We did not get anything from anybody. So whatever we're asking is just here. And then the street closure, but it's only 1 block for the Latin Festival, which is only going to be 1 block. The other one for Kerry Falls, it might be confusing because it's 2 different events, 2 different weekends. The Latin one is at the end of July. The Kerry Falls is at the end of August. The August one has a parade attached to it, and which has already been approved through Matthew and Bart, is who I spoke to, Indeed. So they said it's already been all going through, and this is sort of like the last step for us to start our marketing, get it going.
Thank you.
And it's for the city of Niagara Falls.
Everything we do everything through our Majestic Multicultural Events for the community. We are a registered nonprofit. We were registered in October of 2022, which I don't feel everybody on council knew because we sort of had a lot of back and forth last year because I think everybody wasn't aware of that. We do have a business, which is Plush Imperial, which is the restaurant lounge. We also have a market, Queen Street Emporium Goods. They are both located on Queen Street. We run Majestic Multicultural for the community, which is a nonprofit, and we give them a desk in the market, so they don't have to pay anything. So Majestic doesn't have expense overheads. It's covered through our pocket for the community.
It also brings revenue to the
street. Everybody we talk to on the street want it. So that's
Very
it.
good.
That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank
You're
you very
welcome.
much.
Thank you.
So we're ready. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. You're good to go, folks. Your funding has been approved. Bravissimo. All right. 9.4. So Amber has a really brief presentation. Is that what I heard you say, Margaret? Okay. 6. Yeah. Yeah. Or none at all. Pretty selfish. Yeah, we all watched it already. Just keeping in mind we've already seen it, but you know, just kind of hit the high points.
Okay, I'll try and be really quick.
Thank you.
So the purpose is to provide an option to assist low-income seniors and low-income persons with disabilities the ability to defer a portion of their property taxes to reduce current expenses and increase their current cash flow. So the current state, right now we offer 2 rebate programs, a rebate program that is offered through the city and a deferral program that is offered through the Niagara region but administered by the city. The City of Niagara Falls program currently has a $102 water rebate and an $80 property tax rebate. The applicants need to be on the Guaranteed Income Supplement or the Ontario Disability Support Program. Under the Niagara region, their program is mandated under Section 319 of the Municipal Act. The eligible deferral amount is any property tax increase in excess of $200. So the way that the region program currently works is if your taxes increase by, say, $150, then you would not be eligible. If your taxes increase by $250, you'd be eligible to defer the $50 portion. This program currently has a really low uptake, but it has the same application requirements. So you need to be on the Guaranteed Income Supplement or the Ontario Disability Support Program. So our proposed new program under the City of Niagara Falls is a $500 annual property tax deferral. Residents would be eligible regardless of whether there was a year-over-year property tax increase. It would be an interest-free loan until the property is sold, ownership is transferred, or the threshold is exceeded. You must be in receipt of the Guaranteed Income Supplement or the Ontario Disability Support Program, and there would be a $150 administration fee that would be added at discharge. The region program would remain the exact same. The residents would have the option to apply for the city or the region program, but the city program would be the preferred option because it does not have that minimum threshold. So why is the city considering a change to the existing program? The new program provides more annual relief to the qualifying seniors or those on ODSP. This relief could effectively keep low-income seniors and low-income persons with disabilities tax increases below the rate of inflation. And it's a deferral as opposed to a rebate, so it's more equitable to all taxpayers. So taxpayers support the seniors now while they're in need, but when the house is sold, the taxpayers will recoup that support. How does the deferral work? The total amount deferred is paid back to the city when the property is sold or ownership is transferred. There's no interest charged on the amount deferred, and applications must be received annually. A $500 credit will be applied to the tax account at the beginning of each year and noted as not due to be paid back when the property is sold or ownership is transferred. Property taxes must remain paid throughout the year or the deferral will be canceled and added back to the tax account. The maximum length of the program is 10 years. At this point, the resident would no longer be able to apply for additional deferrals, but the amount deferred would not be due until the property has sold. And once the deferral reaches $5,000, it will become a registered lien against the property, and statements will be sent annually stating the total amount of the property deferral. So the application requirements. The application must be in receipt of the Guaranteed Income Supplement and must be 65 years of age or older, or in receipt of the Ontario Disability Support Program. Proof of address as the primary residence. The applicant must provide signed acknowledgement that the deferral could have an impact on future lending or their current mortgage, and signed acknowledgement that the applicant is competent to make decisions on the property, or the power of attorney could fill out the application if full POA documentation is provided. And property taxes must be paid in full, less any previous deferral amounts. So limitations. The city's current property tax software cannot process the property tax deferral. So the city will need either a software upgrade or a new software system to effectively manage the program. That's why we're going for an implementation for the 2026 tax year. What about tenants that aren't property owners? So low-income seniors with low-income seniors or persons with disability tenants that qualify for the program can continue to receive the $102 water rebate on their water account. And as of January 1st, 2024, the city is no longer starting new water accounts, so the tenant accounts will eventually be phased out entirely. Benefits of the program. So the program targets homeowners who are looking to decrease their expenses now to create an increase in cash flow. Qualified applicants may benefit from the program, may benefit to afford to stay in their homes longer, increasing and promoting comfort and stability. Disadvantages: applicants who are in arrears would not qualify, and if there is a high uptake in the program, it will take a significant portion of staff time to administer. That's it. Any questions?
Yes, Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Amber, for the presentation. I'm really glad to see this, that it was brought forward. The last time we talked about it, there was talk about interest on it. I'm really glad to see that interest has been removed. Very glad about that. I just had one question. It talks about that the current software does not have the ability to defer. How much is that going to cost?
So the new, through you, Mr. Mayor, the new software has already been put into the budget, so it's not an additional cost. We've already budgeted for that.
Thank you. And that's through the ERP that we're already...
No, this is going to be a new tax and water software, so it's not
on top of that.
It's additional to the ERP.
Okay. Thank you very much. But there's no additional cost for this program because we were going to purchase it anyway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel, then Newstead.
I just have a couple of suggestions to add to this report. One thing is we should not allow residents who own short-term rentals, ADUs, or B&B to take advantage of this program. That's the way I see it. And another thing is, instead of just cutting off the program of the tax rebate, for 2026, why don't we do a hybrid model, just even a deferral program plus the $80 we give a year, so we can understand how are the residents receiving it. Because we see at the regional level, it's not a great uptick for the deferral program, so we'll have idea if they're more interested in taking a upfront rebate or they really want to go with the deferral program. That was my suggestion. But maybe do offer them both options and see which one they want to take for year 2026. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, the regional deferral program doesn't have uptick, as most years no one can qualify for it because it requires a very large increase in taxes. So they offer a program that you can't actually apply to. If council wants to offer both, my suggestion is not to stack the two, not to give them the $80 check or the other one. It's one or the other. Our cost will increase on that because one is a complete grant. So if that's something council wants to consider, that's fine. The only thing is I think you'd have to do it very kind of short, because what you don't want is someone take the 80 and then switch over to the 500 because the person who took the 500 right away lost out on the 80, so it'd be kind of unfair to...
Yeah. This is just for more likely for awareness and education purposes. We don't want 1,000 people calling us, oh, you took the rebate away, because most of the people do not understand the program. So this just kind of gives them a little time to gradually understand how it is. That's my suggestion. It would be up to the will of the council.
Thank you. Councillor Newstead.
Actually, I just want to add I'm sorry, what were you just saying about?
No.
I had some.
What I was saying is just for year 2026, we offer them either you want rebate or the deferral, so we understand and the residents understand what the program is. Because when people see it that we cut the rebate program, we're going to have angry calls because most of the people do not understand how deferral works. So it gives the education period. And if somebody, for example, we have two neighbors, I take the rebate and he takes a deferral, then they will understand better, oh, deferral is better than just taking $80 up front. Deferral, I'm getting more money per year taken off my taxes. So it's just one or the other, not both, one or the other, for 1 year only, just like a pilot project.
Yeah, I think that might be confusing, but this doesn't start until 2026 anyway.
But 2020, okay.
Yeah, 2026, correct?
Right.
So Anyway, I was coming up with something. I heard you, and I
Okay.
was just trying to still. I just wanted to say that I'd like to do a motion to support this. With the seniors committee, this was something very important to them, and I really applaud the work that went into it. It was a lot of work, and I think you really is very succinct in everything that you've done. So I think congratulations on a wonderful program. And what I really like about it is that it speaks again to housing affordability, so it allows people, and also it's not a burden to the regular taxpayer. It's all self-sufficient. And just one more point back to Councillor Patel about anybody who has ADUs or rental things. It's based on income anyway, so if they're renting and making increased income, then they wouldn't be able to apply to it. So it's a means test at their income level, and it's really trying to help those that can't afford, like they're struggling. So it's a little bit that we're able to do. So I'm putting a motion for it.
Okay, so you're moving the recommendation? Do we have a second, Councillor Lococo? Any further discussion?
Can I put mine as a separate motion then?
So, Madam Clerk, how do you want to do this? Well, is this, no, so it's not going to be a friendly amendment, so it'll be something, well, let's start by voting on this. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. And it's to the same matter, you want to bring a motion forward?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to make a motion for 1 year we offer both programs and see what the uptake is. And it just gives people time to understand what different program is.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion?
I don't know.
Is there a motion? Pardon me? Yeah, come on, that's not a bad idea. Amber, I don't know, did you want to weigh in on that, or your thoughts on?
I think we could do it. It would be a little bit more challenging. I think it's going to be a little bit confusing for the residents to have both programs running at the same time. We could definitely put forth like a good communications plan to get the new program explained, but it's something that we could do.
Okay, Councillor Lococo, and then you, Stag.
What about if someone contacts the city for the $80 program, it's then explained to them that we've moved over to this other program that's better? On the website where you would have got the application, that the new application is on there with an explanation of what it is.
Okay.
There's that education piece, but we're not running both of them at the same time. We're just telling them that we've moved to another program.
Big Burgie's going to have a football analogy to help us understand.
No football analogies. The current uptake of the program is about 1,000 ballpark. We'll be directly communicating with those 1,000 people and educating those 1,000 people. We have a whole year to educate them. If council sees it fit, we can do the education and say we can choose option A or option B, and that option will be there for 1 year and do the analysis. But we'll do general communication, but in this case we know who the program people are and they repeat year after year after year, so we can do direct communication to them. And I think the one very active committee we have at the city is the seniors committee, and they did a lot of work in education within their own group to come up to understand this program, because it took them multiple sessions and they had great input. So I think there is some education that's already gone on, but like I said, with this project, I think we could communicate directly to them if we want to give them that option, and kind of go from there and evaluate it. I'll just remind council, one of the reasons this came to council as an idea was it was a reduction in our tax burden, because I removed that program. The treasurer said she'll take it out of reserve for the additional cost, so not a problem that way. But that was one of the reasons, was to make this program more self-sustaining without direct tax levy. So for the 1 year, it'll only be a small 1 year hit on the budget, and the treasurer said she's fine with it. So we can, if council so decides to go with the option, the treasurer already said it was okay.
I was going to say that some more.
Did you want to speak to that?
Yes.
Councilor?
No.
Because I got Councilor Newstead waiting.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't understand that. I did not know that we had direct communication with 1,000 people who were taking the rebate. Because I really thought that as soon as we cut the program, we'll all getting phone calls from the people that were cutting the rebates. And if we have direct communication, if they're understanding how we are switching over our model, then I'm perfectly fine with it. I'll take my motion back.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Newestag, you're good? Okay. So, I didn't remember, is there a motion? I can't remember. We're done. Okay. Okay, 9.5, parking fund. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we approve the recommendation of the 2024 parking fund budget. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. Finance, budget spending and signing authority policy, there's two recommendations. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Did you want to comment on that, Councillor Lococo and Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little uncomfortable with this because there's huge increases. I'm wondering, it's saying because of the new ERP system, could we not put the ERP system in place with the current levels and see how that works? And then if there's issues or we want to bring it back, then increase it?
Staff, CAO?
I'm going to start and I'll pass it over to Ms. Darlington. Our levels are low compared to any peers. So there's an inefficiency to get things processed. And that's partly by level. So for example, I probably approve more expenditures than any CAO in Niagara as a percentage of total spend. And it's somewhat useless, to be quite frank. I'm signing a document that 4 other people have signed. So I'm going to pick on the deputy chief there. He's probably had 3 people sign his that expenditure. Goes to him, he signs it, goes to Joe, gets signed up by procurement, comes to me. And I'm going to question after 3 of my senior executives have already looked at this thing. There's an inefficiency to it. The dollar amount, there's other ways to control spend, not by signing authority. How you control spend is, especially with the ERP, we can take a look at what did they spend on? Was it under corporate contract, not under corporate contract? Why is it on a rogue spend, not on that? So that's not how you get control by signing authority. You get control by having the right people who actually know the business approve the expenditures, and you manage the budget, and you have other people overseeing that budget. So all these things are within budget approval, so there is no oversight. So I just want to get that. And on a relative comparison term, if you saw the internal debates with finance, they would have pushed for a higher limit, actually, to get us up to our peers. And we're actually at a lower limit with this one. So yeah, we can install it with anything, but then it takes the efficiency. It also takes the budget responsibility away. So one of the discipline items that we're trying to do is if you're a budget holder, we want you to have that responsibility. So if you're in charge of spend, and I always kind of laugh at this, I'll send a guy out, frankly, in $1 million truck as a firefighter, but I can't let him spend $250. You know, he's wheeling a piece of equipment that costs $100, and can cause all kinds of damage, or I got a truck driver. So we're never concerned about that, but we're concerned whether he can go pick up supplies at Rona. There is a bit of a misthing. So I understand that it looks like a big risk thing, but when you compare it to our peer municipalities, we're below. And there are other ways that the system will allow us to better manage our budget without having signing. And I'm going to tell you, I'll be quite honest with you, the number of invoices I sign and the number of approvals I sign, the ability for me to actually exercise control it's a false hope. Because, they're going to send me a document that says, oh, we did our work, this is the best thing, da, da, da. I'm not going to question it, But now my name's on it, so the buck stops with me, and I had the least knowledge of what they bought, but it stops with me. It's much better that when the buck stops with the deputy chief and he screws up, I can come and yell at him, and now he's responsible, because he can't say, well, I didn't sign it off. The GM signed it off and the CAO signed it off. And trying to instill that budget responsibility, that's part of it, because right now it's it goes up the ladder and they don't actually have the responsibility. So that's my preach. I will see if Ms. Darlington, who's far better knowledgeable in this area, has anything to add.
Thank you through the mayor, and thank you to Mr. Burgess. I think one thing I'd like to mention is that this was based on best practice. We did a due diligence review. It's timely because council will receive an update on the ERP tomorrow by email. And there are controls, as we mentioned at our last meeting when we updated the procurement bylaw as well. And I think that's all I have to comment at this point on that. Thank you very much for all the information.
Thank you. So if there's no further questions, we already voted, didn't we? Did we already vote?
No, we have a mover and seconder.
We have mover and seconder.
Councillor Strange, but we haven't voted on it.
All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we go to 9.7, Drinking Water System Summary Report. Recommendation that we receive the report, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Just one quick question. For the hydrant inspections, we flushed less this year. Why did we flush less compared to the year before?
Who's the flusher? What's going on?
We flushed the hydrants, and I thought that was supposed to be a good thing to clean them out, and we're doing less this year compared to last year. It was 41.3% were inspected and flushed, compared to 59.9% in 2023.
And I'm just going to go off my knowledge of previous. The flushing, there's a couple of criteria for flushing. You can never flush them all in a given year, and that's usually a planned process, or if there is a particular issue where they've had to flush it for another maintenance type of issue. So you could actually have increases because of other maintenance issues with that, and then it required a flush, and then that gets recorded as a flush, so it looks like a higher percentage. But that's you've stressed my knowledge of the hydrant flushing program at this point in time.
It was in the report. If you give me a report, I read it, I have questions. Thank you.
No problem. I'm sorry, did we vote? He's throwing me off. No,
two motions.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Thank you. All right, 9.8, reconstruction widening of McLeod Road from Kaler to Beechwood. So there are 3 recommendations. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo.
I have a question.
Oh, you had a question. Well, can we first put the motion on, or is it, okay. Looking for a motion, Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Patel. Okay, so Councillor Pietrangelo has a question, and Councillor Patel has a question, and Councillor Lococo has a question.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a question through you to staff. I just want to kind of understand where the funding for this project is coming from. So it's about $9.5 million, and it looks like it's split between special purposes reserve fund and municipal housing infrastructure program. And I just wanted to ask, like, the municipal housing infrastructure program, is that the same program that the province kind of set targets in terms of how many homes that the municipality needs to build, and then we have to go out and build that many homes? Is that where this money is coming from, or what is MHIP?
Who can answer this question?
I'm going to start. The Housing Accelerator Fund is a different program.
Okay.
This one is done through Infrastructure Ontario, and I believe it was for infrastructure readiness, so that you could open up more land in that area. And we used a third-party program to apply for that one. The other one, where it gets granted, there is no application process. It's just granted to you by the province.
Okay.
And we're still questioning how they actually make those calculations.
Right.
But
okay, sounds good.
Did we? Oh, Councillor Patel, then Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, didn't we get funding from province to widen the McLeod Road?
That's what that is.
That's what that is. So it was about $14 million, right?
Okay, through the mayor, it's the total project cost is just under 10 million, and we've got 50% from the province.
Okay.
So that's just under 5, like it's $4.8 million approximately.
Okay, thank you.
there was a regional component to it too, which is outside of it.
Right. Thank you. So will region be in charge of the reconstruction, or we will be?
Through the mayor, no, we will be in charge of the construction work.
Okay. I just wanted to request that we do it during the school summertime when the schools are out, because there is a school there, and if there is a one lane closed, that's going to be disaster there.
Yeah. It's going to be challenging regardless.
Yes.
This is, we've got a deadline to have this complete by the early part of 2028, so it's going to take most of the next 3 years to get that done.
Okay. I think just strategic planning will be required for this because the school might be opening up in St. Michael in the morning. That's the lineup. Entire road is all lined up. So I think we have to think of some way to alleviate that pressure from people.
Yeah, the first step is doing an environmental assessment, and that'll look at probably a lot of the implementation options in terms of trying to minimize the impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand when we write grants, you need very specific experience to write grants, and I know we're using the grant match. $326,000 to write a grant is a lot of money. I'm thinking about how many full-time employees that we could hire to write grants. All of our grants, this was just this one grant, and I know the CAO can probably speak to grant match a little bit more, but that's a lot of money, and I know it's a percentage of the whole grant that's received, and they wouldn't have charged us had we not got the grant. But spending $326,000 for someone to write a grant, could we be doing that in another way for less money?
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, the best thing about grant match is we get to pick and choose which grants they can write, and we and then rewrite some ourselves. So we make that choices based upon, what do we think is our win probability rate? Do we actually have the staff capacity to do it? And we base that on that. So some of the slam dunk ones we'll do, and we'll rate that and go from there. So in this case, and sometimes it's just speed. These programs come out and you got like 90 days to do it, and just gathering the technical information, we have trouble pulling it together. So that's why we make those decisions. So, whenever we're using grant match, it's usually a choice between getting the grant or not applying for the grant, and that's why we tend to use them. The other advantage with grant match is they will quickly tell us, because they do it for so many municipalities, they'll say, you don't have a hope on this one because this is not really what it's designed. Don't waste your time on it. So they give us some good advice that way. So it's usually a decision of if we think we're going to be successful and we have the ability, we do it internally. If not, so like we look at this one as we probably would have never actually applied for that and got it without grant match. So that was the decision that's made. It is a lot, like I'm not questioning it, it's a lot of money. Could we develop a team and do that? Yes.
For $326,000.
Yeah, but when you look at 320, you're probably talking 2 people, and the problem with us getting 2 people to do it, the one advantage of having a professional is they're seeing applications from across the province. Mm-hmm. So they may be involved in 10 or 15 of these for the exact same program, and they're going to tell you, like, listen, I got 5 better other applications. You are way down don't waste your time on that. Or you know what? There's no uptake on this one. You guys should be attacking this one. So we get other advice that we wouldn't get if we just had 2 people in-house doing it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Baldinelli.
Just on the question of, Kent maybe be able to answer this through your man, is when they are doing this road widening, is it like 4 lanes? 2 and 2? And the bus routes and all the sewers, I know all that other stuff.
Through the mayor, that's part of the environmental assessment as well, as they'll determine what the widening is going to look like. Right. More than likely it'll be 4 lanes, but it might be potentially only a 1-lane widening with a continuous left turn or something like that. That's something that the consultant that we retain to do the environmental assessment will look at. They'll do some projections regarding the amount of traffic and stuff like that, and we're planning to upgrade and signalize a couple of the intersections as well. That's part of the scope of work.
Right, that would change costs huge if it was 5 lanes. Possibly like 2 and 2 in the middle turning lane. Would you not want that for all McLeod, north, east and west? Are we not going that way with 5 lane, a turning lane on McLeod in the future?
I don't know.
All the way through, I mean. You need a turning lane, right?
We'll take the study and like the uses are along McLeod. Like at some point in time that might end, and you can taper down into a more normal road allowance. So that's what the study will do. We'll point out what it is. and it's tied into our master traffic plan. So
Yeah.
they'll project road use and see what the best options are,
Yeah,
and bring it back to staff for that.
Because if you go north of Burlington, you know, when they first, I forget the name of the road there, you know, when they build and they know it's coming in the future, it's 5 lane, it's really wide, and then, you know, now it seems, oh my God, thank God they did that. And I'm, you know, compared to what we think is going to happen here, you know, our infrastructure and our roads are so narrow everywhere that, you know, the lady had a good point here about being able to go back and forth anymore, that, you know, McLeod Road is going to be what, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks, is going to be the entrance and exit of Niagara Falls. So, I mean, 5 lanes, I think, and getting traffic speedy down the end is important. So I'm thinking we should look at, because even if you go past the fire station going towards Dorchester Road, and right where we approved that 5-story apartment building, I mean, as soon as one person stops to turn left, you're crushed. So that's why that speeding thing there, I don't even know why it's there, because most traffic backs up. But anyways, I'm thinking that we should look at making it bigger than we need it, instead of go back after and saying, you know what, we should have made it bigger. That's just thank you.
Yeah, and turning lanes are important, right, to keep traffic moving, because that's what backs everything up, when there's no turning lane. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. We'll call the vote on the 3 recommendations. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Pardon me? Oh, yeah, I need a motion to go beyond 10. Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that approves. Thank you. All right, moving along. We're almost done. Yeah. Okay, 9.9, statements of remuneration for 2024. Members of council looking for a motion.
Receive and file.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by, I need a seconder first. Seconded by Councillor Patel, that we receive and file. Councillor Patel, you have the floor.
9.9, right?
9.9.
I just have one question that. I was actually at one of the events, and this had just happened on Sunday. So with the committee expenses, so are they all just for committee expenses? Because it looks like some people are working harder than others, like Mr. Mayor only has $150, so. So I just want to say, is this just committee expenses? Or there's other expenses involved in there? Because it just gives the wrong impression to people.
Ms. Clerk's
yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, these are just your committee expenses if you submitted them through Clerks for your $75. I don't think everybody submits for every committee they're on necessarily, but if you choose to submit it for each meeting you go to, you get $75. So it's only the committees that are appointed by council, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Have you
So
not been submitting?
some of them, like sometimes we think of as part of our job, so we just go for meeting and, we just meet people and so don't, yeah. Mayor's not working.
Yeah, exactly. Councillor New Estate, huh?
I just want to make a point that some of the committees I sit on, there is no remuneration. So I go to meetings that it's just the committees that they are. So it's not totally reflective there. So like Project Share, you don't, and the Illumination Board. So those are 2 of the ones that come top of mind.
Yes.
And then plus I forget to put the other ones in.
You're correct, because they're not committees of council, right, per se. But you go there, you attend them, I get you. We should be another column for attendance.
Will Thompson's been here for 9 months, and he's got more than me.
Yeah, the reason I just want to bring it up is so public knows that everybody doesn't charge for every meeting they have.
Yeah.
Just so they don't think that some work harder than another. That's all. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely. All right. Did we vote on that? No, we moved, okay. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Now, we did consent?
Yeah, we're skipping right
Where are we
over
going
to? 14.
14, wow. Okay, we're going to 14, hold on a second, I gotta get caught up here.
Yeah.
Okay, ratification of in-camera, Madam Clerk, take it away.
Good, great, grand. Okay. So earlier this afternoon, actually, council met in camera to discuss a couple of items. They were direction to staff, and one of them was actually discussed in open council as, item 9.4. So it's all been direction to staff.
Okay, so do we need a motion for that, if there's direction to staff? Do we need, no, because there's nothing to ratify really, right? Okay.
You can just move on to the notice.
Are there any New business or notices of motion? Councillor Lococo, and then Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of municipalities are stepping away from the use of X, Twitter. The Supreme Court of Canada is. They're citing security reasons, and I'm wondering if any of our staff have looked into that. Is that something that we need to do? I don't know the security part of it, but some municipalities are.
Mr. CAO?
There was a media inquiry to us on X. At this point, we are not stepping away. It's still a viable source of engagement. Our IT security guys will review anything, but at this point in time, we're not stepping away. I think some of that was motivated by the owner of X more than security reasons.
Thank you. The research I did say security, so that's why I wanted to bring it up and give it to the expertise of the IT.
Is there any new business or, yeah? Whoa. You put it up and put it back down. Do you have some new business?
Yeah.
Yeah. Floor is yours, Councillor.
I thought you were looking for
Councillor
people who have
Peter
it.
Victor.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple items. First one is Fernwood Park. I had a call, actually an email from a resident there who's just looking for a couple things. I let Mr. Burgess know. Looking for some updated garbage cans. I think at other parks, Your Worship, we have ones that look nicer than we do, like, you know, the blue bins that we put at a lot of them. I know they're very functional, but some of the residents are asking for nicer garbage cans. The other thing that they were hoping to get at their park is just signs about coyotes. And I think the Parks Commission actually started putting signs out as well. In the Fernwood subdivision, they have a forest there. They also have that kind of long grassed area where that runs parallel to the train that goes through. So they do get coyotes, and you know, the lady that contacted me just said that you know, the coyotes will come right into the park because that's where the garbage is, obviously. That's why the two are related. And it's just a concern because there's small kids there, and she worries when they're left unattended. So if staff could look into some coyote signs and, you know, and maybe some garbage cans as well. And then the other item that I wanted to just update council on, Your Worship, was the hospice. And I know yourself and Mr. Burgess know that the province recently had an intake where they were looking at giving the rights to build 60 to 70 hospice beds. We had put an application in. Unfortunately, we weren't selected. So what I was hoping to give direction to Mr. Burgess is you know, let him or ask him to call the Minister of Health and have a conversation with them. I would imagine, Your Worship, that we weren't successful because we weren't shovel ready. So what exactly does that mean in the ministry's eyes? Probably means that you're going to need to have the land secured, you're going to need to have your design in place, and it's going to need to be funded. And if that's correct, then, you know, hopefully Mr. Burgess, after his phone call or his meeting, can report back to council, let council know exactly what we need in order to be shovel ready, so that our next application can be successful. And that might mean that we're going to have to make a decision because I don't know if everyone is comfortable with the funding piece, that's all. But I'm sure that that'll come back in the report from Mr. Burgess.
We'll know after tomorrow who the minister is going to be, because they're going to appoint the ministers tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
so direction to staff? Yes, okay. Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to follow up on what Councillor Peter Angelo said. What I want to bring up is maybe we should have a social media post that tells people not to feed the wildlife. It's the time when foxes are out and coyotes are out. So just a reminder, don't feed the wildlife. That's the one thing, because people are feeding them.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it goes a step further. Coyote Watch Canada's been here. Excuse me, we've had problems around the community. Father Hennepin School too. People have bird feeders, because bird feeders attract birds and squirrels, and that's what the coyotes eat, right? They eat foxes, they eat birds and squirrels. So as soon as they went around, they found out, and some people were putting trail cams to videotape, take pictures of the wildlife.
Right.
And I know the Haulage Trail, we've got a lot of coyotes around there right now. You know, that whole area, that's like a buffet for the coyotes, go right from the gorge all the way through, right? They go to everybody's backyards, sorry. So, yes, great point. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay, that's...
So don't feed the wildlife.
Exactly, just a reminder on social media post, just send out the post. Yep.
Okay, direction
And-
to staff.
Okay,
Yes.
and through you, Mr. Mayor, one more question. We did approve the street sweepers in our capital budget. Do we have them in our possession or not yet, Mr. CEO?
We have some. We are going to start street sweeping early, we believe, next week. So we'll do an early run-through on some of our major routes. It is a bit of a gamble because if you do have, if you snow or freezing, and you go put sand out, whatever you did was gone. But we are going to do it because we think, this year in particular, we laid down a lot of sand, and it is visible on our streets. So I'm not saying this is going to get into the residential areas, but on some of our main stuff, and especially roads with bike lanes, where bikes might get out early, we're going to start that process next week, I believe.
Right. That was the major concern because there are kids already have their scooters and bikes out, and we just don't want them to fall down. That's the one thing.
Can you
Thank
remind
you.
us what the name of our sweepers are again?
OB1, clean OB.
That was the first one. We-
Anyone sweep.
Classic. Yes, Councillor.
Through you, Mayor, I just a fun fact about the coyotes. I don't know if anybody, I didn't know this, but a coyote, if you had a wall, you know those walls for the highways? Highway walls that block the noise and stuff like that? Sound barriers or whatever, and it's that, I saw a coyote over that like nothing.
Jumped it or climbed it?
Jumped, just, he was in the backyard, and over top and down across the other side.
Wait, how did he sound? How did he sound when he...
Wow. Super coyote.
Well, they were walking down our street, you know, and normally I have rabbits everywhere. I used to have the rats, but not anymore, but the rabbits. And then as soon as I saw him run by there, like down Stokes, you know, no more rabbits. No, none of them.
Councillor Strange was 30 years ago too. But he was chasing a whole different reason.
He was chasing cougars. That's what he was chasing. All right, so do we have any other new business? Okay, so now, before we go to bylaws, we've got to make a few changes because we deferred the owner-occupied unit report. So I'll ask our Madam Clerk to take us through this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to go from Bylaw 2025-29 over to Bylaw as of 2025-037, pardon me. So we're taking up the 6 bylaws that pertain to the planning public meeting, and they will be brought forth at the May 27th meeting.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo.
First, second, and third.
To move the rest of the bylaws, first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. And motion for adjournment, Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.